Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 178, Order of Avalon vs. Dark Rounds. Who the heck are these people? Suddenly seeing girls dressed as delinquent teenagers from the 20th century in the 5th century, Black Princess Artoria and her knights were utterly bewildered. What the hell are they? They're dressed so strangely. As Artoria and her knights stood there, utterly bewildered while thinking like that, another girl who looked almost identical to the group of girls who shouted earlier came running up. Big sis. Big sis AR. 666, what's going on? Speak up. The young girl called 666 who had just arrived seemed less experienced than the others. She appeared to be more of an errand girl than a full-fledged member. It's the Order of Avalon. Those women came in advance to shop. 666 explained. What? The tanned girl who seemed to be the leader of the group called AR exclaimed in surprise and widened her eyes. Those damn Artoria bitches. How dare they? Completely unaware that she was cursing herself as well, AR fumed in frustration. Now what do we do, big sis? 666 looked at AR with eager eyes, waiting for her to come up with a plan. What do we do? What else? Boss X entrusted this mission to me, and now it's turned into this mess. No snacks, the sisters won't be happy. No sweets, Boss X will be mad. Who's going to take responsibility for that? You or you? As AR spoke, the rest of the girls all hung their heads. So what do we do now, big sis? What do we do? Are you still asking? Of course, we're going to get the food back. AR raised the wooden sword in her hand. 666, go back and report to the boss. The rest of you, come with me. With those words, she marched confidently toward the exit of the commercial district. A group of identical girls followed her enthusiastically one by one, their fighting spirit growing. Princess. Seeing this scene, the two knights turned their attention to Artoria, as if asking her what they should do. They could sense a feeling of isolation from that group. It was some kind of suggestion magecraft, making ordinary people ignore any unusual events. The same magecraft that had been used by a group of Artoria species who appeared at once several hours ago and bought all the foods in the commercial district while no one remembered anything. This kind of suggestion magecraft worked well for ordinary people and wouldn't be noticed, even most mages wouldn't notice it. But for these three powerful beings, it wasn't enough. That was why they could see through it. The so-called Order of Avalon was the culprits preventing Artoria from enjoying her snacks. Let's follow them. After a brief thought, Artoria made her decision. Should we really do it, princess? Although those girls look like they've got something loose in their heads, their strength is quite decent. The Black Knight Stroud expressed his concern. What's going on? How did so many powerful humans suddenly appear out of nowhere? Stroud's concern was valid. Even the weakest errand girl earlier, 666, had the strength not inferior to the average member of 27 dead apostle ancestors. As for the tanned girl called AR, her strength even surpassed his. According to what they said, there were even stronger people above them. Wouldn't that mean they were at least on par with the princess? No, that's impossible, right? That would be too ridiculous. Princess is invincible. Stroud quickly pushed aside this absurd thought as a knight should. However, if they have more people, this is a powerful organization not inferior to the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Stroud quickly concluded. But he still felt it was ridiculous. The earth was so vast, and in terms of major organizations, he should know them all. Apart from the recently risen new Holy Roman Empire and a few others he wasn't aware of, the vast majority should be known to him. So where did these girls suddenly come from? Don't worry. Svelton said with nonchalant attitude. Stroud was worried, but Svelton was indifferent. Artoria was also full of confidence, not the type of unwarranted confidence, but confidence in her own abilities. I'll be careful. And besides, an opportunity like this is right in front of us. It would be a waste not to investigate. Artoria said with indifference. As you wish. Indeed. The two knights nodded, and they followed her orders. Svelton, come with me, Stroud, take my stuff back and be ready to support us at any time. That was how the vampire trio split up. The raven-haired princess, along with the sissy knight, quietly trailed behind the group of Artoria species, while Stroud carried bags of clothes, jewelry, leather bags, and various other miscellaneous Artoria had bought, ready to deliver them back to their base. The Black Princess Artoria would witness an extraordinary battle. As the members of the Order of Avalon gathered around a pristine white mansion, preparing to dine at an elegant table, while trouble was brewing at the mansion's entrance. AR, with her unruly companions, had already initiated their action. "Come out, bitches. If you dare steal our food, you better have the guts to open the door," AR shouted, disrupting the solemn dining ritual. Draped in silver-white armor and exuding regal grace, a mature and tall female knight who resembled a goddess set her spoon down with a dissatisfied sigh. "It's those Dark Rounds members again, Grandmaster," remarked another female knight, clad in pristine white armor, with a calm demeanor. "They're causing trouble once more. No manners whatsoever. They truly do not deserve to be Artoria species." The surrounding female knights, upholding their dignified, elegant, and sacred bearing, expressed their disapproval of the Dark Rounds members. It was akin to the disapproving murmurs of high society or nobility at a tea party or salon. However, instead of fancy clothing, they were adorned in elegant and extravagant armor. In contrast to the unruly Artorius from the Dark Rounds, the Order of Avalon members wielded genuine weapons, not makeshift ones like crowbars, wooden swords, or baseball bats. They possessed energy swords, magic swords, or monomolecular structure holy swords, a powerful and dignified group of female knights. In the next moment, before the one called Grandmaster could speak, a thunderous sound echoed through the area. AR and her gang, frustrated by the lack of response to their demands, resorted to desperate measures. "Come on. Give our food back." With these words, AR raised her wooden sword and fired a sword beam toward the mansion's door, only to be met by a powerful defensive bounded field. What kind of attack is this? Even within the Knights of the Round Table, only a few can produce such power. This level of magical energy release is ridiculous. Not only that, the ridiculous thing is, it got blocked. This defensive bounded field is on the level of greater magecraft, or even stronger. Svelton exclaimed inwardly with wide eyes. Before he could finish his astonishment, the mansion's doors swung open. Dozens of Artoria species who were also sabers, clad in white and silver-white armor, led by their Grand Master, emerged and quickly surrounded AR and her gang. "Why you?" Realizing the vast difference in power, the unruly girls from the Dark Rounds began to feel nervous, some even regretting their actions. Nevertheless, AR gathered her courage and spoke loudly. "Why you fellows, did you really have to buy out all the foods in the commercial district? Are you trying to provoke us?" The Grand Master chose to be silent and not respond to their remarks. Perhaps she felt the difference in status was too great and felt unbecoming for her to answer. It was her deputy who finally spoke up. "The commercial district is a commercial facility of the Holy Roman Empire, and anyone is free to shop there without restrictions. No one determines how much one can buy. Even if we bought all the foods in the commercial district, it's still within the bounds of the law. Who fucking cares about the laws?" Perhaps the deputy had a valid point, but the Artorius of the Dark Rounds didn't give a damn about such matters. "Clearly, we discovered that commercial district first." "Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. After we arrived on this planet, we went to buy food there every day, but today, you bitches bought everything." From the perspective of the Dark Rounds, they had discovered the territory first and frequented it daily. The Order of Avalon, however, appeared all of a sudden and bought up all the foods without a word, and that was seen as an affront. It seems they can't be reasoned with. After a moment of silence, the Order of Avalon's members exchanged glances and concluded. They gripped their weapons. "Do you want to fight? We're ready to oblige. It's useless to reason with these wild dogs. You all are a disgrace of Artoria species." With those words, the Artoria species from both sides exchanged glances, and in the next moment, they disappeared from the spot. Fighting within the city would cause too much damage, so they teleported themselves outside the city. They disappeared. Artorius and Svelton, who had been following behind them, were stunned for a moment, then they heard the sound of explosions coming from the outskirts. Teleportation magecraft. And it's group teleportation. Svelton exclaimed in shock. When he snapped out of it, he realized that Artorius had already run a considerable distance. "Princess. Quick, keep up. We must find out what these monsters are up to." Without looking back, Artorius said while running. Simultaneously, a group of Imperial spies who spied on her reacted. "Hurry. The Black Princess Artorius is getting away. Follow her and find out what she's up to." As the Imperial spies chased after her, on the outskirts of Orleans, the battle raged on. Originally, the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds were bitter enemies, even fighting in outer space, where they destroyed each other's spaceships. After arriving on Earth, they temporarily halted hostilities, mainly due to being unfamiliar with the new environment and the primary objective of finding some civilization. There were no agreements or negotiations. So, this time, it was seen as a provocation by the Dark Rounds and an intrusion by the Order of Avalon. Both sides had their reasons for battle, and it was bound to be a fierce one. The Dark Rounds members were vastly outnumbered compared to the Order of Avalon, but the latter weren't taking any advantage of it and made a proposition. "You're 5, we'll send out 5 too." The deputy of the Order of Avalon said calmly. "Humph. Though tempted to say something like, "I'll take on 10, AR was no fool." With a cold snort, she accepted the challenge. Amid the conversation, 5 knights from the Order of Avalon, including their deputy, stepped forward, brandishing their swords in a formal gesture. Let the battle begin. AR, in a lightning-fast move, charged at the deputy of the Order of Avalon. Their weapons clashed violently. Boom. In an instant, the earth shattered, and a frenzied aura filled the air. Before AR could even react, the second move, the third move, and countless others had already passed. By the time she regained her senses, the battle had escalated with added footwork and techniques from the servant universe. Around them, the members of the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds also engaged in fierce combat. Speed, strength, techniques, and willpower, all fueled by fervor and madness, stole the hearts of the 2 vampires who watched the spectacle. Swords cleaved through mountains, tore apart the earth, and shattered the sky. Unmatched magical energy, radiance, and power made even breathing a challenge when they drew near. "I'll cut you down. Our Dark Rounds will claim the sun for ourselves. Don't be delusional. The Order of Avalon will protect the sun and raise him into a fine man." Amidst the booming of light beams, the Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon battled ferociously, all the while roaring to assert their ownership of the sun. This was the chaotic battle of Artoria species and sabers of servant universe. Soon, the pinnacle of this battle approached swiftly. Summoned by 666, mysterious heroine X Alter, aka X, who had briefly crossed paths with Artorius in the previous Holy Grail War, arrived with the rest of the Dark Rounds members. Lion King. X. Long-time acquaintances required few words. A simple greeting sufficed. Space Lion King, Grand Master of the Order of Avalon, raised her holy lance and holy sword, merging them into one weapon as she lunged toward the petite girl with glasses. Simultaneously, X raised her right hand forward, unleashing a black lightning bolt that soared toward her opponent like a thrown javelin. The entire landscape of the outskirts changed entirely. Is the age of gods returning? Artorius and Svelton thought the same thing. They looked like ordinary knights and oddly dressed individuals at first glance. However, once the battle commenced, it felt like the greatest warriors of the age of gods were fighting, or rather, it was as if the gods themselves clashed. How is this possible? How is this possible? We vampires were supposed to be the strongest in the world. Where do these women come from? Why are they so powerful? What's actually happening? Artorius couldn't comprehend because she had never witnessed such a spectacle, and her brain began to malfunction. Chapter 179, Running Away. Lion King. X. Amid the fierce battle, Lion King and X tilled thousands of acres of rocky, salty land on the outskirts, all the while shouting each other's names like Naruto and Sasuke. They swung their weapons at the speed of light. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were ready to battle from Earth to the ends of the universe, shattering the very fabric of reality. Their hundreds of sisters fought in groups of 3 to 5, engaging in skirmishes or duels. It was truly a dark day, with no sun or moon, where the earth trembled, and the wind carried a mournful cry. If it weren't for the power system of the servant universe and these Artorius didn't intend to destroy the planet, Earth's fate would have been just like other planets caught in the chaos of the Artoria species, became a part of the asteroid belt. Even so, it was dramatic enough to instill a deep sense of fear, coldness, and powerlessness in anyone witnessing it, even someone as formidable as Artorius Brunstud, the true ancestor princess. No, this can't be. This is impossible. Even Mother can't win, can she? This thought flashed through Artorius' mind, startling her. She struggled to suppress it, but the more she tried, the stronger it became. Despite her worship for Crimson Moon and her emotional belief that Crimson Moon was invincible, reason and the terrifying battle unfolding before her reminded her that even the all-powerful Crimson Moon would be beaten to death. Hundreds of these Artorius piled together could likely overwhelm Crimson Moon. As for the leaders, the imposing knight with a holy lance in one hand and a holy sword in the other, and the seemingly delicate girl with glasses, both of them possessed god-level strength. Artorius couldn't determine who was stronger between them and Crimson Moon, it was beyond her judgment. All she knew was that either of them was stronger than herself. Either one had the power to kill herself like killing an ant. For now, I need to retreat. With a feeling of dread, Artorius finally made her decision. Retreat. She had to run. Her life was at stake. These people weren't joking around. This wasn't child's play. After this short bout, over a dozen Artorius had already fallen. Damn it. Before I die, I want to see my son. Such a shame. The dying Artorius were muttering words like those, before disappearing into particles of light. Artorius didn't understand the rules of the servant universe, so she believed that being hit by them would make her into particles of light like those women and leave nothing behind. She was extremely tense. Even crouching behind them wasn't entirely safe. Occasionally, a stray light beam would graze by. If she waited any longer, she might end up like those women. I'm not running away. It's just that so many strange women suddenly appeared. It's bound to have an impact on the grand plan of us, vampires. So, I have to inform my mother as quickly as possible, so she can prepare. Yes, it's for my mother. It's definitely not because I'm scared. After consoling herself in this way, Artorius turned away without hesitation with her knight following behind. Perhaps, because the battle was too intense. On the side of the Dark Rounds, the girl with pale gold hair and amber dragon eyes with glasses, and on the side of the Order of Avalon, the mature woman with bright golden hair and emerald green eyes, didn't notice the departure of Artorius and Svelten. Phew, we made it through. Artorius muttered quietly and breathed a sigh of relief, her lips curling up into a happy smile as she contemplated what cursed words to use to mock those Artorius. Although they are strong in combat, their perception is so low that they didn't even notice me approaching. Retard. All of them are retards. One by one, they don't seem to have high wisdom. Even if they are strong, they can't achieve much, eh? Having quickly adjusted her emotions, Artorius' train of thought got cut off as she suddenly collided with an invisible bounded field. It's a bounded field. Damn, when did they set this up? Her heart rate increased significantly. Damn it, they don't want their battle to be discovered by others, so they set up this bounded field to isolate themselves. In that case, won't I be trapped? What to do? Princess. Just as Artorius was thinking this, she heard Svelten's anxious shout and sensed that something was wrong. The sounds of battle around her had disappeared. It was eerily silent. As she thought like that, Artorius abruptly turned her head, and her heart didn't just speed up, it stopped altogether. Because, she saw that everyone around her, both the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds, had stopped their battles and were looking at her, who was trying to escape with various expressions. Hey, everyone, I was just passing by, can we pretend as if nothing happened and let me go? Artorius forced a fawning smile and said to the surrounding Artorius. Of course, that wasn't going to work. The Artorius, regardless of how fierce the battle had just been, stopped in an instant. The Order of Avalon's members had expressionless faces, while the members of the Dark Rounds had sinister smiles on their faces as they started approaching the two vampires. Stop. Svelten shouted loudly as he was desperate to protect his princess and released his reality marble, Parade. But the next second, he was blasted to bits by the shining white beam, and his appearance became unrecognizable. He was thrown aside like disposable trash and couldn't stop the Artorius from advancing, leaving shoeprints all over him. Seeing this scene, Artorius became even more frightened. Don't come. She shouted in panic, desperately pushing her legs against the unbreakable bounded field, attempting to retreat, but unable to move back. As she watched one by one, the smiling Artorius getting closer and closer, Artorius' mind finally broke down. No. Don't come any closer. This was a little incident that happened 3 days ago. Chapter 180, Interrogation. After resolving the issue with Artorius, the battle temporarily came to a halt. The leader of the Dark Rounds, mysterious heroine X-Alter, and the leader of the Order of Avalon, Space Lion King, began negotiations. In exchange for ignoring the recent incident in the commercial district, the Dark Rounds took away Artorius and 30% of the food supply from the Order of Avalon. Both parties agreed that the future commercial district would be split into two sections, with the Dark Rounds taking the eastern side and the Order of Avalon occupying the western side, all in the pursuit of wealth together. This marked the end of the commercial district incident. The two major organizations of Artoria species found themselves in a temporary truce. After the negotiations, X and Lion King exchanged some formalities. Next time we meet, let's settle things once and for all. X said with a stoic expression. Sure. Lion King nodded calmly. I won't let Artorius fall into your hands, that's for certain. X narrowed her eyes. Likewise. Lion King responded firmly. The senior members spoke formally, but the younger members were more casual. When we find Artorius next time, we won't let you near him. The Order of Avalon wanted to deny the visiting rights of the Dark Rounds. On the other hand, the younger members of the Dark Rounds were more ruthless. When the time comes, we won't let you die. Instead, we'll lock you up, so you can watch us reveal Artorius' darkest secrets and shed tears of regret. After that statement, the faces of the Order of Avalon's members turned pale, and they came close to starting another battle. It was evident that this threat was quite impactful on them. With those harsh words spoken, the Dark Rounds left with Artorius, dragging her by the legs. As for the White Knight Blood Svelten, he was left unattended and discarded into the nearby sewer. The battle came to a close, but the struggle for Artorius Pendragon had only just begun. When Artorius regained consciousness, she found herself in the dungeon. She looked around but found nothing, no sound, no sight. Everything was pitch black, and her body was immobilized. She couldn't move, her mouth was also gagged, preventing her from speaking. This conscious yet isolated state sent her heart racing, filling her with overwhelming anxiety. In this state of panic, as time passed, her fear grew stronger to the point where she felt she might go mad. Anyone, anything, it doesn't matter. Punishment, humiliation, or any other form of mistreatment, just don't leave me alone. Artorius couldn't help but shout in her mind. If, at this moment, a handsome young man like Artorius appeared before her and rescued her, she would undoubtedly fall in love with him instantly. If this continued for some time, her psychological defenses would completely collapse. She would answer anything, even questions about Crimson Moon's favorite underwear. Of course, if this went on for a while longer, Artorius would deteriorate completely, suffering a mental breakdown, and becoming like Meb, who only stared blankly and made ABA sound after drinking Artorius's bathwater. Unfortunately, none of these possibilities occurred. When Artorius could barely endure any more, she finally heard a few voices. Could she be dead? It's your fault, you forgot about the prisoner. Don't blame me, you forgot too. What should we do next? Oh. She's still alive. Good, as long as she's alive, let's take her to see the boss. Umo. At this moment, Artorius understood. I'm being subjected to this cruel treatment because these fools forgot about me. These fools, can't they be a bit more reliable? Damn them. Ah. So frustrating. I want to kill someone. Although in reality, she couldn't do a thing to a single one of these Artoria species. But that didn't stop her from being resentful. Although the Artoria species from the servant universe appeared strong and were indeed strong, the majority were all fools. And so, when Artorius was brought before X, her behavior was filled with defiance, which struck X as rather peculiar. This girl, does she have a malfunction in her brain for following us? X couldn't help but think so. She then started to ask Artorius with her usual stoic expression. Tell me, why are you following us? Humph. What's your motive? Humph. Lastly, the first two questions weren't really important to the Dark Rounds. What X really wanted to ask was the third one. What's your relationship with Artorius? No relation. Artorius declared, unable to conceal her confidence. She couldn't help but daydream, this must be a misunderstanding, right? They captured me because they must have thought I had a connection with that dragon emperor. Even though the vampires had a disdainful attitude toward humans, Artorius vaguely knew about Crimson Moon's grievances against the dragon emperor. But for now, both sides were merely cautious of each other, not yet at war. Could explaining clear things up and get her released? Maybe she'd have to stick to drinking human blood and skip the snacks from that empire from now on. However, to Artorius' dismay, her thoughts were too naive. After the three questions, Artorius was brimming with confidence, while X and the Dark Rounds members exchanged their opinions. As Artoria species, Dark Rounds members, and Alter subspecies, they had a deep connection with each other, so they quickly reached a conclusion. Lies. Lies. The sun is so gorgeous, there's no way they have no connection. Yeah, how could there be a woman in this world who doesn't like Artorius? Even boys should like him. Yes, even boys should. Naturally, as self-proclaimed mothers of Artorius, they all believed that he was the best in the world. Naturally, all women should like him, and anyone who claimed otherwise was either an abnormal person or had ulterior motives. In any case, not a good person. Well then, let's proceed with the next interrogation. X declared after sharing their feelings. Artorius was bewildered. Wait a minute. What are you going to do to me? Ah. No. Anyone. Help. Unfortunately, the Artoria species from the Dark Rounds were all villains, either lawful evil or chaotic evil. Occasionally, there were even a few chaotic evil ones who didn't give a damn and wanted to kidnap Artorius directly to have sex with him. Their attitude towards humans was generally indifferent, let alone a vampire like Artorius. Even if they decided to cut her down right then and there, it wouldn't be out of the question. She was still alive only because of their caution toward Artorius' response if they did something like killing people from this world. So, for the next period of time, Artorius' experience was bound to be very miserable, extremely miserable. It could even be turned into a tragic storybook. Such was the fate of Eclipse Princess of Black Blood, Artorius Brunstud, who was viewed as the final boss by Artorius. Chapter 181, Restless. At the same time. No, I'm still restless. Artorius was in his office, absent-mindedly dealing with government affairs. In reality, he was waiting for further news of Artorius. But as the evening wore on, there was still no sign of any news. It wasn't that the Imperial spies were incompetent, it was simply that the power gap was too vast. Compared to the spies of the Empire, the Artoria species were much more lenient. They would just apprehend the spies, put on black sunglasses, and brandish a metal stick that would flash. T/N, Men in Black's memory eraser reference. You just lost track of Black Princess Artorius. Yes, you lost her and didn't find anything. After one of the Artoria said that, there was a click and the brainwashing was complete. The Imperial spies were a bit dazed momentarily, but then they returned and followed the fake information to report to Agravain. You lost her. With his keen instinct, Agravain immediately sensed that this was anything but ordinary upon hearing the spy's report. However, he didn't know exactly what was unusual about it. Continue the search. We must find Black Princess Artorius, even if it means working overtime. As he spoke sternly, Agravain's aura fluctuated, and his black hair swayed without any wind, falling slightly. Yes, sir. The Imperial spies, who had just undergone brainwashing, quickly regained their composure and stood at attention without hesitation, assuring Agravain. They had determination, courage, and the spirit of sacrifice and dedication for the Empire and humanity. They were willing to stay up all night. With various magecraft and magical drugs available, it was impossible for them to drop dead suddenly. At most, they might lose a few strands of hair, which was trivial. With such thoughts and determination, the Imperial spies marched bravely. Like the newly born Empire, the fledgling spies or intelligence personnel were full of vitality and enthusiasm. These youngsters, who were still not mature enough and lacked the necessary skills, would one day become the pillars of the Empire, just like Agravain. At the same time, the Dragon Emperor temporarily set aside his worries and dissatisfaction. Upon careful consideration, expecting his subordinates to complete the mission in just one day was a bit too demanding. I shouldn't be overly demanding with just one day. After comforting himself with those words, Artorius pushed the matter aside. What should I do next? The training grounds were closed, so Mordred and Artoria came by to invite him for dinner. Considering that Artoria tended to eat endlessly, Artorius declined the invitation. Later, Scathatch also visited. It seemed that there was a breakthrough in puppet technology, and she wanted him to take a look. Artorius declined this as well. Finally, it was X's turn. I've found the base of those Artoria species, Artorius. She eagerly told Artorius. The Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon have also arrived on Earth. We should rush over and catch them off guard. Training techniques and studying magecraft were serious matters, and Artorius hadn't gone to those either, let alone join X in her reckless antics. The answer was, of course, a refusal. But in doing so, Artorius had effectively turned down most of the women who had some kind of relationship with him. It also meant that he couldn't relax and have fun in the coming days. As for Vivian, she had returned to Avalon a few days ago, as the fairies were planning some sort of celebration called a Fairy Great War or something. So she wasn't around either. In that case, it left. Ahem. As he busied pondering, Artorius heard a forced cough behind him. Turning around, he saw the long-awaited aunt, Morgan Le Fay. She was looking at him with anticipation, licking her lips. What a pity, Artorius had completely lost interest. However, if he rejected Morgan again, even if she was a masochist, she would probably get angry. Let's just finish this as quickly as possible. As Artorius thought this to himself, he took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body, and causing Morgan to uncontrollably swallow her saliva. A few seconds later. Wait. Don't be so rough, Artorius. MMFFHHH. Coming. 15 minutes later, faced with Artorius going all out with no reservations, Morgan quickly surrendered, completely powerless to resist, becoming his plaything in a most intimate way. Damn it. Come on, don't be angry. Is this how you're sending me off? Artorius said gently while looking at Morgan's frustrated expression. Damn it. Though she wanted to keep fighting, she couldn't even lift a finger. Tears flowed in her regret. Okay, rest well. Artorius sighed. To soothe Morgan's inner turmoil of frustration and unwillingness, he held her in his arms and whispered in her ear in a gentle tone, next time, we'll. This small comfort lifted Morgan's spirits and significantly increased her fondness for her nephew. The dissatisfaction within her also faded away. Contrary to her usual self, Morgan right now was caught in the throes of infatuation and smiled happily like a foolish teenager. So cute. The gap between this moment of tenderness and shyness in the usually venomous woman was precisely Morgan's charm, making Artorius almost unable to resist staying with her a little longer. Of course, he couldn't. But, for the last 15 minutes, Artorius had spent time soothing his aunt, as well as himself. He always engaged in slow, playful, and comforting little games with her. So, while the quantity of their companionship might have been average, the quality was more than enough. Several minutes later. Now, let's see how you're doing. As he thought like that, Artorius walked toward XX's room. The unfortunate, charming elder sister version of X was still sleeping on the bed. As she slept, she looked serene, emitting a pleasant fragrance of fresh morning dew. It was probably due to her lack of attention to personal hygiene. Artorius sat down on the edge of the bed, reached out, and patted XX's face. When are you going to pretend to sleep? Wake up. Hearing Artorius, XX slowly opened her eyes, her hand pulling the covers to half cover her face, looking at him timidly. Until the next moment. Kia. In XX's cry of surprise, Artorius lifted the covers, then pressed her down. Next, the blanket fell, covering both of them. It blocked the light and sight, creating a closed and narrow sense of space and making her breathing even more rapid. The smell of sweat. Artorius muttered as he gazed at XX. The sweet scent of a woman, mixed with the sweat produced from nervousness, made the enclosed space feel sticky and damp. Hearing Artorius's mutters, XX suddenly felt very shy, turning her head away and not daring to meet his gaze. However. In her scream, her breasts were played with by Artorius. Chapter 182, Equal Love. That's how it is. As XX relaxed in the bath, sipping on chilled fruit juice and letting Artorius, who had transformed into his Shota form, playfully fondle her breasts, she began to recount her story. In the beginning, it was nothing special. Just aimless chaos, fighting against sabers, similar to X. But after several aimless years of this, at the age of 20, XX saw that the number of sabers, or rather, Artoria species in the universe not only hadn't decreased but had actually increased. This left XX feeling bewildered, and her life took a turn for the worse. As she grew older, her thoughts matured and became more realistic. In her 20s, she had no house and no savings. The spaceship Dun Stallion 2 was also broken. What was she going to do in the future? After all, at that age, continuing to mess around was no longer an option. Working odd jobs here and there didn't seem like a viable solution either. With those thoughts in mind, XX abandoned the idea of exterminating sabers. She accepted a settlement and joined the Galaxy Police, living the life of a typical public servant. When rumors of problems in the galaxy arose, she had to go on field duty as soon as possible. Busy and hectic, just like any other public servant, her life was miserable, to say the least. Perhaps not entirely miserable, all things considered. After all, human emotions don't necessarily align and are equal. Her life might be enviable to those who had a worse life than hers. But, in this moment of candidness with XX, Artorius didn't have to concern himself with the miserable lives of others. All he cared about was XX, the one lying in his arms right now. What a pitiful life. Artorius in his Shota form said that as he leaned against XX's breasts. With her 15-year-old, Artoria face, but with a 20-year-old body with great breasts and good curves, XX was indeed a precious miracle. But don't worry. After another moment of fondling, Artorius lifted his head, looking earnestly at XX. After this, you don't have to worry about all that anymore. From now on, just live your life here. I'll make sure you live like a princess. While the level of technology in this world was much lower than in hers, she couldn't shop on Amazonas, play gacha games, indulge in console gaming, or watch TV for entertainment. Artorius could be her entertainment. Could he? Also, XX wasn't a shut-in or an otaku. In her younger days, her entertainment involved beating up sabers. After becoming a Galaxy Police, it was beating up cosmic criminals all over the place. She could still do that on the current Earth. The Empire was currently facing the threat of vampires, and they needed a tough big sister like XX to join. She had years of real combat experience in Sapphire Galaxy and had spent many years as a Galaxy Police. She was a capable figure, not inferior to anyone under Artorius's command. This was like a dream come true. Artorius had been worried that when facing the vampires, his forces might not be enough. Ooh. XX got excited after hearing Artorius say that. Right. I heard it before that you need me. She excitedly propped herself up, making Artorius have to increase the strength of his embrace to prevent himself from bouncing off her breast. Yeah, calm down. Artorius continued to comfort XX gently and listened as she recounted the second part of her story. She heard Artorius's prayer, abandoned her job, gathered her sisters, hijacked a spaceship, and came to Earth where Artorius was. They engaged in a series of battles, and then she was betrayed by her sister YY and fell. He saved her just before she was about to disappear. That's how it is. Listening to XX, Artorius fell silent for several minutes, even stopping his playful antics with her breasts. This made XX feel somewhat uneasy. Artorius, what's wrong? No, it's not, it's just. Artorius opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He then exclaimed in his mind. What the hell? What X had said before is actually true. Is there really that many Artoria species in the servant universe? And they all come to this world? The number of Artorius that came here was in the hundreds, no, maybe thousands, and even though they fought and killed each other along the way, there are still 3 organizations and hundreds of Artorius left. The 3 leaders are all god-level servants and each of them has a powerful strength exceeding the entire empire's forces. Ah, don't worry too much, Artorius. Seeing Artorius in a daze, XX thought he was worried about the other Artoria species. I'll handle them. But Artorius's thought had not ended yet. In this world, can such great things exist? Artorius's face turned crimson, and he instantly felt high as if inhaling weeds, his eyes reddening as he looked at XX. This wasn't like winning the lottery, it was more like getting an extravagant feast served on a silver platter, with boxes of gold bars and jewels to go along with it. Before becoming an admirer of Scathatch, he was an admirer of Artoria above all else, even before he was reincarnated. With so many Artorius on his side, Artorius had no reason to fear the vampires or Crimson Moon. When hundreds of Artorius teamed up, Crimson Moon would be nothing. Even the counterforce like Gaia or Alea would be powerless. From now on, as long as Crimson Moon and the counterforce behaved without causing trouble, Artorius would allow them to enjoy their lives. However, if they dared to provoke him and his empire, he would deal with them without hesitation. With the Artoria species as a backup, Artorius felt much more confident in his decisions. XX tilted her head sideways in confusion as she saw Artorius stay silent. Splash. Suddenly, Artorius stood up directly from the pool and left XX's embrace, switching from his Shota form to his usual Eichmann form. In the next moment, he teleported himself and XX to the changing room, expelled the water droplets and moisture from her, and handed her a towel. Let's go. Artorius said while gazing at XX seriously. Go. Go where? XX asked confusedly. Take me to find those Artoria species, of course. Artorius said without hesitation. Go, find those Artoria species. Yeah. As XX looked at Artorius with astonished wide eyes and an expression of disbelief, he declared decisively. I'm going to find them. Bring them all under my command and give them equal love. Chapter 183, Greed and Desire. As XX looked at Artorius with astonished wide eyes and an expression of disbelief, he declared decisively. I'm going to find them. Bring them all under my command and give them equal love. Eh? Watching Artorius's excited expression, XX was completely dumbfounded. And no, it's just that. As she dressed, XX said to Artorius with a panicked tone. Calm down a bit, Artorius. Do you even know what you're doing? Of course I know. Artorius said without hesitation, walking towards the palace's entrance. Of course, he didn't forget to greet the Einsburn maids along the way. But. Listening to Artorius, XX basically understood. Maybe it was because of his passionate nature, or maybe it was his responsibility as a son. In any case, for whatever reason, Artorius was prepared to take care of hundreds of Artoria species stranded on Earth. From the god-level leaders to the errand girl 666, he was going to take them all and have a great time. This was something XX definitely did not want to see. If possible, she wanted to have Artorius all to herself. Even if she couldn't have him all to herself, she hoped it wouldn't be more than 2 digits. 2 digits were already unbearable, let alone hundreds. And to make matters worse, these hundreds of Artorius were her mortal enemies. Just the thought of them being in Artorius's arms, getting pampered and petted, made XX feel like she was going to explode. These were hundreds of dangerous Artorius, after all. In general, a single Artoria had the power to destroy all life on a planetary surface. Even on Earth, a relatively unique and gifted planet, if all the Artorius banded together, they could dominate the world. In the Age of Gods, they could brawl with Zeus, and in modern times, they could take on Crimson Moon. Considering all of that, Artorius actually wanted to recruit them all. What made XX even more incredulous was that she actually believed he could really do it. Whether it was physical or mental, he could handle it all. After all, he was Artorius, the son of all Artoria species in the universe. As long as he acted a bit spoiled, showed a little noble temperament, and then demonstrated his kingly aura and strength, at least 70% of Artorius would listen to him. After more effort, at least 90% would fall under his control. With 90% of Artorius helping out, any problems would be a piece of cake. But, if there are so many, won't Artorius be overwhelmed? XX muttered, not entirely sure. But, he has Avalon and third magic. In the servant universe, true magic was common things. XXX, along with a bunch of Artorius labeled A to Z, could all coexist. That was because of the fifth magic. Everyone was also immortal, with unlimited resurrection and nearly infinite magical energy. That was because of the third magic. Roaming, time travel, an occasional visit to parallel worlds, that was because of the second magic. In this sense, even if Artorius wanted to keep pampering the Artorius forever, it wouldn't be impossible. But don't overthink it, feel it with your heart. Artorius said seriously to XX. Before, you were betrayed by your own sisters and ended up like that. Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to reclaim everything that was once yours? That. XX unconsciously wanted to say she didn't want to. Maybe she had thought about it before, but now that Artorius was more enticing, she had completely lost interest in them. Leader of the Artoria species, having subordinates numbering in the hundreds and having the might to suppress galaxy, did any of that compare to the allure of Artorius? Not at all. So, tell me, where is that Artoria species organization you belong to now? We're going to take back everything that belongs to you. Even if you say that. XX unconsciously wanted to object, but before she could voice her objections, Artorius grabbed her hand. Let's go. We're going to take back everything that belongs to you absolutely. Come on, tell me, where is your organization now? Though Artorius was strong, he still needed to discuss tactics and strategies. It was best to start with the weaker ones. Both the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds had great strength and strong unity. Only XX's Holy Land Sisterhood had ended up in this somewhat weak state because of the rebellion. With XX in his hands, Artorius could confidently bring her back as the leader, summon her subordinates from the Holy Land Sisterhood, and they would come rushing over to be pampered by him. With the Holy Land Sisterhood as his footing, Artorius could smoothly bring the Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon under his control step by step. With so many mothers helping, the Empire's power will definitely skyrocket. We won't just conquer Earth, we'll be able to expand beyond it into the galaxy earlier than planned. Artorius thought excitedly. Thinking about it, he felt a little thrilled. The next moment, they left Orleans and arrived at a remote farm on the outskirts. Unlike the city with its night markets, the villages and manors in the countryside were all pitch black. Everyone was already asleep, conserving their strength for the labor of the following day. So, what should we do next in terms of development? Should it be like in the servant universe? Abandoning physical body and becoming an energy being like servant. This option had been a good choice before, but Artorius still wasn't quite sure. Because losing one's physical body and becoming an energy being had both advantages and disadvantages. Looking at the servant universe, it had transformed from a single region on Earth to a super civilization spanning the entire galaxy in a short time. It had arguably surpassed most parallel worlds in Nasuverse. But this also had its downsides, as it almost completely ruled out the possibility of further advancement. In the servant universe, everyone was an energy being without flesh. You could have all the intimate moments you wanted, and all the pampering you desired. But having children was basically out of the question. There, creating new life could only be done in two ways. One was to use the fifth magic to infinitely split a single individual across different time periods, similar to the Artoria species. The other was to use cloning technology for replication. But whether it was cloning or using the fifth magic, strictly speaking, it was just copying existing individuals rather than creating entirely new life. From this perspective, the humans of the servant universe had also lost their future. When mingling within a single galaxy, this wasn't much of an issue. But if you wanted to break out of your own galaxy and venture into the depths of the universe, the foundations of the servant universe would seem somewhat lacking. So, if possible, it's best to keep the physical bodies intact. It makes it easier to increase the population. Artorius thought to himself. As time passed, he was starting to feel a bit greedy. In the past, civilizations like the servant universe, which had completely transcended Earth and ventured into the galaxy, had been quite enviable. However, with new options before him, he found the servant universe's achievements less impressive. Men were always like this. Greed and desire were the driving forces propelling humanity forward. When he didn't have something, just having X or XX made him happy. But when he actually had them both, he wanted more. If this time, Artorius could truly capture hundreds of those Artorius, then the next time, he might want even more. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Muttering these words, XX eventually followed behind Artorius, heading toward the location where she knew the Holy Land Sisterhood was. After betraying XX, YY had indeed left with her people to find a new hideout. But XX was, after all, the elder sister of those bunch of Artorius. Saying she had no information would be nonsense. At a farmhouse on the outskirts of the city, XX directly contacted her trusted informant within the organization and quickly pinpointed YY's location. Shouldn't we prepare a bit more? XX still hesitated. There must be over 100 of them. If it comes to a real fight. Don't worry, we won't fight. Artoria said calmly. By now, the sky had turned completely dark, and under the moonlight, the once dragon emperor now in the Eichmann form looked so handsome that XX was momentarily stunned. With me here, all the Artoria species will keep the peace. Saying those words with confidence, Artorius took XX's hand and continued. All Artoria species like me. All Artoria species will listen to me. Isn't that right, XX? Although she wanted to refute him, XX had to admit he made sense. Just as earlier, she wore a cute and sulky expression to convey her dissatisfaction to Artorius but was instantly charmed by his tenderness. At this moment, they appeared more like siblings or a couple rather than mother and son. Of course, XX didn't mind it that way. For now, let's trust him. Let's do as he says, for now. Thinking like that, XX's heart became very sweet. However, the next moment. Sensing danger, Artorius turned around and saw a slender figure of a girl rushing toward him. She had tears in her eyes, pursed her lips, and was clutching a dagger while aiming it at his waist. In the moonlight, he clearly saw her face. It was Artoria's face. Chapter 184, The Cause of the War. Sensing danger, Artorius turned around and saw a slender figure of a girl rushing toward him. She had tears in her eyes, pursed her lips, and was clutching a dagger while aiming it at his waist. In the moonlight, he clearly saw her face. It was Artoria's face. Artorius was so surprised that he couldn't react immediately, and for the same reason, XX also stood frozen in place, eyes wide with disbelief. The Artoria figure charged towards them, appearing ready to take down Artorius. After Artorius finally regained his senses, the Artoria figure was only a short distance away. At this moment, Artorius could have attacked, dodged, or reacted differently to avoid her, but he didn't. His heart held a mixture of surprise, disbelief, and even anger. After all, it was someone with his mother's face who was trying to kill him. How could he not be angry? However, watching her determined actions, her eyes filled with tears, Artorius's heart softened. In an instant, he calmed down. Besides, a little stab was nothing to him, it was akin to a mere needle poke. He would consider it payback for all the stabs that his spear inflicted on the Artoria species in the past and would continue to do so in the future. With this thought in mind, Artorius didn't dodge or react but let her stab him in the side with the dagger. Stab. Artorius. It took XX, who was slow to react, a moment to snap back to reality. She shouted in frustration and drew Rongaminiad LR, ready to strike at the Artoria figure and put an end to her. Stop, XX. However, Artorius stopped her and, at the same time, embraced the girl who had charged at him like a murderous maniac. After hitting her target, the girl's gaze became vacant, and she seemed confused. Perhaps she hadn't expected to succeed. You. After Artorius embraced her, the Artoria figure was even more stunned, unable to fathom why he treated her so gently. She looked at Artorius with astonishment. Seeing the gentleness in his eyes and understanding his intentions without words, she cried even harder. Hicks. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't want to do this, but I had to kill you. It's the only way to bring peace to the world. Only when the object of everyone's desire is gone can this war cease. I'm sorry, Artorius, I'm so sorry. Hicks. Saying these words, she pushed the dagger in deeper, sobbing uncontrollably in Artorius's arms. Why did it come to this? It's okay. Artorius said, his smile gentle. A mere stab wouldn't kill him. As for her claims about killing him for world peace, Artorius just smiled and didn't take it seriously. War will always exist. Conflict will always persist. He couldn't die yet. He had a reason to live. The war that Artoria species had unleashed because of him, he could just resolve it. What a naive, kind, and sweet child. Artorius thought as he watched the girl cry in his arms. He ran his fingers through her hair, ready to console her some more. Though they hadn't exchanged many words, based on the information from XX and X, Artorius could piece together this child's emotional journey. As a member of the organization of the Artoria species that had come to this world, she must have witnessed the havoc caused by the Artoria species. Running rampant, ruthless infighting, innocent lives destroyed, and the planet devastated. A series of heinous acts, countless sins, and an overwhelming list of crimes. This child initially just felt out of place, and then it grew into a deep despair. Perhaps in one war after another, she lost some good friends. She might have even crossed swords with her closest companions. Or perhaps, just like XX's encounter with betrayal, this child faced betrayal or witnessed it. Witnessing these ugly and heinous crimes happening right in front of her eyes, watching the once sisterly bond between the Artorius crumble, her heart was filled with pain and anguish. She eventually arrived at a conclusion. It's Artorius. It's Artorius's existence that caused all of this. If only there were no Artorius. All of these won't happen. But Artorius is my son. How can a mother harm her own son? What should I do? What should I do? Simple, just snatch him then. Someone suddenly responded. Those were the words of Alpha, and she was from the same organization as her, the Holy Land Sisterhood. Her name was Omega, and Alpha was her best friend. Alpha was the kind who could talk about anything. So, Omega shared her troubles with Alpha. At that time, Alpha, confident and straightforward, said without hesitation. We must use violence to combat violence. We must use absolute power to lead the masses. As long as we confirm Artorius' existence, the wars of Artoria species will end, and peace will return to the galaxy. Is that so? Although Omega felt that something wasn't quite right, she didn't dwell on it and accepted Alpha's words. Obviously. Unlike the sensitive Omega, Alpha was a very assertive and confident Artoria species. With her great sword, called Super Heavy Sword of Victory, Excalibur, she was a powerful figure in the organization, second only to the leader XX and the vice leader YY. She was in a league of her own among the members, much stronger than the average Artoria species. From her birth, she believed she had the presence of an emperor and was convinced she would become the most powerful among the Artoria species. In numerous battles against enemies, Alpha always led the charge and protected the weaker Omega. They supported each other and faced many challenges together. But eventually, she fell. Though strong, 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands, and good Artorius couldn't always prevail against bad ones. In one battle, Alpha and Omega found themselves trapped, surrounded by 7 or 8 hostile Artorius. Alpha told Omega to call for reinforcements while Alpha stayed behind alone to hold the enemy back. As expected, she was overwhelmed by the hostile Artorius. When Omega arrived with a group of sisters, Alpha had only a breath left, lying in front of her. Sorry. I can't protect you anymore. From today onwards, you must learn to be strong, Omega. With those words, Alpha held Omega's hand which slowly disappeared into light particles. Alphia. The loss of her best friend drained all color from Omega's world. Afterward, she had only one thought left in her heart. That was to kill Artorius and put an end to all this farce. She couldn't allow what happened to her best friend to happen again. With this determination, Omega seemed to mature overnight. Afterward, she remained with the Holy Land Sisterhood, always leading the charge in battles, running ahead to survive. Her goal was simple, to survive until she reached Earth and found Artorius. Her effort paid off, and she did indeed find Artorius. What happened next is as follows. This is a simple story of a common Artoria species. Through a series of brainstorming, logical analysis, intelligence assessment, and broken speech of Omega, Artorius essentially grasped her actions. Poor girl. Even as he contemplated this, Artorius couldn't help but feel a profound sense of guilt, aware of the unrest he had caused. However, at the same time, XX, who stood nearby, had a slightly perplexed expression and muttered softly, You mean that brat, Alpha? I remember she was reborn the next day. Thanks to gorging on honey-roasted yams from the gluttonous sweet potato planet, she missed our ship. She's probably wandering aimlessly somewhere in the Sapphire Galaxy now. Thinking about this, XX looked at Omega with a gaze that resembled someone looking at a fool. If the situation weren't so delicate, Artorius might have chuckled at XX's antics, while taking advantage of the opportunity to cuddle the girl in his arms. Don't worry. Artorius reassured Omega with conviction. Such a thing won't happen again in the future. Really? Omega questioned. I will put an end to this war once and for all. But don't worry, I don't blame you. Listening to Artorius, Omega looked into his eyes, observing them earnestly, making sure he was sincere and not deceiving her. Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears and threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ah, she's quite the crybaby. Artorius thought with a smile. With the misunderstanding cleared up when we reach the Holy Land Sisterhood, everyone will find happiness. His mind was filled with this pleasant idea, while he prepared to console Omega further. However, in the next moment, Omega's body suddenly trembled and then stiffened. She then raised her head, her expression one of disbelief. Ah. Under the astonished gazes of Artorius and XX, a figure appeared behind Omega. Saber, Artoria species, detected. With a pure, innocent, and joyful smile, mysterious heroine X made her grand entrance and without hesitation, fatally stabbed Omega from behind. Ah. 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 In her final moments, Omega looked at Artorius with clear eyes and opened her mouth, but could not say anything. She just uttered 3 ah. But even so, Artorius understood what she wanted to convey. Omega's meaning was clear, I've been wrong all along. The conflicts among the Artoria species weren't all your fault, Artorius. Chapter 185, XX, and the voice of counterforce. But even so, Artorius understood what she wanted to convey. Omega's meaning was clear, I've been wrong all along. The conflicts among the Artoria species weren't all your fault, Artorius. X. Artorius shouted X's name loudly as he looked at her who wore a joyful smile. At the same time, Omega in his arms transformed into light particles and disappeared. On his other side, XX raised her lance and adopted a defensive stance. Even though both of them were mysterious heroine, and one could argue they were the same person, X was a representation of her past self that she cherished. However, XX couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this X, something's off. XX thought. What are you doing, X? At the same time, Artorius couldn't contain his questioning tone any longer. What am I doing? I'm eliminating the saber and Artoria species, of course. X responded, looking entirely nonchalant with her, a hogue, standing on end. As if came to a realization, X said loudly, could it be that Artorius, you've fallen for this evil fellow? Seduced by her appearance. That won't do. Hurry up. As she spoke, X pulled a stack of postcards from her barren chest and handed them to Artorius. In the future, look at these more often, so you won't be tempted by them. X's expression was dead serious, but her actions were so absurd that Artorius couldn't help but find it amusing. Are you fucking serious? Artorius said speechlessly in his mind. She had given Artorius postcards with her own picture on them. This. Artorius began to talk but struggled to find the right words. From the very beginning, X had been clear about her intentions. She wanted to eliminate all the sabers as well as Artoria species in the universe and make it her lifelong mission. Artorius had never taken this seriously. He had always thought of her as a comedic character, doing things just for laughs, like when she reported to him about the Artoria species who came to Earth and her daily battles with them. He had always treated it as a joke. But who would have thought that all of it was true? Although Artorius had known that X had already killed countless Artoria species, this time, it was different, and he found it difficult to accept. You seem a bit off. X said, frowning at him. But it doesn't matter. Move aside, son. X's fighting spirit surged. What do you want to do? Artorius thought about what X intended to do, and his heart began to race. Of course, killing Artoria species. X grasped her sword, her eyes gleaming with the desire for battle and the joy of defeating her arch-nemesis. If you stand in my way, I won't be able to kill her. X was of course referring to the mature version of herself, XX, who was behind Artorius. You. Artorius instinctively wanted to retort loudly, something like absurd. How can you bear to harm such a good woman? Doesn't your conscience ache? But he couldn't find an excuse due to the reasons mentioned earlier. Before Artorius could figure out how to get X to back down, XX spoke. You're me from a few seasons ago. XX said as she stepped forward. She looked at X with nostalgia. Indeed, gorgeous and dignified. That's nice. It was like an office lady looking at her lively high school self in an old photo. Servants were really convenient, there was no need to worry about causality or paradox bullshit when meeting each other. At the same time, X was full of fighting spirit, gripping her sword and taking a stance against XX. Another Artoria species, and a big one at that. Step back, Artorius. X commanded loudly, seemingly determined to battle XX. At the same time, XX remained casual. Full of hope for the future, pure love for the son. But also an underlying anxiety about everything around. So cute. XX looked at X with eyes that resembled the way an elder sister looked at her younger sister. However, XX's actions didn't match her tone and words. Back then, I was an edgy heroine who treated everyone I met like a saber, always wanted to fight everyone, but that's not good at all, it would cause trouble for everyone. As she said those words, XX's body began to transform slightly, resembling a character from tokusatsu drama, almost like a Gundam, with armor covering her vital areas. In her hand, she held Reincarnated LR. In terms of combat power, XX was undoubtedly an extraordinary warrior. Going all out could shatter a planet. She was X's strongest opponent yet. So, let's start with taking you out. XX declared. After saying those words, the power system built into armor Avalon ignited in a burst of blue flames, propelling XX at maximum speed toward the opposing X. The Holy Sword and the Holy Lance clashed violently, unleashing an unparalleled force that rustled Artorius's clothing. Unlike the suspiciously sourced Holy Sword of X, the Holy Lance of XX was at least an authentic universe-level ancient relic. When she swung the lance with all her might, it created a galactic nebula cutter which produced a light beam that resembled a swirling nebula. This special attack was one of her noble phantasms known as Nameless Nebula Sword, Secret Miniad, a lethal move that knew no distinction between friend and foe. When she unleashed the lance's full power by removing the safety limiter, it became the ultimate slash at the level of the galaxy, even the universe itself. The true name of this noble phantasm was Ether Space, yet lawful. Although she shouted many things in accordance with her mood at the time, such as Twin Miniad Disaster or Double X Dynamic. However, the galaxy and the universe alike quaked under the might of this unparalleled move. Both the Nameless Nebula Sword, Secret Miniad, and the Ether Space, yet lawful, were EX rank noble phantasms, while the armor Avalon was an EX rank defense. XX, possessing the most potent attack and the most robust defense, was undoubtedly the most powerful heroine in the world, whereas X, holding the strange holy sword, was in an entirely different league. As XX charged at X, on X's left hand suddenly appeared another sword. A sinister crimson-hued sword with an ominous red glow. Don't underestimate me. I won't let you steal the heroine throne from me. Watch me defeat you. X shouted loudly. Light and darkness combined, doubling her power. It was the dual-wielding style. The blue-hued sword on the right hand, the crimson-hued sword on the left hand. With the use of a dual-wielding style, X's noble phantasm, originally at an A+, surged to an immeasurable EX rank. Perhaps it was slightly less potent than the nameless nebula sword, secret miniad, but it still belonged to the same class of attack. With enough effort, it could become a terrifying weapon capable of piercing the planet. Hey, just what I wanted. You fool who can't be reasoned with need a good lesson. XX shouted with ridicule, gathering her power to its fullest extent. Are you kidding me? They use this kind of attack. Meanwhile, as Artorius witnessed this scene, he felt his heart rate skyrocket. If they really clash like this, the Earth will be destroyed, won't it? The battle between X and XX was unlike the previous battle between X and Space Lion King. It didn't employ the unique bounded field of the servant universe, and all destruction was unrestricted. Their attacks were on a universal scale after all. Compared to these monsters, the so-called EA was nothing more than child's play. Wait a minute, you two. While Artorius was shouting in desperation, trying to make these two rascals stop, he realized that this world wasn't the comedy world of Servant Universe. If they unleashed their full power here, there would be no turning back. Earth would be destroyed permanently. However, at this moment, X and XX, who were already in the heat of battle, either didn't hear his words or simply didn't care. They showed no signs of stopping. Oh, sword of starlight. The red ones, black ones, and white ones must be destroyed. Keep this a secret, X, Caliba. Twin Miniad disaster. Both X and XX unleashed their noble phantasms simultaneously. Stop. Amid Artorius's frantic shouts, a sudden power emanated from within him. It was a presence that communicated with him directly through the depths of his soul. Do you wish to form a contract with me? In his desperation, Artorius considered yielding to the voice, but another voice suddenly sounded from his innermost being. Please, please draw the holy sword. Guardian of the planet, please, use this power. Unlike the first voice that offered a contract, which sounded mechanical and calm, this one was frail, helpless, pitiful, and trembling like a little girl. Artorius quickly identified the owner of this voice. The former was Aleia, while the latter was Gaia. And the holy sword she mentioned was undoubtedly not the imperial sword Clarence symbolizing human authority but another one. The sword of promised victory, Excalibur. Different from the usual A-rank noble phantasm, it only unleashed its full power when the planet was in danger. It was an integral part of the planet's defense mechanism. With Gaia's full support, the power unleashed by Excalibur, while perhaps not as powerful in nature as XX's Rangaminiad LR, was still stronger than X's secret Caliba. But the problem was. But the current situation doesn't call for an attack on something. If I use Excalibur to attack, won't it get worse? And no. Hearing Artorius say that, the voice of Gaia seemed to grow even more timid and downcast. It's transferring the power of Excalibur to enhance Avalon, and then. Listening to this timid voice, Artorius suddenly understood her meaning. Unleashing Avalon to defend the planet. If it were supplemented by Excalibur and fully supported by Gaia, it would become the most potent defense on Earth. With this kind of defense, perhaps he could withstand the noble phantasms of X and XX. Chapter 186, Become a God. Unleashing Avalon to defend the planet. If it were supplemented by Excalibur and fully supported by Gaia, it would become the most potent defense on Earth. With this kind of defense, perhaps he could withstand the noble phantasms of X and XX. I understand. Artorius's conversation with Gaia may seem lengthy, but because it's a mental conversation, only a moment has passed in actual time. He grasped the meaning of her words and began to calculate and think. But then, he quickly encountered a problem. But what should I do? Avalon is a bounded field centered around the user, and the power of Excalibur requires the user's activation. Both of them combined, and Artorius himself had to operate both of them. All this talk with Gaia was actually pointless. The only useful thing was that he had to stand between X and XX, physically blocking their attacks while withstanding the noble phantasms of Rangaminiad LR and Secret Caliba. Thinking of this, Artorius naturally wanted to shout to Gaia, I can't do it. But even if he did shout that, the easily deceived, clueless Gaia would only look helpless and whimper, then become flustered. Gaia's life or death was of no concern to Artorius, he didn't really care. However, this planet couldn't be destroyed. His empire, his loved ones, and everything he cared about were here. If all of this were destroyed because of the foolish actions of these two Artorius, that would be the biggest joke of all time. In that case, he had no choice but to give it his all. Artorius had never thought that he would face a world-ending crisis for the first time in this ridiculous way, a crisis against his own mothers. Since it's come to this, there's no other choice. With that thought in his heart, Artorius made a decision and communicated with Gaia. Use all your power, release all the power of Excalibur, and empower me, cooperate with me. Why yes, I understand. Gaia replied with a trembling and fearful voice. Under the threat of destruction, Gaia couldn't remain calm either. After all, she was a fool who got scammed with just a few words from Crimson Moon. The next moment, as X and XX raised their weapons high and shouted their noble phantasms together as if they were about to unleash a powerful light beam to cut down the enemy and the entire planet, Artorius appeared between them. For the last time, stop. As he yelled, Artorius drew his Excalibur and fully unleashed Avalon, creating an invincible defensive bounded field around himself. Excalibur shone with a brilliant golden light, reaching its peak, and in the next moment, this radiant light dispersed, merging into the invincible bounded field of Avalon. I will give it my all to support you. Gaia's voice came. Artorius quickly sensed a surge of power continuously entering his body. This was Gaia's power, channeling a large amount of true ether through the Earth's ley lines into his body. The purity has increased. Artorius thought. With the third magic, he possessed limitless magical energy. However, he couldn't obliterate a planet with a single blow because his instantaneous output wasn't strong enough. But now, with Gaia's assistance, his body and soul were transforming towards greater purity and stronger output. In other words, he was becoming a godly entity. Artorius Pendragon's body was transitioning from an ordinary human to the direction of a god. He felt as if in the next moment, he would transform into a pure white dragon. Of course, he suppressed this feeling. XXX, stop. While shouting, Artorius released his power to the fullest. Avalon and Excalibur combined to create the most powerful defensive bounded field on Earth. It was strong enough to resist the meteor that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs, to withstand the Velber from beyond the galaxy, and to withstand the full force attacks of X and XX. Artorius. Artorius. Seeing Artorius appear in between their attack, both X and XX exclaimed in amazement. They wanted to stop, but it was too late. Two immensely powerful EX-rank noble phantasms, capable of shattering planets, with unparalleled brilliance, were about to hit him, and finally, they hit. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. In that instant, they created a terrifying explosion like the Tunguska event. The earth shattered, the air burned, and the world crumbled. This planet was heading towards destruction. The power capable of shattering a planet was directly hitting the invincible bounded field of Avalon. Death was just a step away from Artorius. Even the so-called absolute defense was gradually shrinking under the pressure of the two EX-rank noble phantasms. And no. Am I going to die? Artorius heard Gaia's wail. It was a genuine cry. In the original story, she was supposed to face death calmly in the timeline of Land of Steel when she was about to die. But now, in reality, she cried like a pesky little sprite that had been stepped on. Crimson Moon. Crimson Moon. Save me. Gaia started calling out in a very disgraceful manner. Shut up. Artorius yelled in anger. Hicks. I don't want to die. God damn it. I told you to shut the fuck up. Through their soul connection, Artorius yelled again in frustration. That worthless woman isn't worth relying on at all. You're useless. If you want to survive, give me all your power. But. No time to hesitate. Give me all your power if you want to stay alive for fuck's sake. Alright. It seemed that due to a combination of fear of death and Artorius's commanding presence, she became obedient. In any case, a more potent and pure power flowed through the ley lines, directly merging with his body and soul, strengthening and infusing into Avalon through Artorius as a conduit. Rumble. It felt like going with a 30-centimeter wide train into a 12-centimeter narrow tunnel, with a strong sense of swelling and pain that made Artorius's temples throb, feeling like he was about to burst. Just now, it was the level of an ordinary god, but now, it's at the level of a chief god. Gaia still stuttered, and though he couldn't see her face, Artorius could easily imagine her looking quite pitiful. See, can you really handle it? Shut up. Just keep outputting your power. Artorius said, gritting his teeth against the pain. He didn't have the energy to talk right now. Avalon's bounded field was still damaged, still crumbling and retracting inward, but it was much slower now. Artorius could only hope that X and XX would stop soon, or else he'd have to ask Gaia for more support. By then, the outcome might not be so wonderful. XX, don't disappoint me now. As he watched the bounded field slowly shrinking inward, Artorius thought grimly to himself. At the same time, a violent explosion and a blinding light, like a newborn sun, drew the attention of everyone in Orleans. Even though most of the energy from X and XX's attacks had been blocked by Avalon, the residual energy still caused tremendous damage. The ground cracked, earth layers collapsed, and lava began to emerge, engulfing everything on the surface like wounds on the earth. If this continued, the planet might actually break apart. Everyone who sensed this power shouted, "What the heck?" The apocalypse suddenly descended out of nowhere without a sound. Whether they were people of the Empire or the Artoria species, they were all stunned and at a loss when they realized their impending fate. What's going on? Who did this? This power, it's Saber. Artoria species' power. XX still alive. Although many expressed anger and astonishment, it was all in vain. The real solution to the problem still depended on Artorius himself. Arg. Under the searing and terrifying energy bombardment, Artorius's frost-silver armor had completely shattered, revealing his sturdy and upright body. His handsome short platinum hair floated, and his entire body was taut as he watched the bounded field inch closer. "Ah. I'm done for." Gaia shouted frantically. "Shut up." Although he said that to Gaia, deep down, Artorius himself couldn't help but feel despair. Is it really over? Am I really going to be killed by my mothers? Is this some kind of parody of the Battle of Camlin? After I die, will I resurrect in the servant universe or something? No, that's not my fate. It can't be. I will surpass all of this. Even if my opponent is Artoria species, I will definitely win. With unparalleled determination, the bounded field finally stopped when it was just centimeters away from his body. Afterward, the light beams changed their course and shot up into the sky. Sensing Artorius's dangerous situation, XX and X both ceased their attacks. They struggled to control their powers, adjusting the angle to redirect the blasts toward the sky, neutralizing the excess energy harmlessly. The originally explosive two light beams turned into two towering pillars of light. An attack capable of tearing apart the planet had finally been completely neutralized. The inexplicable crisis that could have destroyed the world had passed quietly. Seeing this, Artorius finally breathed a sigh of relief. This must be what it feels like to be a character in the world of comedy. Facing death is just a casual, daily occurrence. If cartoons like Tom and Jerry or SpongeBob weren't a comedy world, the characters in it would have died 1,000 times over. Thinking like that, he stopped the Avalon and sheathed Excalibur. Could you give the power back?" Gaia muttered timidly, but Artorius paid no attention to what she said. He had more important things to do than deal with her complaints right now. Chapter 187, Punishment. With a gaze full of majesty, the Dragon Emperor looked at his two so-called mothers. It made the two of them tremble, and they immediately softened. Artorius. The slightly mature XX muttered his name and revealed an embarrassed expression. She knew she had done something wrong and was prepared for a scolding. The younger X, on the other hand, was different. Her expression was stiff, her eyes flickered, and she seemed ready to make a quick escape as if she were a mischievous child caught by her parents after causing trouble. Oh, I suddenly remembered, the reactor of Dun Stallion 2 hasn't been shut down. I'll go back first. After being stared at by Artorius, X said loudly while turning around, preparing to run away. But before that could happen, X. Artorius called her name. At the same time, he grabbed the collar of her clothes. X's body tensed instantly. He grabbed her arm and waist, lifting her up entirely. Where do you think you're going? Artorius whispered calmly into her ear. If it were any other time, X would have already been happily smiling at Artorius with such close contact, but not now. Right now, she shivered like a frightened kitten and struggled hard. I'm sorry. I messed up, please forgive me, Artorius. X apologized continuously as she struggled while looking at Artorius with pitiful eyes. However, it didn't work. Do you think this is as simple as breaking a vase? Apologizing casually and saying you'll be more careful next time is enough to get away with it. Just like all final boss villains. Artorius said these words in a magnetic and charming voice right by X's ear. It was like a seduction, and she felt very scared but also a bit excited at the same time. Because you were too unrestrained before and didn't face any consequences, you've developed this kind of personality. Don't worry, I'll educate you properly. I'll give you a memorable lesson so you'll never misbehave again in your life. Artorius continued to whisper in her ear. Hicks. X completely gave up resisting and cried. She went limp and collapsed into his embrace. At the same time, Artorius turned to XX. You too. The big sister, who was stared at by Artorius, involuntarily shivered. You're already grown up, don't you know the seriousness of the situation? You're supposed to be an adult by now. Yes, I'm sorry. XX said timidly. But. No buts. You will also be punished. Oh okay. XX blushed shyly and turned her head away. I'll accept the punishment. The Dragon Emperor remained silent for a few seconds. He felt there was something wrong with XX's way of thinking. After saying so much, did she really think he was joking? Did she think her punishment would be a simple scolding, and then she could apologize and promise to be more careful next time, and that would be the end of it? What a joke. If he did that, it would be more like a reward than a punishment. Artorius believed that if he didn't make a clear distinction between right and wrong, reward and punishment, it wouldn't have any effect. X and XX, these two foolish lasses, would not learn from their mistakes. They might even become more reckless next time, or worse. If news of this incident were to spread and he was seen as lenient and forgiving, Artorius was sure that the other women in his harem would also start to act recklessly, without fear of the consequences. Maybe next time, it would be Mordred beating up Gaia, and then Morgan challenging Alea. The harem would explode, and the empire would collapse. Artorius would have to retreat to the throne of heroes with these bizarre women and spend his days enjoying their company. So, he had to punish them severely, make X and XX realize how serious their actions were, and teach them a lesson they would never forget. But the problem was, Artorius hesitated. If he really stripped them naked and beat them severely, leaving them bruised and battered, and then saw them crying and clinging to each other with fearful eyes, he felt it would be too cruel, especially with that Artoria face. And would that even really make them yield? They were both powerful females, a little pain and suffering wouldn't faze them. So, what should he do? After thinking for a while, Artorius quickly came up with an idea. Next, the two of you will. Gulp. The two of them swallowed hard, feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. In any case, start by going to the dungeon. In the following days, from the dungeons of the Palace of Orleans, there would always be eerie cries and howls that sent shivers down the spines of those who couldn't comprehend. But at the same time, if one were to observe the palace maids, they were seemingly unfazed by these eerie sounds, which was rather peculiar. What's happening? Nothing at all. Oh. Although everyone could discern that this lament sounded very much like Artoria's voice, what did that matter? Artoria had been beating up Mordred every day in the training grounds for the past few days. Emperor, every day, sent down plenty of delicacies, cream pastries, and the like, and whenever that happened, the cries from the dungeons grew even louder. The mournful and heart-wrenching feeling made many people sigh involuntarily. How much suffering and hardship must one endure to be crying like that? Just like tonight. Artorius, as usual, descended into the dungeons with a lavish spread of food. 3 maids of Einsburn pushed the food cart behind him. Everyone wore smiles, appearing quite delighted. Before the people even arrived, the aroma of the food wafted through the air. Locked inside their cells, X and XX, who had their powers drained from their bodies and now lay limp, much like ordinary people, in restrictive clothing, cried out in excitement. Artorius. Please, please, I know I was wrong, forgive me. Hicks, I can't take it anymore, kill me, just kill me. Whether begging for mercy or begging for death, Artorius paid no attention. He just sat down with a smile in front of the cell where they were held, one delicious dish after another placed on the table. Look, this is oven-roasted duck. Ah. Ah. And this is braised lamb. Ugh. No. And this is steamed lamb and bear paw. The two Artorius were in agony. Artorius's method of punishing the two Artorius was quite simple, lock them up and deny them food. For ordinary people, such punishment was generally not much and stupid. Going without food for 2 or 3 days was indeed very distressing, but usually not life-threatening. However, after 4 or 5 days without food, it became dangerous. X and XX, however, were not ordinary people, they were servants from Servant Universe. Servants were entities of energy. Strictly speaking, as long as magical energy existed, X and XX would not die. Even if they die, they would just be reborn in the Servant Universe like nothing. But not dying did not mean it was bearable. For the Artoria species, not being allowed to eat was torture, more agonizing than dying since dying was their everyday routine. Going without food for several days was more effective, especially for the Artoria species. They were not allowed to eat, and at the same time, they were forced to watch Artorius cut steak with graceful elegance, slowly, piece by piece, chewing and swallowing those meat chunks. This was a form of torture within the torture. In fact, in the dungeon, there was equipment with a similar function, a brainwashing device that created illusions of Artorius feasting with them while they were restrained. This set of punishments might not work well on ordinary people, but for Artoria species, it was like a supercritical special attack. In an instant, XX was crying in agony and losing her voice. On the other hand, X had tears of blood streaming from her eyes, literally. They wanted to close their eyes, cover their ears, not see or hear, or even hold their breath to avoid smelling. But it was impossible. With their powers sealed to that of ordinary humans, they were forced, under the alchemical machinery's compulsion, to keep their eyes wide open, ears alert, taking in everything before them. In this way, the lesson should be profound enough, but watching their condition, Artorius believed that this punishment was enough. But the problem was, would they become insane and darkened if it continued? Would there be any issues? As he pondered this, he turned to look at Scathatch beside him. It was with the help of Scathatch that Artorius was able to devise this special equipment for the Artoria species. It's all right. Seemingly aware of what he was thinking, Scathatch assured him. Artoria species are resilient beings. They won't break down over something small. Something small? We are talking about Artoria species here. Looking at X and XX, who seemed dazed, Artorius couldn't help but be amazed. If this is considered small, then what's considered big? Of course. Scathatch continued. Psychological trauma is inevitable. At least, they didn't lose their mind and become a lunatic. Seeing Artorius's expression, Scathatch smiled. What, feeling sorry for them? Of course, he felt sorry for them. Even though they were foolish and dumb, but even if they were foolish, they were still his mothers. Seeing them like this, how could sons not feel sorry for their mothers? Should we let them go? Scathatch asked. Artorius thought for a moment and then decided. Give them 2 more days. He felt sorry, but sometimes one needed to punish their loved ones when they were at fault. Today's excessive pampering could lead to rebellion tomorrow. They nearly destroyed the earth. If he let them off too easily just because he felt sorry for them, Artorius might as well not have an empire. They could all commit mass suicide and have a feast on the throne of heroes. Chapter 188, Awkwardness. Artorius thought for a moment and then decided. Give them 2 more days. He felt sorry, but sometimes one needed to punish their loved ones when they were at fault. Today's excessive pampering could lead to rebellion tomorrow. They nearly destroyed the earth. If he let them off too easily just because he felt sorry for them, Artorius might as well not have an empire. They could all commit mass suicide and have a feast on the throne of heroes. Hearing Artorius's decision, Scathatch's lips curled upwards, a fleeting smile that seemed to show her strong support for his decision. Or perhaps, she simply found it amusing to see her rivals in a tough spot. The other members of the harem probably felt the same way, except for Artoria and Mordred. Despite their intense animosity towards the Artoria species from the servant universe, they knew that those Artoria species were somewhat their counterparts, especially Artoria. Seeing someone who looked almost identical to them crying and whining because they couldn't eat, gave them a strange sense of schadenfreude. Just thinking about what would happen if the situation were to fall into their laps made Artoria and Mordred shudder. They would go out of their way to please Artorius, trying to cuddle and lick him as if to show how well-behaved and obedient they were. They also knew when to leave him alone and give him some space if he was busy or didn't want to be disturbed, unlike those sisters from the parallel world who always caused trouble everywhere. Furthermore, they didn't want to be seen as troublesome women in need of constant pampering. Now, this is what an emperor should be like. Scathatch thought with contentment as she watched this scene unfold. A true ruler should wield both kindness and authority, especially when dealing with companions who fought alongside them to conquer the world. These people, relying on their merits, could easily become arrogant and unruly, posing a threat to the grand cause. In such situations, an excellent ruler should take preventive measures and act as a healer, guiding and saving their comrades. Evil rulers, on the other hand, would simply initiate a purge, executing all their fellow warriors without mercy. Artorius was undoubtedly an excellent ruler, and he had never considered cutting down his loyal officials and generals. But some adjustment was necessary. It was all for the greater and their own good, after all. Artorius, don't go. I know I was wrong. Ah. There was a table full of dishes, but Artorius only ate a little before pushing the table away and getting up. Watching Artorius like that, XX continued to shout in vain, while X stretched her neck desperately as if trying to inhale the last bit of the food's aroma. But whether it was XX or X, Artorius paid them no attention. He ignored the pitiful mothers and left the dungeon. As Artorius grew farther away from them, he eventually disappeared around a dark corner, leaving X and XX shedding tears of regret. At the same time, as he walked up the ascending stairs, Artorius pushed aside the matter of Artoria species and decided to change the subject. How's the analysis of Dun Stallion 2 going? To be honest, it's not going too well. Scathatch said calmly. Our technology isn't compatible with theirs. The crucial problem is that there are many inexplicable substances in their technology that don't exist in our world. Scathatch's words plunged Artorius into deep thought. Thinking back to the servant universe, X's infinite bean paste, Alterium, Artorium, and so on. They were all comical substances. Legitimate universes didn't have these things. Can we find alternatives? Or perhaps understand their technology and create something similar? Artorius inquired further. It's possible, but it might not be worth the effort. Scathatch continued and shook her head, further dampening his enthusiasm. Artorius understood her point. Gradually climbing the technological tree was one thing, but recklessly pursuing a bunch of fringe technology without understanding its underlying principles was another. The former might be slow but had a solid foundation, while the latter, although momentarily impressive, was like a drifting weed without roots. If Artorius had unlimited power and resources, perhaps he could consider all options. However, the Empire's resources were limited, and the loyalty of the mages serving the Empire was questionable. As everyone knew, most mages were inherently selfish individuals. Their desires to reach the root or achieve their own goals often outweighed the interests of the Empire and the tasks assigned to them by the Empire. In such a situation, progress in both the Illuminati and the Empire's expansion, as well as the development of the Mages Association, was slow. This situation was likely to persist for decades, or even longer, until the Empire cultivated a new generation of mages loyal to the Empire from birth. What about the Atlas Academy? Artorius asked next. The Atlas Academy's goals were similar to Artorius's, aiming to ensure humanity's survival and avoid its eventual extinction. However, in the original timeline, the Atlas Academy's ways were extremely inhuman. The results of their relentless research, designed to save humanity and prevent doomsday, were all terrifying. They were large-scale weapons, each one had the potential to destroy the world. The Academy has only agreed to limited cooperation with us. Scathatch calmly replied. They don't seem to take us very seriously, or perhaps they simply view us as just another empire out there. So, should we resort to violence? No need. Artorius said calmly. Let's continue increasing communication. We can afford to wait. I believe that in the future, the Atlas Academy will understand our sincerity in saving humanity. Let's hope for that day. Scathatch said with a hint of pessimism. In the meantime, let's leave it at that. Artorius shook his head. Our top priority remains the research on the Throne of Heroes to create our own version. Everything else can wait. All right. Artorius's decision didn't surprise Scathatch. Although their research on the Throne of Heroes hadn't yielded much yet. The closest thing to the future, Throne of Empire, currently only exists as an imperfect master-servant summoning system. It's akin to a rough version of the summoning system from the Holy Grail War in the late 20th century. What's next? Would you like to have a meal together? Scathatch asked calmly as they approached the exit of the dungeon. Facing his teacher's invitation, Artorius instinctively glanced at her. He found that she remained as calm and aloof as usual, prompting him to consider accepting. But before he could answer, Your Majesty. The voice of someone with a receding hairline and noticeable traces of recent stress could be heard from nearby. Obviously, it was Agravain. Any developments? Artorius asked calmly. Yes. Agravain nodded and instinctively glanced at Scathatch. It wasn't a lack of trust, it was just that there were regulations in the intelligence field, you can't involve someone who is not under your jurisdiction. Scathatch understood Agravain's intent. We'll talk about it next time. She said casually to Artorius before turning and leaving. After Scathatch's figure couldn't be seen, Agravain began to open his mouth. It's about the vampires and Artoria species. When Agravain mentioned the term Artoria species, even a serious character like him had a somewhat strange expression. It was evident that he was struggling to hold back his desire to make sarcastic comments. The Black Knight, Rizoval Strout, is missing, but we found this man at the sewage treatment plant. As he spoke, Agravain handed Artorius a photo. It showed a disheveled, blonde, bare-bottomed handsome man. He looked very wretched, and a dog was lifting its leg to urinate beside him. This man is. Artorius narrowed his eyes. One of 27 dead apostle ancestors, the White Knight blood, Phenoblood Svelton. Agravain nodded. You're not joking, are you? Listening to Agravain's explanation, Artorius raised his head and looked at Agravain with raised eyebrows, his expression once again becoming very strange. Agravain didn't speak, calmly watching the Emperor, making it clear that he wasn't joking. Well, all right. Artorius nodded. Has this guy provided any valuable information? Whether it's about the Black Knight or the Black Princess. We are interrogating him, but before that, we need to mend his mind. This vampire seems to have suffered a significant shock, so. Agravain pointed to his temple. What a pity. Artorius sympathized with Svelton for a few seconds. Who did it? Besides us, could it be the Artoria species? I suspect the same, Your Majesty. After this conversation, Artorius and Agravain looked at each other. For a moment, they both felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say. Chapter 189, Headache. After this conversation, Artorius and Agravain looked at each other. For a moment, they both felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say. In the end, Artorius spoke first. Tell me anything related to the Artoria species. We couldn't find any Artoria species. Agravain continued, trying hard to sound serious but failing miserably. We thoroughly searched all of Orleans and the surrounding towns and villages within a 20-mile radius based on the information provided by Miss XX, but we came up empty-handed. I suspect that those Artoria species might. Artorius made a gesture to stop Agravain. You don't need to say more, this isn't your fault. It wasn't Agravain and his intelligence personnel's incompetence, it was the trickery of the Artoria species. With technology from a foreign civilization thousands of years ahead and their powerful strength, it was nearly impossible for ordinary intelligence agents of the Empire to locate them. So, I'll give you a tip. Artorius, seeing Agravain's worried expression, spoke up, investigate the food supply situation in various areas. Look for places with a sudden increase in food consumption, follow that lead, and you're bound to find something. Yes. Hearing Artorius, Agravain was silent for a moment and then suddenly understood. Artoria species needed to eat a lot, and increased food consumption would leave a trail that couldn't be easily concealed. No matter how advanced their hiding techniques were, they couldn't cover up such information. Even the most skilled Artoria species couldn't escape this. Yes, that makes sense. With Artorius's guidance, Agravain finally had a clue. I'll arrange it immediately. Good, get to work. Artorius nodded and prepared to leave. On his way, he pondered. Before, when he went to find XX's organization to recruit them into his empire, he unexpectedly met X. After a fierce battle between X and XX, his progress had stalled. There was also an assassination incident of Omega along the way, making Artorius more hesitant about subduing all the Artoria species for his use. Although he was the beloved child of the Artorius, could he really gain the love and support of hundreds of Artorius that easily? All Artoria species were powerful and had different personalities. Some were free-spirited, like X, and some were unpredictable, like XX, a seasoned galaxy police for many years. Getting them to join him might be possible, but getting them to be obedient and well-behaved was something even gods couldn't achieve. Just thinking about fixing the behavior of X and XX alone was troublesome, and when he thought about having hundreds of Artorius under his command, Artorius felt a headache coming on. What should I do? Artorius muttered to himself when no one was looking, as if he wanted to vent all his frustrations. Why can't they be as sensible as this world Artoria? Artoria was not only his apparent sister but also the mother who raised him. She belonged to the local Artoria species. She was known for being sensible, obedient, and well-behaved. Aside from having a hearty appetite, she had no other flaws. Artorius was very satisfied with her. If all Artoria species could be as well-behaved as Artoria, it would be great. Of course, Artorius knew that was impossible. Whatever. After a moment of desolation, Artorius shook his head. I have work to do. No matter how difficult it is, I must open the gate to the new world. With this determination in mind, he disappeared and reappeared in the dungeon. Arto. Seeing Artorius's figure, XX widened her eyes, eager to speak. But before she could, Artorius covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. When XX nodded in agreement, Artorius released her and took out a hidden container of chicken noodle soup. Is this food? XX's eyes instantly lit up, and looked at Artorius with disbelief. Why you? Artorius appeared helpless. Despite the terrible things I've done, it's hard for me to see you suffer like this, you know. While saying this, he picked up a noodle with chopsticks and brought it to XX's mouth. Open up, AAA. Since he hadn't undone XX's restraints, he had to feed her himself. AAA. XX opened her mouth and then slurped the noodles with delight. I don't have any other choice but to punish you like this. Artorius continued his speech. You almost destroyed the entire planet. If I don't show any authority and forgive you, no one below will respect me. The whole empire would be in ruins. Slurp. Artorius spoke calmly as he gently tapped XX on the back of her head. She blushed and didn't say anything, continuing to slurp her noodles. After she finished slurping the noodles, she hesitated and started to speak. But. XX instinctively wanted to argue, but before the words could leave her mouth, she met Artorius's stern gaze. She shivered and immediately stopped herself from saying anything provocative. I'm sorry. XX lowered her head and mumbled softly. Artorius didn't respond. It went on like this for a while, before XX continued, I shouldn't have been so impulsive. MHM. Artorius made a noncommittal sound, acknowledging her, and continued to feed her. The bowl of chicken noodle soup quickly emptied. Afterward, XX looked at Artorius with hopeful eyes, as if expecting him to deliver more food for her. But there was nothing. Nothing left. Artorius. XX looked at him pitifully but met with Artorius's imposing gaze. I understand. she lowered her head again in fear. She was still in the middle of her punishment, and the small amount of food Artorius gave her was an act of kindness. But if he let her eat to her heart's content, it would defeat the purpose of her punishment. So, he couldn't give her any more food. XX, who had become more obedient, had started to favor Artorius almost instinctively. Even though he had been treating her cruelly, not giving her any food for days, and making her watch as he enjoyed his meals, giving her only a bowl of chicken noodle soup had completely won her heart over, and maybe more. Of course, this was all part of his plan. Then wait a little longer. After we're out of here, I'll treat you to a big meal. After saying those words, Artorius kissed XX on the forehead, and then, under her watchful gaze, he left and headed into the adjacent room. Unlike XX, who managed to maintain her composure, X cried uncontrollably. Seeing Artorius serving her food, she was overwhelmed with gratitude. She didn't even eat the meal, she just buried herself in Artorius's embrace, sobbing continuously. Hicks, wah. There. Seeing X look so wronged, Artorius couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. After all, she was a mother, he acknowledged. The one who had traveled through time with him and fought alongside him in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Hunger in the mother's stomach, pain in the son's heart. But this was for her own good, he wouldn't do this if he didn't care for her. You should be more careful in the future. Artorius held her in his embrace and said earnestly. Promise me you won't do such things again. Hicks, I know, I promise, I'll be good girl, I won't do anything bad again. Wah. X, who had collapsed into Artorius's embrace, continued to sob and then made a promise. Yes, you're a good girl. Artorius put down the bowl of soup and simply held X in his embrace gently. Artorius. In an instant, the atmosphere became very warm again. With teary eyes, X looked at Artorius and parted her rosy lips. So, can you let me go now? No. Chapter 190, X and X. Because X's situation was a bit more dangerous than XX's, Artorius decided to spend more time with X. This was also because X's mental age was still that of a child. Kids have an advantage in this regard, don't they? Artorius. Even though X's stomach was still growling, a bowl of chicken noodle soup couldn't possibly fill her stomach. But as long as there was love of Artorius, it was okay. Lying in Artorius's embrace, X wore an infatuated expression, making him feel a bit happy. Indeed, his charm was as amazing as ever, and his title of the ultimate weapon against the Artoria species wasn't unwarranted. Even though they had been together for a while now, X was still completely infatuated as before. At the same time, at the entrance of the Palace of Orleans. I'm back. Ignoring the surprised looks from everyone around, a certain person, or rather a girl, greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. Where's Artorius? She cheerfully inquired one of the Einsburn maids nearby. The maid widened her eyes, unsure of how to respond. What's the matter? Don't know, huh? Well, I'll ask someone else then. Seeing the maid's silence, the girl swaggered into the palace. At the same time, the maid who was asked by the girl hurried off in another direction, apparently preparing to deliver a message. Later on. Scathatch. Although they weren't very close, the girl was quite outgoing. Shortly after entering the palace, she ran into Scathatch and asked with a cheerful tone. Where's Artorius? Scathatch raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the girl with a playful expression. What's wrong? You don't know too? The girl said disappointedly. No, I do. Scathatch finally said, handing her a magical map. He's in the dungeon. In the next moment, a map formed with magecraft was in the girl's hands. The dungeon, got it, thanks. The girl was seemingly puzzled about why Artorius would be in the dungeon, but this curiosity only lasted a moment before turning into her usual carefree attitude. Well, whatever. With that, the girl continued confidently and happily with her slightly foolish grin intact, following the map Scathatch gave her and heading toward the dungeon. She hummed a song along the way. 10 little sabers went out to dine, 1 choked and then there were 9. In a very cheerful tone, she sang this somewhat terrifying nursery rhyme, revealing the depth of her animosity towards sabers. At the same time, Scathatch, behind her, watched the girl's back with a playful expression. It seems fun. Scathatch thought cheerfully. At the same time, the girl continued forward, politely or rather casually greeting anyone she met on the way. What's going on? Why does everyone look so surprised when they see me? This made the girl feel puzzled. But being naturally optimistic, she didn't dwell on it too much. She just brushed it off. Well, whatever. The girl thought to herself. Let them be surprised then. It's probably because I've defeated so many saber Artoria species that they're surprised. With this blindly optimistic and somewhat silly thought, she continued humming her song and made her way to the dungeon entrance, where she pushed open the dungeon door. Artorius, huh? This time, it was the girl's turn to be surprised and puzzled. Artorius isn't here. The girl looked at XX and asked. Still looking a bit dazed, XX pointed to the adjacent cell with her chin. So, the girl took a polite step back. Sorry to disturb. The girl closed the door to the cell of XX and opened the one next to it. And then she froze completely. I'm back. In the next second, the girl saw Artorius, her dearest son, holding a girl who looked exactly like her in stature, appearance, and even attire, complete with a baseball cap. It's an evil Artoria species. She's also impersonating me. The girl, or rather, X, thought this way while drawing her sword. Quickly, let go of Artorius. You, scoundrel. Even though in reality, it was Artorius who held the other person, X instinctively ignored this fact. This showed how much she loved Artorius. Artorius. At the same time, in the rapidly rotating mind of Artorius, he wondered why another X had appeared, while the X in Artorius's embrace was trembling with fear and exclaimed, Artorius, there's an evil Artoria species disguised as me. Unlike the sword-wielding X that just came, the X in Artorius's embrace seemed very scared and feeble. Probably because she had no means of self-defense, she could only rely on pleading with him for help. Don't worry. Artorius protected X behind him. With me here, you'll be fine. Artorius, what are you saying? The sword-wielding X, watching Artorius protect the other X, shouted in frustration. That person is the evil one. Move out of the way so I can cut her down. X, calm down. Artorius said solemnly. Calm down. What are you saying? She's an evil Artoria species pretending to be me. Clearly, this X had no intention of calming down. She kept shouting and acting very arrogant as if she hadn't undergone Artorius's punishment or, rather, Artorius's fixing. Artorius, please protect me. On the other hand, the X in his embrace who had accepted his fixing appeared as a vulnerable girl. She hid behind him and pleaded. Arg, damn it. Unable to bear it any longer, the sword-wielding X charged forward, intent on bypassing Artorius to strike down the vulnerable X. Of course, he wouldn't allow her to do that. It was like an eagle catching a chick. The sword-wielding X circled around him but couldn't land a blow on the vulnerable X. Before she lost her patience and started screaming in frustration, Artorius stepped forward and grabbed her sword, then knocked her on the head. Ouch. The sword-wielding X looked very aggrieved as she gazed at Artorius, almost on the verge of tears. Her expression was akin to that of a pet cat that had bitten a hamster and brought its corpse to its owner to show off but got scolded instead. Calm down. Seeing her in this state, Artorius spoke gently. What? She's clearly fake, but you're protecting her. The sword-wielding X replied with an annoyed tone. As Artorius contemplated what to say to comfort the sword-wielding X, the vulnerable X couldn't hold back either and called out, You're the fake one. Artorius was at a loss for words. How dare you? Holding her sword, X hesitated for a moment, then became even angrier. You deceived my son by taking my form and now dare to accuse me of your wrongdoing. You're fake. Same to you. You're fake. Your entire family is fake. Gah. Artorius, move aside and let me kill her. As vulnerable X taunted the sword-wielding X, whom Artorius had just calmed down, the latter became agitated once more. She wrestled in his arms, trying to break free and launch an attack on the vulnerable X behind him. Come if you dare. Artorius will protect me. Even though her combat power at the moment was currently at 0, the vulnerable X believed Artorius wouldn't let her down, so she maintained her confident attitude. Let go of me, Artorius. Protect me, Artorius. Both of you, shut up. After giving the two arguing girls a good knock on the head, making them clutch their heads and whine, Artorius took a deep breath. He looked at one, then the other. Artorius's expression was as if conveying, what the fuck happened? Asking the X duo was useless. Because in this situation, neither of them would provide him with the right answer. He had to make his own judgment about which one was real. The key question was that Artorius couldn't make that judgment. After Artorius scolded them and made sure they couldn't harm each other, the X duo calmed down. They fell silent, but that didn't mean they had made up. The X duo exchanged angry glances across Artorius as if trying to kill each other with their gazes. Seeing them like this, Artorius instinctively wanted to stop them, but he thought better of it and remained silent. Understanding the current situation was more important than stopping their bickering. From their aura, scent, feeling, magical energy, personality, appearance, and everything else, these two are X. I can't tell them apart, they also seem to be an Artoria species. Artorius began to contemplate. But can Artoria species be so similar? Artorius recalled the Artoria species he had encountered before. Mordred, Artoria, X, X, XX, and Omega were all distinct and easily recognizable Artoria species. This distinction wasn't just about their appearance but also their personalities and subtle habitual gestures. Perhaps, for ordinary people, they might all look the same, with the same face. Only when they spoke or made choices could you barely tell them apart. But Artorius was an Artoria species expert, and he believed he understood them better than anyone else. He could confidently say, "No one knows Artoria species better than me." So, besides the previous options, Artorius could also judge based on magical energy and very subtle differences. For example, XX's chest was slightly larger than that of a typical Artoria species but not as big as the Lancer Artoria. Or X's ahog was a bit stiffer than those of a regular Artoria species. These were the small traits of the Artoria species, things that only someone deeply familiar with and fond of the Artoria species would notice. Clearly, Artorius Pendragon was an Artoria species expert. His love for Artoria species was as intense and pure as Professor Oak's for Pokemon. Artorius firmly believed that even if he had hundreds of Artorius under his command, he could remember the names, code names, and all the information about each of them. This love-based memory would surpass even Caesar's or Napoleon's. However, unfortunately, this supreme confidence was shattered by the appearance of two X. According to Artorius's Artoria species sensory radar, first, they were both Artoria species, second, they were both mysterious heroine, and third, they were both X. According to common sense, this was impossible. This immediately shook Artorius's belief, his belief that he was the world's #1 Artoria species expert. He couldn't tell them apart. What should he do? One of these X duo had to be a counterfeit. But which one, and how could he distinguish? Who was the real X? Artorius thought of an ancient legend. Two women fought over a child, and a judge ruled that whoever could pull the child to their side would be recognized as the mother. The biological mother, out of love for her child, couldn't bear to use force, so the other woman won. Could he adopt this approach and let the two X compete for him? Whoever tried harder would prove themselves as the real X. Chapter 191, Truth. Artorius thought of an ancient legend. Two women fought over a child, and a judge ruled that whoever could pull the child to their side would be recognized as the mother. The biological mother, out of love for her child, couldn't bear to use force, so the other woman won. Could he adopt this approach and let the two X compete for him? Whoever tried harder would prove themselves as the real X. Artorius did a quick mental simulation and imagined both X fighting over him. Of course, with his robust physique, he had nothing to fear if they tried to pull his arms. It wouldn't work at all. So, where should they pull then? What part of him would make Artorius feel pleasant, no, feel pain? To the point where he'd become so vulnerable that he couldn't resist two X fighting over him. Thinking about this, his expression became somewhat subtle. The next moment, Artorius imagined 26X. These bunch of X were identical in appearance, dressed the same way, and had the same personalities. They were refreshing with a hint of mischief, full of vitality, and criminally enticing. Their faces all wore incredibly seductive smiles. One by one, they tugged at him, pulling him into a sea of X. Artorius. Artorius. Artorius is mine. Mine, mine. They joyfully shouted like this, either hugging his neck, riding on his belly, pressing against his back, or tugging at his limbs as if they wanted to crush Artorius or tear him apart. In any case, he was both in pain and pleasure. The next moment, Artorius abruptly opened his eyes. He looked at the two X with a confident gaze. I know what's going on. Artorius's words made the X duo nervous. You're both mysterious heroines. Artorius spoke calmly, and before the X duo could protest loudly, he continued, but there's only one X. The Artoria species saturation phenomenon is another one of those silly and funny phenomena unique to the servant universe. When the number of Artorius becomes exceptionally high, strange variations of Artorius start to appear. And this particular special Artoria species is the ultimate heroine Z. The ultimate heroine, the most powerful heroine, a superior breed from the even more distant future X. Artorius earnestly delivered the cringeworthy speech, leaving both X in front of him dumbfounded. Artorius, what are you talking about? I'm not Z, I'm W, shoot. The vulnerable X, or rather, W, instinctively blurted out before covering her mouth halfway through, looking at Artorius in panic. Ah. What are you doing, you fool? W screamed inwardly. If only being cute would get her out of this situation. Just a little bluff, and she'd self-destruct. Artorius thought calmly. Even though he said otherwise, from his perspective, the more foolish the Artoria species were, the more he liked them. Now the truth is out. Truly worthy of Artorius, seeing through it so quickly, though she fooled you for quite a while, it doesn't matter. Saying this, X prepared once more to step forward, unsheathing her sword to strike. W shouted in panic. Wait. Artorius stopped X again. Artorius, why are you stopping me again? X said with frustration. Because we don't know what she's up to. Artorius said with a calm tone. We must pass judgment. W, you won't disappoint me, will you? Seeing Artorius narrow his eyes and make such an assertive statement, W couldn't help but shiver. And no, I can't. Though terrified and flustered, having undergone Artorius's various punishments or fixing before, she had essentially developed Stockholm Syndrome. But W promptly refused his request. I can't betray the heroines, otherwise, Z will definitely kill me. It seemed that despite her fear and affection for Artorius, her emotions for him were slightly less than her fear of Z, who's that rascal? So arrogant. Hearing W's words, X was understandably irritated. She thought what Artorius said earlier about this Z was just a bluff to fool W, but that Z really existed. She was the saber of sabers, the enemy of all sabers, the nemesis of the Artoria species, yet even she wasn't that arrogant. Why did that Z act so smug? As she thought like that, X wanted to attack W once more. Of course, before that could happen, Artorius held her back. No need to be afraid. Artorius gently reassured W, I'll protect you, no matter what X, Y, Z, Alpha, or whatever, believe me, okay, W. As he finished speaking, Artorius smiled gently, then walked over, removed W's restraints, and embraced her. Being held by Artorius, she felt warmth and safety. Her previously tense body slowly relaxed. So, can I count on you? Artorius asked gently. As an Artoria species, there was no resisting Artorius's tenderness. So, quite smoothly, W yielded. I understand. Good child. Artorius pressed further on W, his fingers kneading her shoulders gently. Come on, spill the beans. What's going on? Artorius. W responded, her thoughts growing even more chaotic under the intense gaze of X. But. Believe me, W, I have no ill intentions towards the Artoria species. Artorius assured her. I just want to help you all. So, if you trust me, tell me everything. I'll set you free, treat you kindly, and bring happiness to all of you. I promise. Artorius. W's confusion deepened. Although a voice in her head constantly reminded her not to reveal anything, her instincts led her to act contrary to reason. W silent for several seconds, then said defiantly. We're actually an organization, working behind the scenes to conquer all Artoria species. Whether it's the Holy Land Sisterhood, the Dark Rounds, or the Order of Avalon, we control everything. Killing that Omega earlier was part of our plan. Infiltrating your side and replacing X, it was all part of the plan. I just didn't expect. At this point, W shot an annoyed glance at X. If she could truly replace X, she could enjoy the favor of Artorius before the ultimate saber plan was completed. Even though they promised to send assassins. W muttered, frustrated. Really useless. Although she had been captured and fixed by Artorius's punishments, W couldn't resist ridiculing her fellow members. I see. Artorius responded, his interest piqued. Could you provide more details? I'm quite intrigued by this. As he spoke, Artorius increased the pressure of his kneading. Explain it to me in more detail. But, wouldn't it be betraying the organization? W questioned, her voice conflicted. However, seeing how she practically leaned into him as he continued to knead her, it was clear she had mixed feelings. Is it really betrayal? Artorius asked gently. Do you want to keep living in the shadows? Do you want to continue treating me with these sinister schemes and conspiracies? W hesitated with her brows furrowing. She kept making noise as if she were struggling with something. However, even though she appeared torn, Artorius knew that W couldn't hold out much longer. It was only a matter of time before he pried the truth from her. At the same time, in a crack of the world that didn't belong to Earth, a group of Artoria species gathered together. Some were sitting, some were lying down, each in their own chaotic manner. During Artorius's interrogation of W, the conversation of this group had reached a crucial point. That fellow is done for. Well, W is the weakest among us, after all. X has become surprisingly strong though. It's understandable since X was the first of the Artoria species to join Artorius. Strictly speaking, wasn't it the Artoria of Earth who joined Artorius first? We're talking about the ones from Sapphire Galaxy here. Enough talk. Our plan has fallen apart. What's our next move? We do what we have to do. The plan must be set in motion ahead of schedule. Agreed. He. Cuckoo. Ha ha ha. Lightning from the sky illuminated their wicked laughs. Afterward, this group of Artoria species suddenly disappeared from their location, carrying with them a formidable power capable of shaking the entire galaxy, down upon Earth. At the same time. Here's how things are. W told Artorius everything she knew while continuing to watch his expression eagerly. She was physically and mentally exhausted. Despite being hungry, she had engaged in intense physical activity almost consecutively, and her stamina was running dangerously low. Now, take a good rest, W. Artorius said after a brief pause, and he escorted her directly to the dining room. Have a good meal and get some rest. By the time you wake up, things should have settled down. As for any punishment, in the current situation, there was no need to punish W anymore. Oh. W wasn't entirely satisfied with Artorius's decision. If she could, she wanted to help him further. But she didn't dare to protest against him. So, she reluctantly ate her meal and felt a sense of relief, leaving everything to him. Chapter 192, Gotta Catch 'Em All. Take good care of Princess W. Artorius instructed the maids in the dining room. Give her whatever she wants, as much as she desires. Understand? Yes, Your Majesty. The maids replied sweetly. These maids were not only the Einsburns that Artorius had brought from the future timeline but also those recently manufactured in the homunculus factory. They had developed a taste for the style of Einsburn maids, and his palace maids had mostly adopted this style. Lately, the Einsburn ladies had been seen wearing various modified styles of maid outfits, ranging from sexy and glamorous to innocent and cute. Their numbers had been increasing. The palace of Artorius required an adequate workforce. Apart from the usual cleaning and daily tasks, there was also a certain amount of security work, as well as assisting the higher-ups of the empire. Whether it was Scathatch, Morgan, or Vivian, they all enjoyed it. The three of them had tacitly agreed to change the template of the homunculus maids to one with silver hair and red eyes, resembling the appearance of Einsburn's, or rather, Vivian. In any case, the maids served W gently, giving her whatever she desired, which made W delighted as if in heaven. If there was one regret, it was that she couldn't eat together with Artorius. Watching Artorius treat W like this, XX, who had also been released, couldn't help but feel jealous. Of course, the other Artoria species felt the same way. Hey, brother, you're not thinking of fattening up this father and then slaughtering her, are you? Or is this going to be her last meal in her lifetime? Mordred, watching W happily enjoying her meal, couldn't help but say sarcastically to Artorius. After seeing so many fathers with bizarre appearances during this period, Mordred's fear of the Artoria species had greatly diminished. If it weren't for the occasional beating by the real one, her tail would probably be raised to the sky by now and fight this W without hesitation. This time, Artorius didn't bring many people along, as the matter they would discuss this time wasn't an empire affair but rather a family affair. Using the imperial army for this was not only inappropriate but also unwinnable and pointless. If they suffered too many losses, he would cry uncontrollably. Besides Mordred, Artorius only brought Artoria, along with Morgan, X, and XX, for a total of 4 women who all could be called Artoria species. Fighting the Artoria species, using the Artoria species was undoubtedly the best choice. When Artorius said they would be fighting against the Artorius from another world and could go all out to beat those fellows, Mordred's happiness index skyrocketed. Artoria, on the other hand, was feeling conflicted, lost, and uncertain about fighting her alternate self from a parallel world. Fortunately, resolving Artoria's hesitation and uncertainty was a simple matter. All they needed to do was put her together with X. It was as if they were looking at a small animal seeing itself in a mirror for the first time. Although they had actually met in the past few days, Artoria had gradually accepted the idea of herself from a parallel world. However, I am the ultimate weapon against Saber. I am the saber of all sabers. I will defeat all sabers as well as Artoria species. After just a few seconds of watching X, who was full of energy and happiness and casually saying foolish things, Artoria made up her mind. She held the hilt of her sword tightly, very tightly. I understand you. XX said gently as she patted Artoria on the shoulder. Sometimes, just sometimes, when I look at this kid, it feels embarrassing, very, very embarrassing. Even XX, who had the same easygoing demeanor, felt embarrassed when looking at X's behavior, let alone the serious Artoria. I get it. Artoria said while looking seriously at Artorius. I'll do my best to make sure every Artoria species gets back to where they belong. Oh. Another saber hunter is born. X exclaimed excitedly, loudly enough to make Artoria once again resist the urge to hit her parallel self. Fufufu on the other side, Morgan laughed cheerfully. Although Morgan had reconciled with Artoria on the surface, she found it difficult to forgive her in her heart. Despite Artorius's presence, Morgan had to pretend to be obedient and well-behaved in public. But deep down, forgiving Artoria was challenging. However, Morgan couldn't help but feel delighted at the prospect of openly and legitimately beating Artoria, thanks to Artorius's permission. Of course, the meaning of beating Artoria here referred to the Artorius from the servant universe, not the real one. Artorius mentioned the upcoming battle with the Artoria species, a fair and square beating, with no consequences. This was what made Morgan so delighted, and her delight doubled when she saw the frustrated Artoria. From this perspective, she truly resembled Mordred, like mother, like daughter. Mordred, Artoria, XX, and Morgan. Artorius looked around at his team and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 1,000 pieces of gold to buy a horse's bone. In any case, W is the first Artoria species from that world to join us, not counting X and XX. Artorius answered Mordred's sarcastic question. T/N, an idiom to describe a situation where someone spends an excessive amount of money on something that seems trivial or worthless. Oh, I see. Mordred responded and understood Artorius's intention, as she was the first girl to undergo Artorius's fixing. If you want to attract more Artoria species with special privileges, those privileges won't seem so special anymore. I won't do something foolish like giving newcomers better privileges than the old-timers. Artorius said calmly without hesitation. The newcomers will simply have the average privileges. When Artorius mentioned Artoria species, both X and XX remained calm. Morgan, on the other hand, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Morgan. Artoria, feeling embarrassed as usual, glared at her sister with resentment. Oh, I'm really sorry, my dear sister, Morgan said, unapologetically. But you know, Artoria is really a peculiar species name. So I'm genuinely happy for you, you've become famous, my dear sister, fufufu. In a strict sense, you're also an Artoria species, Lady Morgan. Artorius said before Artoria could lose her temper. So, if the reputation of Artoria species is poor, my dear aunt, you will be affected as well. That doesn't matter at all. Morgan replied cheerfully. I anticipated that already. But what's the big deal? After all, my dear sister is the most embarrassed one, isn't she? Fufufu and I believe no one will confuse us, right? Listening to Morgan's cheerful words, Artorius suddenly found himself lost for words, feeling that her argument made a strange kind of sense. Morgan le fait. Artoria stood up. All right. Can we settle our differences later after dealing with serious matters, okay? Seeing that his mother was getting annoyed with his aunt, Artorius quickly separated them to prevent further domestic issues. Humph. Sure, whatever Artorius says goes. Artoria yielded with a snort, while Morgan complied with a joyful smile, prompting Artorius to loosen his grip on both of them. On the other side, Mordred took it in stride, while X and XX wore expressions of surprise and exclaimed something like, "So, this is how I used to interact with my sister in this world." What a surprise. In summary, this was the united and resolute Pendragons. Formed by the bonds of family and love, they were out to subdue the Artoria species, to vanquish sabers. Artorius already knew who his opponent was. He knew who had been causing trouble recently. And he knew how he should proceed to achieve the best outcome. He intended to bestow equal happiness upon his empire, his family, and his mothers. He had not made empty promises to XX. Whether it was the evil Artoria or the good Artoria, the corrupted Artoria like a demon, or the divine Artoria like a goddess, since it involved Artoria species, it had to be done, no matter how challenging. All Artorius must be brought under his banner. He gotta catch 'em all. But speaking of that, Mordred suddenly interjected. Can the Empire's finances handle recruiting hundreds of fathers? Are we not going to collapse due to a food crisis? After hearing Mordred's words, everyone became silent. Chapter 193, Strangeness. Whether it was the evil Artoria or the good Artoria, the corrupted Artoria like a demon, or the divine Artoria like a goddess, since it involved Artoria species, it had to be done, no matter how challenging. All Artorius must be brought under his banner. He gotta catch 'em all. But speaking of that, Mordred suddenly interjected. Can the Empire's finances handle recruiting hundreds of fathers? Are we not going to collapse due to a food crisis? After hearing Mordred's words, everyone became silent. Who do you think I am? As everyone fell into an inexplicable fear of the Artoria species' enormous appetite, Artorius spoke and smiled confidently. I can definitely feed all the Artoria species. Artorius's words filled everyone with strong confidence. No one said that we must grow food, raise fish, or hunt for meat, right? Third magic. Morgan said this word, not with jealousy but with admiration, a rare state of mind for a witch like her. It was evident from this how she felt about Artorius. With the materialization power of third magic, Artorius could create something out of nothing. However, his previous uses were mainly objects like pure white sword, frosteel armor, and equipment that enhanced the Empire's military power. When it came to basic living necessities, he hardly used the power of materialization. This was because it would disrupt market dynamics and affect the established production order of the Empire. An unlimited supply of costless goods flooding the market would inevitably impact agriculture and manufacturing. Farmers and craftsmen would go bankrupt in large numbers, and relief measures would be necessary to maintain stability, leading to a vicious cycle that would eventually cause the empire to collapse happily. So, unless there was a sudden disaster in some area, and the empire couldn't provide relief or supplies, Artorius wouldn't use the third magic to create food directly. But it was different for the Artoria species. They were creatures that exceeded the bounds of production order and market rules. Using the third magic to feed them wouldn't create any negative issues. In that case, it's not a problem. Hearing Artorius say that, Mordred nodded without thinking much. On the other hand, Morgan on the side had a thoughtful expression. Feeding the Artoria species with magically materialized food meant supplying them with magical energy, which, in turn, replenished their own magical energy reserves. Since servants were energy beings, restoring their magical energy also meant restoring their stamina, allowing them to engage in tireless sex. These women, how envious. The witch was, as always, thinking too much. She looked at X and XX with an abnormal gaze. How shameless. Clearly, she had acted like a masochist in front of Artorius. No, it wasn't like she acted like one, she was truly one. Yet, Morgan dared to look down on the Artoria species. I see. XX, who had no idea how she was seen in her parallel world sister's heart, earnestly nodded her head. That is indeed a convenient ability. Should I think about acquiring one for myself? If an ordinary person heard XX say this, they would definitely mock her nonsense. But Artorius knew that what XX said had a real chance of becoming reality. In the servant universe, true magic wasn't as rare as it was in this world. Strictly speaking, everyone in the Sapphire Galaxy was an undying energy being because of the third magic. So, even though XX didn't possess the power of materialization, as long as she put in sincere effort and the circumstances aligned, her chances of gaining this power were much higher than an average person's. Really? Artorius felt a bit complicated for a moment. His exclusive third magic was greatly discounted in that world and turned into a mass-produced thing. It wasn't a pleasant feeling, indeed. Everyone continued their conversation as they left the Palace of Orleans, guided by XX, heading towards the former headquarters of the Holy Land Sisterhood. The operation earlier to gather the Artoria species which had been prematurely halted due to Omega's assassination was about to begin once more. The Pendragons had set out with the goal of subduing the desires and appetites of Artoria species, carrying with them a grand aspiration to bring happiness to all. The Dragon Emperor intended to catch them all. However, the trail of energy ends here. XX said, sounding somewhat puzzled. After over half an hour, the group arrived at a manor on the outskirts of Orleans. At the same time, Artorius cast an inquisitive gaze towards XX, seemingly awaiting further explanation. I sense something similar here. It's indeed strange. X chimed in. As X said that, XX glanced at X. X returned the look, clearly not pleased. It was like 15-year-old you, looking at your 20-year-old self. What the hell? Do I become like this at that age? Look at that fat, she must have gained a few pounds more than me. X cursed inwardly when glancing at XX's chest. It's embarrassing. XX complained in her mind as she felt ashamed whenever she saw X. The 20-year-old XX thought that her 15-year-old self was the dark history of her Chinibu phase, but the 15-year-old X was far from pleased with the 20-year-old XX, who now seemed like a sloppy single lady. Fortunately, XX wasn't single now. And, since Artorius was here, together, X and XX wouldn't resort to swords for conversation and start hacking at each other. What about you? As X and XX both expressed confusion, Artorius turned his gaze toward Artoria. If possible, Artoria didn't want to speak. Morgan smiled and nodded at Artorius, while Mordred spoke up and brought up a topic that piqued her interest. Indeed, there's a strange sense of familiarity. It's really strange. Unlike the Artoria species from the servant universe, the local Artoria species hadn't seen many of their kind gathered in one place. Therefore, while they could sense the Artorium, they were not as sensitive and couldn't make the clear judgments that professionals like X and XX could, who seemed to have a radar to detect Artoria species. Then this should be the place. Different from the local Artoria species who still found it a bit strange, Artorius quickly confirmed the truth of the matter by surveying the surroundings. Those Artoria species of Holy Land Sisterhood have been annihilated. Artorius calmly uttered the words that surprised both X and XX. What? How is that possible? The Holy Land Sisterhood was one of the three major organizations of Artoria species, on par with the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds. Despite being the weakest of the three major organizations due to their lower harmony and internal disputes, they still had nearly 100 Artorius. Who could have defeated all of them in such a short time, even I? As XX pondered, her pupils suddenly contracted as she considered a very grim possibility. It's Mysterious Heroine. Chapter 194, The Mastermind. The Holy Land Sisterhood was one of the three major organizations of Artoria species, on par with the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds. Despite being the weakest of the three major organizations due to their lower harmony and internal disputes, they still had nearly 100 Artorius. Who could have defeated all of them in such a short time, even I? As XX pondered, her pupils suddenly contracted as she considered a very grim possibility. It's mysterious heroine. Mordred's expression was filled with confusion as if she didn't quite understand what Artorius and the others were talking about. Artoria species have countless subspecies. XX gave everyone a brief overview of the Sapphire Galaxy and some knowledge about Artoria species. White, black, red, pink, blue, even Mordred and Morgan subspecies. Generally, there were conflicts among them, but nothing too major, no endless battles. At least not until Artorius appeared. Artorius could not help but make a strange expression as he heard XX's explanation. But, we're different. No, I thought it was just me at first, but it turns out that heroine had become a subspecies. It's quite irritating. Morgan showed a subtle expression that conveyed, what the fuck is this nonsense? How many rivals are there? As everyone had bewildered expressions, XX continued. My goal, or should I say heroine goal, is to eliminate all sabers. So, when it comes to facing sabers, we have a special approach. This is what you might call having a particular expertise or specialization in our line of work, I guess. If you wanted to raise animals, you'd go to the animal experts. If you wanted to fall in love, you'd find the love experts. Similarly, if you wanted to defeat sabers, you'd need to find the anti-saber experts. When X faced various sabers, mostly consisting of the Artoria species from different organizations, she could handle them effortlessly. She often took on multiple opponents at once, and even when she lost, she could make a quick escape. This was all thanks to her specialization in countering sabers, which left the Artoria species frustrated. As for X's true strength, it was actually quite exceptional, ranking among the top servants, but not necessarily the strongest. X alone can pose a significant threat to a bunch of sabers, let alone with more than 20 subspecies of heroines. XX said with a serious expression. If sabers were to team up, even with 5 times the manpower of heroines, they would still be easily overwhelmed. Everyone except for X was speechless. Use your time ability to see that past. I need more information. Artoria said to XX, then looked at X. Besides that, try to locate the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds as soon as possible and make contact with them promptly. I understand. Leave it to me. X said with enthusiasm, but before she could leave, Artorius grabbed her hand. Remember not to act rashly. When you get there, tell them I'm here, and I want to have a good talk with them. Understood. Got it. Artorius's words left X feeling a bit annoyed, but she still nodded and agreed to his request. Of course, at the same time, she said in advance, but I won't hold back if those fellows cause trouble first. I know, and wait a sec, X. As X was about to turn and leave again, Artorius called out to her once more and pulled the somewhat bewildered Artoria. Both of you act together. Both X and Artoria were silent. Come on, now's not the time to be sulking. I know. X grumbled, reluctantly agreeing to his words, though still quite annoyed. Okay, I'll count on you. Artoria smiled and nodded at her, then turned to Artoria. The latter nodded slightly, indicating that she understood his intention and would keep an eye on X. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he managed to relax a bit, the thought of losing nearly 100 soon-to-be subordinates of the Artoria species was unsettling. In the future, he couldn't afford such incidents again. Just a heads up, I move pretty fast. Can you keep up with my speed? X asked Artoria as they walked together, but Artoria remained silent. Hey, you gonna say something? I'll try. As everyone looked at Artoria's stoic expression, it was clear that she didn't want to deal with X. They won't start a fight, will they? Mordred couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. Artorius replied confidently. They'll understand each other and cooperate during the mission, and in the end, they'll become good friends. Do you really think so, brother? Of course. Artorius's expression showed no doubt, surprising Mordred with his sincerity. Brother, you're really good to them. Mordred couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Artorius said nothing and started to give Mordred a head pat while wearing a pleasant smile. I know what had happened. XX finally spoke up as her expression grew more serious. A few hours ago, this was indeed a gathering point for the Holy Land Sisterhood. But then. At this point, XX clenched her teeth. The heroines launched an attack on them. Using her time ability, XX witnessed the entire process. Even though these former sisters had once betrayed her, XX couldn't help but feel anger building up as she watched her sisters one by one, charging at the enemy with meaningless attacks, falling under the swords of the heroines. What do these heroines want to achieve? And what's Z's real purpose? Being an experienced one and several years older than XX had interacted with Z before. They had drunk together, fought side by side, and naturally clashed at times. But for XX, ultimate heroine Z remained a mysterious figure. Until now, even XX didn't know what this person was really up to. However, through time ability, XX discovered that Z was the mastermind behind YY's betrayal. Why? We had a deal. YY shouted in anger as she launched an attack on Z. Around her were her fallen sisters and the ongoing battle between the two sides. Yes, we had a deal. Z replied, unapologetic. But you didn't fulfill my request. XX is still alive and well, even receiving favor from Artorius. After seeing the scene of the past, it was clear. While it was a betrayal, Z's words seemed justified to XX. But it was you who made YY betray me, you rascal. XX muttered in anger. While it made sense, XX still gritted her teeth. If Z were in front of her right now, she might just unleash her noble phantasm and put an end to this troublemaker. The worst-case scenario has happened. This time, I wonder if this planet can withstand it. As Artorius muttered and mentioned planet, Gaia, as the will of the planet, couldn't help but shudder, which triggered a magnitude 7 earthquake and a 12-meter tsunami in Southeast Asia. Chapter 195, The March of Vampires. The worst-case scenario has happened. This time, I wonder if this planet can withstand it. As Artorius muttered and mentioned planet, Gaia, as the will of the planet, couldn't help but shudder, which triggered a magnitude 7 earthquake and a 12-meter tsunami in Southeast Asia. Natural disasters struck when Gaia was in a sour mood, reflecting the lousy state of the counter-force. Unlike Alea, who was always eager to form contracts with humans for no apparent reason, Gaia felt that this planet still needed a bit of saving. So, in no time at all, she reached out to her protector, definitely not Artorius, but the King of the Moon, Brunstud of the Crimson Moon. Yes, that's right, Crimson Moon, things are going downhill fast. It's a catastrophe. Initially, when Gaia spoke like this, Crimson Moon found it amusing and somewhat impatient. She couldn't fathom why Gaia was such a drama queen. After getting her on board, Gaia would call her every other day, and the messages were always unique, yet alarmingly similar, like, it's bad, Crimson Moon, the Earth is about to end. Was Earth really that fragile? Could small meteors, comets, or other miscellaneous mishaps truly spell its doom? A real woman of the planet would stand firm against meteor strikes. The atmosphere was just an unnecessary accessory. Look at how she got pelted with meteorites, with a giant mecha starship lodged in her rear end. Did she complain? Not a word. Women like her were the true warriors. Weaklings like Gaia couldn't compare and deserved to be kicked out, and she, Crimson Moon, should ascend to become the will of the planet Earth. Crimson Moon grumbled inwardly but maintained a smiling exterior. She couldn't even utter a harsh word. After all, she was playing the role of a kind, understanding big sister. To win Gaia over, she needed to be gentle, and even more gentle. No temper tantrums, no direct words like, don't bother me with trivial matters like meteor impacts on Earth from now on. What's the use of your precious atmosphere if it can't handle that? However, this time, things were different. I understand. That's how it is. Don't worry. I'll be very gentle. Based on their conversation, anyone wouldn't believe that the person capable of deceiving a girl, Gaia, like this was also a girl herself. After concluding the conversation with Gaia, Crimson Moon's beautifully composed face turned frosty. Your Majesty. The White-Winged Lord, Trhvmn Ordenross, still excelled at being the ultimate bootlicker. After seeing Crimson Moon finished communicating with someone, he tentatively inquired, did something go wrong? Crimson Moon merely gave him a calm look, remaining silent, then stood up abruptly. When Trhvmn began to feel somewhat awkward, she raised her hand. My brethren. In the 1,000-year-old city jointly created by Gaia and Crimson Moon, every dead apostle and true ancestor stood ready at the gesture of their ruler. Recently, they had gathered at breakneck speed after losing contact with the Black Princess Artorius, and now, their assembly was finally put to use. They worshipped Crimson Moon fanatically. They regarded Crimson Moon as their ruler and mother. They feared the power of Crimson Moon. The dead apostles who had dispersed due to the sealing of Crimson Moon in the distant future, had gathered together in this timeline. The true ancestors who were hunted due to the madness of the White Princess Arcuade in the future, had also gathered in this timeline. They had the support of Gaia and the approval of the counter-force. At this moment, Crimson Moon and the vampires were at the height of their power. Flawless, perfect, invincible. Get ready. Crimson Moon said solemnly. We're going on a war. Oh. With the command of the King of the Moon, the formidable vampires, warriors and soldiers responded with enthusiasm. Under the brilliance of Crimson Moon, the millennium-old city swiftly completed its preparations for war. The fallen knights, the rogue mages who delved into forbidden magecraft, the pleasure-seeking monsters and creatures of the dead, and the true ancestors who replaced the gods of the old era and became Gaia's new sense of touch, all marched under the leadership of Crimson Moon. They left their abode in Eastern Europe to advance towards the capital of the Dragon Emperor. Under the care of Gaia, the evil vampire army proceeded without any hindrance. Day was replaced by night, and the Crimson Moon took the place of the shining sun. The entire region of Eastern Europe plunged into chaos. It was merely an incidental, unintentional act as the vampire army effortlessly crushed the Ostrogoths. They held no grudge against the Goths, it was as if elephants had unknowingly trampled over ants. The demise of the Ostrogoths had no connection to the Ostrogoths themselves. With terrified glances from the Greeks, Slavs, and Avars, the vampire army continued westward towards the direction of Western Europe, a return that seemed like the arrival of a new age of gods, a source of terror and madness. This is no longer a war that mere mortals can intervene in. Emperor Justin exclaimed tiredly. Not long after his exclamation, the old Emperor Justin departed from this world, entrusting the empire to his ambitious and youthful nephew, Justinian. The most brilliant, magnificent, and representative ruler of this era in Europe, took the stage. From the perspective of human society alone, the Eastern Roman Empire with its deeper foundations, greater military strength, wealth, and resources, should have been the absolute protagonist of this era. In real history, Justinian the Great, through his reconquest, had defeated several Germanic kingdoms, and coming close to the resurgence of Rome. His failure marked the end of the Roman era, ushering in a new age known as the Dark Ages, as it would be called by later generations. However, in this world, in the world where fantasy existed, Justinian was merely a minor player. The Eastern Roman Empire still possessed formidable magecraft and mysteries. However, compared to the flourishing Holy Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire was clearly at a disadvantage, not to mention the top-tier structures. Artorius was fated to be the strongest on the planet. The Eastern Roman Empire would, just like in history, turn to ashes amidst countless upheavals and failures. Of course, the newly crowned Eastern Roman Emperor was unaware of all of this. Just as Justinian was unaware of the impending Great Plague, the bitter feud that would arise between him and his most exceptional generals, and the rise of a new, formidable power from the east that would conquer all the empire's vital territories, including Egypt, Syria, and the Jewish regions. The victor remains uncertain, whether it be the vampires, the Holy Roman Empire, the Persians, or those Germanic barbarian and the Slavs. Everything will become my stepping stone, I will surpass every emperor, I will surpass King Solomon, I will transcend all things in this world. Stirred by the march of vampires, Justinian made a silent vow in his heart, determined to establish an unprecedented legacy. Chapter 196, Negotiation. Leaving aside the ambitions of the new Eastern Roman Emperor and whether he can achieve them, the current focus remains on the West. A crisis that could potentially threaten the world has yet to be resolved. With Crimson Moon as a backup, Gaia's mindset eased slightly, as if she had grasped a lifeline. She found some psychological comfort in it. When she continued her conversation with Artorius, her confidence grew significantly, and she even sounded somewhat smug. She had once considered making Artorius her guardian, but after having someone as kind and gentle as Crimson Moon, the idea of him as a guardian seemed less appealing. It wasn't that Artorius was necessarily bad, but he had hundreds of maids at his disposal, and it seemed like he had his eyes on numerous prominent women as well. Not only was he flirtatious, but he was also fickle with his feelings, especially when he borrowed power from her to fight against X and XX before, he never returned it. Therefore, Crimson Moon was the main tire, while Artorius would be the spare tire. The power you borrowed from me earlier. I won't ask for it back, for now. That's good. This benefits both of us, and also, after this battle is over, let's talk about it after it's all over. Artorius interrupted Gaia before she could make a flagrant statement. We'll get in touch after this chaos is over. Okay. Artorius quickly cut the communication with Gaia off, but she wasn't too upset. The reason she wasn't too upset was that she had initiated contact with him dozens of times before, wanting him to return the power she lent him privately, but he had ignored her dozens of times in a row. At least this time, he's willing to talk to me. Yes, it's a good start. If this man is willing to work hard for me, then maybe it's not a bad idea to give him those powers. If Artorius knew what Gaia was thinking, he would surely mock her for daydreaming. After all, why should he return powers he obtained through his own abilities? The communication time was just a moment. After the conversation with Gaia ended, X still hadn't made contact. It was unclear whether they hadn't found the Order of Avalon or the Dark Rounds, or if something else had gone wrong. But at the same time, another terrible situation emerged. The vampire army had crossed Eastern Europe and reached the borders of the Holy Roman Empire. Lancelot, stationed on the Empire's border, urgently contacted Artorius, asking what to do. The vampire's black and blood-red army did not directly attack the Empire's border defense legions, they only stayed in an eerie silence. They sent envoys, claiming they had received an invitation, and requested that the Empire clear a path. Lancelot breathed a sigh of relief. At least they didn't launch an immediate attack. However, relief was followed by profound distress. What should they do? Fighting was not an option. Sending all the Empire's border defense legions wouldn't work either. But letting them through and allowing them to enter the Empire's territory without a fight? That was out of the question. As they watched the advancing horde of vampires under the rolling crimson mist, even Lancelot's complexion had turned white. His tone changed as he contacted Artorius through communication crystal. Your Majesty, I believe the Empire should gather all its forces at the border regions. We should construct a defensive line against the vampires, and if necessary, we can make some concessions to the Church and enlist their aid in this war. Relying solely on our strength to face the vampires is quite a stretch. Ah, and there's one more thing. Make way for them. Artorius interrupted Lancelot. We can, wait, Your Majesty, did you just say, make way? Yes. Artorius replied calmly. Regarding this matter, you can rest assured, Sir Lancelot, that although the Empire and the vampires are enemies, at least this time, we will not wage war against them. We have a common enemy, and that enemy is extremely powerful. So, we must unite. Unite with the vampires? Forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty, but this is, Lancelot began to complain. If the earth ceases to exist, both humans and vampires will perish. Artorius's tone grew heavy, leaving Lancelot speechless. Though he was still not pleased with allying with the vampires, he had no choice but to defer to his emperor. Unlike Lancelot, Artorius had a bit more trust in Crimson Moon. Besides the reasons he had shared with Lancelot, there was one more. That was to maintain a favorable impression in front of Gaia. Crimson Moon needed to continue pretending, at least until she reached her ultimate goal, replacing Gaia and tearing apart the Earth's surface. But before achieving that goal, she needed to play her part. A minor indulgence to the vampires was acceptable, but large-scale destruction was not an option. It would disrupt the proper human history and trigger another counterforce, Alea, to attack relentlessly and plunge the world into chaos. It would also raise Gaia's suspicions. Although she had attempted to uproot humanity before, her stance had always been uncertain. Gaia lacked the determination to annihilate humanity, at least until the cataclysmic end like in the Land of Steel's timeline. And besides, Crimson Moon probably thinks she's doing a fine job so far. No one knows of her true aims, so she's likely to continue playing this acting game. Artorius thought in his mind. Let's negotiate with them a bit. Artorius ordered Lancelot calmly. Tell them that a significant crisis that could endanger the Earth is unfolding within the Empire's borders. But in the face of a planetary-level crisis, regular armies are meaningless. It's fine if they want to help, but we only need their strongest experts. The weak should return whence they came, not to burden us. Your Majesty. Lancelot's tone became strange. Are you truly certain that? What's wrong with negotiating with us? Do you have objections, O Sir Knight of Humanity? In the next moment, just as Lancelot was preparing to express his doubts and hesitations further, a woman's voice filled with dominance and a hint of allure appeared by his side and interrupted him. Crimson Moon had taken over the communication with Artorius. Chapter 197, Kill with a Borrowed Knife. Brunstad of the Crimson Moon. From her perspective, this was her first encounter with Artorius. But from his point of view, it was the second meeting. Their last meeting had been 1500 years later. So, time was indeed an intriguing thing. Artorius hadn't had the chance to meet Aozaki Aoko, the missile launcher lady from the Aozaki family, for a deep conversation to obtain the fifth magic. It was a regret, but fortunately, there was a chance to make amends. Japan now should be in the Kofun era. Prince Shotoku hasn't been born yet. I wonder how the ley lines in Japan are doing now. Perhaps I can visit when I have the time. The reason the Aozaki family possessed the fifth magic wasn't due to their strength or any special abilities. It was simply because they were incredibly lucky. They had discovered a unique ley line nexus in the future Misaki town. This special ley line nexus didn't possess great power or pure magical energy, nor did it provide any typical enhancement buff. Its significance lay in one thing: it led straight to the root. Different from the methods other mages used to seek the root, the Aozaki family had simply stumbled upon a place that other mages wouldn't reach in several lifetimes. It was safe to say they were exceptionally lucky. The Aozaki family probably hasn't risen to power yet. Artorius mused. As he entertained those random thoughts, he presented a perfect smile to Crimson Moon to address their conditions. I already know your terms, and I accept. Artorius said calmly. Crimson Moon, with her exquisite beauty and regal demeanor, spoke calmly. I will lead my most powerful warriors into your empire. Don't disappoint me, Dragon Emperor. Her eyes gleamed with interest as she looked at Artorius. He confirmed that she was likely contemplating how to use him to achieve her own goal. On one side stood Crimson Moon united with Gaia, and on the other side was the formidable Dragon Emperor. Vampire and human. It felt like ice and fire, utterly incompatible, clashing. In theory, they should have been enemies. However, Crimson Moon seemed to have an unexpected interest in the Dragon Emperor. Until we meet again, young Emperor. Let me witness your abilities. Sir Lancelot, I'm sure you've heard. The image of the Crimson Moon disappeared from the communication crystal, replaced once again by the pale-faced Lancelot. He looked a bit worse for wear, probably due to his bad mood. Yes, your majesty, but... Obey the orders, Sir Lancelot. Before Lancelot could voice his complaints, Artorius interrupted him. I understand, your majesty. While Lancelot still had reservations about the Emperor's orders, in the end, he chose to obey. The army of vampires, which had split in two along the western border of the Holy Roman Empire, now returned to their various fortresses and tombs in Eastern Europe. The underdeveloped regions of Eastern Europe were perfect for dead apostles to occupy. There was no unified nation in Eastern Europe, only scattered and broken tribes, and the vampires thrived. They could operate openly, inspire fear, and even exert actual control in some areas, self-proclaiming themselves as nobles. All of this was unimaginable in Rome. Only a few dozen vampires had truly entered the empire. Most of them were true ancestors blessed by Gaia. However, in the future, they would be categorized as the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Even true ancestors like Crimson Moon would fall into that category. But in the era before Crimson Moon's death, true ancestors were the mainstream of vampires. They enjoyed the dual blessing from Crimson Moon and Gaia, making them powerful among vampires. They were strong, legitimate, and ancient. They were the pride of the heavens. They were generally not very old. After all, Crimson Moon had only mingled with Gaia for a few days. Being young and spirited, they were all very confident, not yet learning the art of subtlety and discretion. They spoke openly about eradicating the humans and claiming Earth for vampires. They were all radical militarists and vampire supremacists. This time, their invasion of the Empire was no different. Crimson Moon hadn't disclosed who the enemy really was in advance, in fact, she didn't even know. So they saw this operation as the beginning of a war between vampires and humans. They saw it as the opening ceremony for vampire supremacy over humans. They were all excited and ready to prove themselves in the upcoming war. But as Lancelot watched this group of true ancestors, he couldn't help but worry. Are these true ancestors really not going to cause trouble? It's best if they do cause trouble. Artorius said. What? Lancelot was taken aback by Artorius's words, feeling confused. I didn't know before how to deal with these vampires. Artorius said with a cheerful tone. 1,000-year war. That's just too long. Our empire doesn't have that much time to waste. So, it's best to solve them once and for all. Let the world enter the human era faster, let the Earth Federation arrive sooner. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm completely lost. Lancelot asked puzzled. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, Sir Lancelot. Just watch what happens next. After saying this, Artorius closed the communication with Lancelot. Brother. Mordred, who was by Artorius' side, spoke up. Are you planning to kill with a borrowed knife? Kill with a borrowed knife sounds too harsh. Artorius said, happily patting Mordred's head. How can we describe it that way when it's a family matter? His eyes sparkled with a dangerous light, a testament to his judgment about this war. Crimson Moon was indeed powerful and beautiful. But what was the point of being powerful and beautiful if it didn't serve his purpose? The conflicts between Artorius, who represented humanity, and Crimson Moon, who represented vampires, were nearly irreconcilable. And now, he had a perfect opportunity to eliminate her. To drown her with the armies of her own kind, to slay her, and seal her away. To remove her and her vampire army from the stage of history 500 years ahead of time by using the ridiculously powerful Artoria species. This would be a history of the world of magecraft, a major event that would not be recorded in proper human history. It would not disrupt the stability of history. On the contrary, the collapse of vampires, the enemies of humanity, would bring stability. It had many benefits and no drawbacks for the Empire. It's clearly a family conflict. Is it really a good idea to involve those vampires? XX grumbled after she heard Artorius' conversation with the vampire. Chapter 198, Ultimate Heroine Z. It was like when siblings always fought and insulted each other when at home, but when they ventured outside, they supported each other without hesitation. This principle was also applied to the relationship between a parent and a child. No matter how chaotic things might be between Artorius and the Artoria species, it was all the Pendragon's business. However, if those vampires as outsiders interfered, the nature of the situation would change. Don't worry, it's not a problem. Artorius said confidently to everyone. Vampires are the enemies of humanity. When it comes to fighting them, we don't need to talk about integrity. Doing something like using outsiders to fight your own mothers was not just frowned upon, even speaking of it was disgraceful. Of course, using the power of your mothers to fight outsiders was different. Although it sounded like bullshit, there was no pressure in doing it and somehow made sense. Weren't parents supposed to love their children? Helping their children out and beating up the scum who harassed them was only natural, right? Well, when you put it that way. XX mumbled and then waved her hand. Never mind all that. Artorius, what's the plan now? X hasn't contacted us yet. Artorius asked with some concern. Whether it was to contact the mothers to confront the vampires or to mediate the conflict between the mothers, they first needed to determine the mothers' whereabouts. To find the Artoria species, they needed X or XX, who was sensitive to Artorium. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain, much like the Empire's intelligence department. Under Agravain's command, his subordinates turned every restaurant, street food stall, and even roadside sweet potato seller in Orleans upside down, but they couldn't find a single trace. It was so frustrating that their hair was falling out. They couldn't stop worrying. It wasn't because Agravain and the others lacked ability or skills. Their talents were exceptional, and the magical equipment provided by the Empire, along with various special agent training manuals that Artorius had compiled from the future, made them more than capable of surpassing their time. However, they had only surpassed their time by 1,500 years. Considering the development of the Empire and the divergence from the original timeline over 1,500 years, they were probably ahead of the world by 1,000 years. But their opponents were the Artoria species who had been ahead of this world for who knew how many years. Their civilization had reached galactic levels, with geometric advancements in technology. Artorius didn't know what methods they used, but for whatever reason, if the Artoria species wanted to remain hidden, he wouldn't find them no matter how much he searched while they could roam freely by his side. So, if he wanted to find them, he had to rely on X. However, so much time had passed. Yet, there was still no word from X, which was quite strange. No, there's been no communication from X. XX said, furrowing her brow. In her eyes, X was not only her former self from her Genibute days but also an adorable little sister. She felt a sense of responsibility toward all the Artoria species who were younger than her, wanting to take care of them properly. This sense of responsibility extended to this world Artoria, as well as Mordred. Both of them, as the local Artoria species, sensed that XX's gaze toward them was off, and it wasn't just a misconception, something was genuinely off. But since XX was just looking and not doing anything suspicious, they only became suspicious and did not bother to confront her. XX, why don't you go? Without much thought, Artorius made a decision and sent XX to search for Artoria species 2. The best outcome would be to reach an agreement with them before Crimson Moon and her army arrived. Whether it was acting cute, offering benefits, or pretending to be pitiful, Artorius had to make the Artoria species submit beneath him. As long as they were Artoria species, they would never resist his charm. He was Artorius Pendragon after all. The Dragon Emperor. The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. The savior of humanity. The creator of the human universe. Absolutely, that's the way. Artorius exclaimed with excitement inside his mind. Everything is under my control. All Artoria species will become mine. Just a second later, the magical communication channel with X opened. Have you located their position? If so, we can proceed to the next step. That's what Artorius said as soon as it connected. However, the situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. Ugh. MPHHH. When the camera feed opened, the first thing he saw was indeed X, but she wasn't her usual cheerful self. Instead, she was bound, forcibly seated in a chair, with her mouth gagged, clearly like a kidnapping victim. Despite her desperate struggles, the seemingly ordinary ropes held her as if she were trying to wrestle a polar bear. Seeing the despair in her widened eyes, Artorius knew it wasn't an act, she was genuinely desperate. X. Witnessing this scene, he naturally became anxious and subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword. He felt pain in his heart. Anyone who dared to treat his mother this way, he swore to make them pay. However, the next moment. Ha ha ha. Nice to meet you, Artorius. After a series of arrogant laughter, a face identical to X's, but with a mischievous grin, appeared on the screen. Her outfit was the same as X's, consisting of a baseball cap, shorts, and a sporty jacket. The only difference was that X's attire was predominantly blue, with some gray and dark tones, while this individual was dressed entirely in white. Ultimate heroine Z. So, she's the one who kidnapped X. Well, that changed things. Artorius's anger dissipated 99.9% instantly, and his earlier determination was just hot air. Z. What are you doing? Release X right now. Behind Artorius, XX shouted with a hint of urgency. What do you want to do, you rascal? Believe me, I'll rush over and spank your butt right now. Hearing XX's threat, Z's expression subtly changed. She instinctively took a step back and covered her buttocks. The formidable and mysterious final boss image she had just made came crashing down. Chapter 199, Final Boss. As Artorius watched Z in her white attire clutching her buttocks, not to mention him, even the cunning and calculating Morgan's assessment of the so-called ultimate heroine plummeted a notch. This reaction indicated that XX wasn't joking earlier and had given Z a spank on her behind in the past. Could a final boss who had been spanked even be considered a final boss? In any case, Z, realizing the situation, quickly calmed herself, adjusted her expression, and resumed her arrogant and pretentious demeanor. Haha, Artorius. You must be quite surprised now. Your loving mother has become your greatest enemy. You must be feeling confused and angry, right? Maybe even helpless. Z continued to chuckle and spout villainous lines. However, Artorius was unimpressed. More than that, I want to know about the incident where you got spanked by XX. Artorius said earnestly to Z, when did it happen, where did it hurt? Did it leave any lasting effects? As your son, your heir, and someone who cares deeply about you, I think I should thoroughly understand the details of this matter. Well, about that. Before Z could respond, XX chimed in cooperatively behind Artorius. Ahem. Ahem. Z deliberately coughed loudly before continuing to ignore Artorius and XX, forcefully steering the conversation back to her own topic. The reason for this is absolutely not that I don't care for my dear son. In fact, no one understands how to love you better than I do. Yes, I believe that, mother. Artorius gazed at Z tenderly. So, when it comes to your injured buttocks, I must get to the bottom of it. I must ensure your complete recovery, without leaving any lasting effects, although it might be a bit late now. Ugh. This time, her response wasn't the cheerful artificial laughter, it was the sound of someone feeling aggrieved, like a small, mistreated creature. Z clenched her teeth while glaring fiercely at her disobedient son, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. It made Artorius feel a bit guilty. If he were by her side right now, he would surely embrace this distressed mother, soothing her like a kitten, and comforting her with sweet words. He would say some comforting words while caressing her and offering her tasty treats, expressing how much he loved and adored her. This way, her emotions would be calmed, and the matter could be resolved amicably. Unfortunately, he wasn't there now. So, her emotions quickly escalated from feeling wronged to anger. I'll be waiting right here. Z declared with frustration, revealing a magical map marking her location, the northern outskirts of Orleans, a small villa nestled in a valley. Bring as many people as you like. We'll settle this all at once. Very well. Artorius had many questions, eager to inquire about this ultimate heroine. What was her purpose in doing all of these, and what were her goals? What did this chaotic situation mean? Although XX and X, as well as W, had already provided him with much information, including the great secret of the Artoria species and their spacefaring adventures, as well as the impending conflict. There was still one fundamental question that remained unanswered. The root of it all. Why did such legends of him exist, and who spread them worldwide? What was her intention in doing all of this? Amid this chaos, where did he stand and what was his role? What exactly should he do to calm the storm? Then let's go, and have a talk with her. Artorius said in a deep voice. Are you sure, Artorius? XX asked with some concern upon hearing his decision. Of course. Artorius replied with a smile. No matter what, she's supposed to be my mother. She won't do anything to me, right? What about the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds? XX continued to inquire. If I'm guessing right, they should all be there. She wouldn't have invited just us and not the other Artoria species if she really wanted to resolve the issue. What happened next proved his judgment to be accurate. XX, Morgan, and Mordred had no more doubts. Artorius and his group quickly arrived at the villa that Z had mentioned. Before they could even enter, they saw the two groups of people who had been impossible to find earlier. The pure white knight maidens from the Order of Avalon and the delinquent girls from the Dark Rounds were facing off at the entrance of the villa. Both sides were on edge. All the Artoria species were glaring at each other as if they were about to start a fight at any moment. Seeing this scene, Mordred wanted to rush over immediately, but Artorius held her back. Unlike Artoria, Mordred's approval rating among the Artoria species from the servant universe was close to negative. Stay calm and watch for now. Artorius said quietly while discreetly applying invisible magecraft to his group, carefully concealing themselves to observe the situation. Oh, I know this one. It's the story of the fight between the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman has the best of it. XX exclaimed with a look of sudden realization, but instead of receiving praise from Artorius, she was met with a reproachful gaze. T/N, a moral story that conveys that the third party will have an advantage falls into their lap when the other two parties are locked in a battle for their own personal interests. XX was at it again. Artorius had already explained it so many times. How could she use such an inappropriate phrase to describe the relationship between a family? He was clearly putting in a lot of effort to mediate the conflict among the Artoria species. He wasn't some third party who took advantage of the situation. XX tilted her head, confused. She couldn't understand what he meant by that reproachful gaze. Just as she was about to ask Artorius for further clarification about what he meant by that gaze, and while the Artoria species on both sides continued to argue, the villa's front door suddenly swung open. A group of Artoria species streamed out, more precisely the heroine subspecies, with Z leading the way. Chapter 200, Gathering. XX tilted her head, confused. She couldn't understand what he meant by that reproachful gaze. Just as she was about to ask Artorius for further clarification about what he meant by that gaze, and while the Artoria species on both sides continued to argue, the villa's front door suddenly swung open. A group of Artoria species streamed out, more precisely the heroine subspecies, with Z leading the way. Seeing everyone so spirited, I feel relieved. Z said to everyone present. As a group of heroines approached, both the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds were momentarily awestruck. Especially those who had previously battled against X held a deep trauma. Before, X had been causing trouble everywhere, often taking on several Artoria species at once, sometimes even a dozen without hesitation. Even if she couldn't win, she would make a quick escape, avoiding any losses. This had left many Artoria species traumatized by baseball caps, as just the sight of one made them feel uncomfortable. Apart from this, the recent fall of the Holy Land Sisterhood also added to the trauma. Although in terms of hierarchy, YY was merely a secondary figure in the Holy Land Sisterhood and was considered inferior to XX, Space Lion King, and X, she was still one of the heroine subspecies. While the Holy Land Sisterhood itself was inferior to the other two organizations, no matter how weak they were still one of the three major organizations of the Artoria species. With hundreds of Artorius and a small number of heroine subspecies within them, they could easily pose a threat to the world. But what was the result? Despite their size, this major organization was easily defeated by Z and her heroine group. The Holy Land Sisterhood did have some heroines as members, but they were considered the weakest among the heroines. In fact, some were oddly weaker than certain Artoria species from the other two organizations, casting doubt on their subspecies as heroine. Only XX could be deemed a formidable heroine, so it came as no surprise when they were wiped out after she got kicked out from the organization. However, regardless of the situation, this still made the other Artorius feel uneasy. If the Holy Land Sisterhood could be taken down all at once, could the same fate befall them? This thought only heightened their fear. As a result, although Ultimate Heroine Z only had around 20 followers, her presence alone overshadowed Space Lion King and X, as Z and her followers were the most powerful heroines aside from X and XX. Seeing this scene, Z was naturally delighted. She brushed aside the humiliation she had suffered from XX and Artorius just moments ago and started to play the role of the final boss, holding her head high. "Ladies, welcome to my gathering," Z exclaimed loudly, ensuring her voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. "The theme of this gathering is our most beloved and cherished son, Artorius Pendragon." "Ooh. Artorius. My darling son. My son." As Z spoke, everyone around her became excited. Every Artorius in the crowd blushed and murmured excitedly, some even seemed ready to take action. Apart from the motherly Artorius, there were also a few sisterly Artorius, as well as Mordred subspecies. The latter had less numerical strength and lower seniority, so they had little say in the matter. They stood silently in the crowd, like henchmen, serving as a backdrop for the motherly Artorius. Big brother. Seeing this scene, Mordred was naturally unhappy. She quietly approached Artorius, whispered softly in his ear, and pouted. Blowing air, she looked quite aggrieved. It seemed like she had seen the Mordred subspecies suffer and felt sorry for them. "Don't worry." Artorius also leaned in and whispered to Mordred. "We'll talk when we get back." Although he didn't specify what they would talk about when they got back, based on her understanding, she could guess. After hearing her brother's words, she shivered involuntarily and looked at her brother with adoration. At the same time, her gaze toward her peers was filled with confidence. Artorius. Seeing Mordred and Artorius acting so carefree, both Morgan and XX were naturally displeased. They reminded the two to be mindful of their surroundings, preventing Mordred and Artorius from continuing their conversation. From then on, they communicated solely through their eyes, saying everything without words. "Hush! Silence!" Z shouted loudly. As the situation seemed about to get chaotic, Z's facial expression turned rather unpleasant. However, apart from her fellow heroines, the Artoria species from the other two organizations paid her no mind, continuing their own discussions without care. The members of the Order of Avalon were relatively well behaved. After Space Lion King cleared her throat, they fell silent. It was the delinquent girls of the dark rounds who remained disorganized and undisciplined. I said, silence. In the next moment, Z raised her voice and drew her ultimate holy sword. She raised the sword high, pointing it towards the sky. A Artorium level is climbing. Beside Artorius, XX exclaimed in surprise. This girl, she can achieve this level. What's going on? Although Artorius also instinctively felt that something was amiss, a strange and oddly familiar power was gathering. However, he was not a native of the servant universe. Wasn't Artorium just a comical concept? He hadn't heard that having more Artorium made one stronger. How is this possible? How did this girl do it? XX muttered in frustration, and at that moment, Z's sword beam shot out. In an instant, it pierced the atmosphere, creating a whole 10 of thousands of kilometers long, a pure white rainbow of light that soared into the heavens, like a sword that pierced through the earth's crust. It demonstrated the strength and terror of ultimate heroine Z and also left those delinquent Artorius, who had previously disregarded her, in awe. Good. Seeing that the scene had once again quieted down, Z nodded in satisfaction. After watching the spectacle, Space Lion King stepped forward. Speak up. Space Lion King said calmly as she looked at Z, what do you want by gathering us here? Your strength is impressive. On the other side, X said in her usual calm and cold voice. But don't think you can beat me. Of course not. Z smiled confidently. Gathering everyone here is not about fighting. In the vast Sapphire Galaxy, we can fight anytime. Instead of fighting, I have something more important to discuss with all of you. Be more specific. What is it? Space Lion King continued to ask calmly without any fluctuation in her expression. That's. Z didn't answer directly. Instead, she looked in Artorius's direction. Artorius, Z said cheerfully. Now that everyone's here, don't hide over there, don't be shy, let's have a good chat, darling. Her words became more and more delightful with each sentence, making Artorius quite sure that this mother was teasing him. Brother. Artorius. Son. Everyone on his side turned to look at him. They saw Artorius take a deep breath, stand up, dispel his invisibility magecraft, and reveal a perfect and handsome smile to the surrounding Artorius. Chapter 201, The Most Gorgeous Son. With a greeting from Z, Artorius responded. Ignoring the subconscious wow of admiration from those around and the sound of swallowing saliva, he calmly walked toward the group of Artorius. Facing hundreds of eager mothers who seemed like they would swallow him whole, the Dragon Emperor remained undaunted. Handsome and elegant, he embodied every word used to describe male beauty, and it seemed as if they had been lavishly piled upon Artorius without restraint. For ordinary women, his allure was unparalleled, akin to a fairy tale prince, platinum hair, sparkling eyes, and a handsome visage that no artist in any era could replicate. His tall figure was perfectly complemented by his frost silver armor. All these elements combined to create the world's most handsome man, Artorius. For regular women, it was a deadly allure. For the Artoria species, it was exponentially fatal. When discovered by Z, Artorius did not react completely passively, he stood firm. His response was to proudly raise his chin, fearlessly surveying the Artorius with a look that showcased his best, most handsome, and most attractive side, magnifying his advantages to the extreme. Violence was never the best solution against the Artoria species. Artorius was undeniably powerful, almost godlike, and not inferior to anyone present. But in the end, he, along with XX, Morgan, and Mordred, were only 4 against the 3 organizations of Artoria species, numbering in the hundreds. In a real fight, XX, Morgan, and Mordred would be overwhelmed in no time, and Artorius would undoubtedly be ruthlessly beaten down, pinned to the ground, and then subjected to a beating in turns. So, he made the right choice. But how effective was his approach? Exclamation point. Kia. Artorius. Artorius. My boy. My darling son. The effect was exceptionally good as it could be. Whether it was the Dark Rounds, the Order of Avalon, or the heroines. The hundreds of Artorius present had crossed the entire galaxy, transcending the gaps of time and space, waging wars, and battling each other, for what? Wasn't it simply because of the son who stood before them? They repeatedly argued that Artorius was their most beloved son, ignoring the feelings of a few Mordred subspecies. But before this, how many of them had truly seen the living son? None. Before this, none of them had seen the real Artorius. They had only dreamed, fantasized, and sensed him in the depths of their minds. In the ethereal void, they had regarded him as their spiritual haven, as the brightest sun in their hearts. In countless sleepless nights, in countless miserable and dreadful experiences, amid wars, battlefields, and lonely interstellar journeys, it was Artorius Pendragon, the greatest treasure of all Artoria species, that had inspired them, accompanied them, and helped them overcome one difficulty after another. So now, the living Artorius had stood before them. His appearance, his conduct, his physique, everything matched the fantasies of the Artoria species, and even exceeded them. In this situation, the excitement of the Artoria species was beyond imagination. Many Artorius were so excited that they wanted to rush forward, to pour out their lovesick feelings to Artorius. They wanted to tell him just how much they loved him. During the time they hadn't met him, they had yearned for him intensely. They wanted to express all their emotions, the long accumulated feelings and words, and 3 days and nights were not enough. Some of the Artorius with shallow emotions teared up, while those with more sensitive emotions wailed and cried. The scene suddenly became very chaotic. Don't cry. Artorius looked at the Artorius gently. Artoria species was one of Artorius's favorites, and when one piled up good things, there was even more goodness. Having hundreds of them together might be a nightmare for his empire's logistics department, but for him, it was paradise. If Artorius could be with so many Artorius all the time, he might even feel that conquering the world, or even the universe, didn't matter. Artorius looked at everyone calmly with gentle eyes. He was professional, so even in front of hundreds of people, he remained calm. Surprisingly, it was the Artoria species who got nervous. We have plenty of time. Let's find a more spacious place and share our feelings one by one. Don't worry, unless I'm completely exhausted, I'll satisfy each one of you. As Artorius said those words, he looked like the kindest shepherd, preparing to take his little lambs to the pasture. However, Space Lion King, X, and Z, the 3 god-level Artorius, pointed their weapons at him together. Holy lance and holy swords were all ready to strike, as if ready to start a fight if Artorius disobeyed. The matter isn't resolved yet, Artorius. Don't think you can get away with it, Z said with a sly smile as if she were avenging the earlier humiliation. What surprised Artorius was that, while Z was obviously up to something, it was understandable since he had teased her before. But why were the other two stopping him? He wasn't familiar with Space Lion King's demeanor. That dignified motherly look made Artorius wary, so he decided to leave her aside for now. But X was definitely an acquaintance. On the battlefield of the 4th Holy Grail War in the future timeline, they had promised to eat sweets together. Why was she stopping him now? Artorium is still increasing. What the heck is happening? When Artorius was still pondering, XX let out a surprised shout. The Artoria species who had almost been led away by Artorius like little sheep also calmed down. Although they felt sorry for him, they didn't dare to make eye contact with him and made their choice with their actions. They moved and were standing behind their respective leaders of the Artoria species. Artorius's attempt to get them peacefully had failed. Chapter 202, Strategic Weapon. Artorius, just bear with it for a moment. Space Lion King, who was clad in silver armor and possessed a regal figure and the aura of a mature woman, said to Artorius, who contemplated which course of action to take in subduing the Artoria species. After everything is settled, we can discuss some personal matters. She calmly added. One could say she truly was a mature big sister. Even when discussing such trivial matters, her expression remained unchanged. Thinking back, Artorius was used to dealing with the regular-sized Artorius. But facing an Artoria of this colossal size was first. He remembered, there was also Morgan, but a witch and a knight were entirely different styles, not to be confused. Artorius remained silent, just gazing calmly at Space Lion King, seemingly accepting her decision. Good, we can continue our conversation now. Z chirped. By the way, X and Artoria of this world are doing well. Don't worry, I won't harm them. After all, they're still sisters of Artoria species. That is, as long as you behave. Z didn't say the last sentence and only said it inside her mind, but even without her saying it, just by looking at her smug expression, Artorius knew what she was thinking. I thought you were our enemies. Artorius responded with a calm tone. His restless feelings aside, at least on the surface, he showed no fear. I originally intended to mediate the war between all of you. You have good intentions. Space Lion King said with a gentle look at Artorius. We are, of course, enemies. If we met elsewhere, we would surely clash. But this time is different, our goals are aligned, Artorius. X said while gazing at Artorius with a stoic face. Artorius, you want to resolve our problem, right? If you want to do that, then be serious, don't attempt to deceive us. Artorius found himself being lectured like a child, and what's more, it was by X, who was the most innocent and adorable among the Artoria species. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He remained silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Since emotions couldn't solve the problem, it was time for action. He was also curious about what these 3 strongest Artorius wanted to say. They seemed to know something about the Artoria species that others didn't. Artorius, do you know why we came to find you? What motivates us, what purpose and reason do you think we have? Space Lion King spoke while gazing at Artorius's face. Artorius nodded, indicating that he knew. In addition to what you already know. X continued. Aside from the bonds between us, aside from our love and care for you, do you know anything else? Apart from emotions, love, and the affection between mother and son, what drove these people forward was something more practical, more straightforward. Interests and desires. Things like always being together with their son go without saying. Every Artorius would want those things. But from what Space Lion King was pointing out, it wasn't about that. Could it be Artorium? Artorius voiced his earlier speculation. Do Artoria species get stronger when they're around me? That's part of the reason. Z responded. When it came to interests, most of the Artorius, including XX, had this thought in mind, aside from their desire to shower their son with affection and have a joyful time with him. Any Artoria species who possess Artorius will have her strength increase. So why can't that person be me? This is what every Artoria species thought. Space Lion King, who played the role of the eldest, spoke the reason. But this is only talking about potential, the potential of the Artoria species. The reality is, within the Artoria species, there are strong and weak ones. What determines the strength of an Artoria species, apart from training, effort, battle experience, weapons, and some adventures, is a very important factor, Artorium. This element was discovered by Mr. Universe Merlin and is exclusive to the Artoria species. It exists in every Artoria species and unconsciously radiates as Artoria species takes action. When many Artoria species gather together, the Artorium will converge, greatly enhancing their power. Moreover, with the actions and deeds of the Artoria species, the quality of this element will continuously improve. Artoria species from Sapphire Galaxy will all have their abilities strengthened as the Artorium within them improves. That's why, the reason why our strength will increase dramatically when we possess you is because there's a significant amount of Artorium within me. Artorius interrupted and looked at Space Lion King strangely. No. Space Lion King shook her head. It's because of a special substance in you, we called it subelement. This subelement can stimulate the Artoria species to produce Artorium faster, sometimes even dozens or hundreds of times faster than usual. The production speed becomes even faster during various intimate interactions with you. It's because of this reason that X, who was just a mere stupid brat, has now grown to be that strong. It's truly beyond my imagination. Z quipped. Whoever possesses Artorius can become the strongest Artoria species. Once considered a mere legend, the appearance of stronger mysterious heroine X has turned that legend into reality. In Sapphire Galaxy, Artorius is like a strategic weapon. Any Artoria species organizations that have Artorius will experience a rapid increase in strength, dozens, or even hundreds of times over. With such power in Sapphire Galaxy, they could achieve dominance. X calmly uttered words that left everyone in awe. In Servant Universe, the Artoria species were already a top-tier force. If the power of them were to increase dozens or even hundreds of times again, it might be possible to unify the entire universe and establish a galactic empire. X's statement about Artorius being a strategic weapon was entirely accurate. His mere presence could reshape the entire Servant Universe. At that point, no matter who, a single sword beam from any saber Artoria could demolish anything. Chapter 203, Make a Choice. X's statement about Artorius being a strategic weapon was entirely accurate. His mere presence could reshape the entire Servant Universe. At that point, no matter who, a single sword beam from any saber Artoria could demolish anything. Ah, I see. So it's like that. Artorius suddenly enlightened. Don't get the wrong idea, Artorius. Mother still loves you. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Even if Artorius is a good-for-nothing, we still love you. Seeing Artorius appear to have a sudden revelation, all Artorius grew anxious and spoke those comforting words. Listening to their words, Artorius's feelings became somewhat complicated. It's nice that they love him, of course, and he believed what they were saying was true, but to call him a good-for-nothing. But that wasn't important. What mattered was the information they had just revealed. Even though Servant Universe was a comedy world, no matter how comedic it was still a proper parallel world. The servants in that world had developed technology to the galactic level. There were top-tier cosmic powerhouses, and while the population didn't match the level of a typical galactic civilization, it was still significant, certainly much larger than the world Artorius currently resided in. The power balance of the Servant Universe was seriously affected by an entity like Artorius. Forget about those who had grudges against the Artoria species, even allies and neutral parties associated with the Artoria species might have turned against them. They could have formed groups and invaded this world, wanting to eliminate Artorius to prevent the Artoria species from becoming stronger. It seems you've thought about this as well. X said calmly as she continued. Another purpose for our presence in this world is to protect you. Your legend has spread throughout the entire galaxy, but until now, it wasn't taken seriously. That's because, aside from us, the Artoria species, all other servants thought it was fake. So, they didn't pay much attention. But now, your world is connected with our world. When the Artoria species evolves because of Artorius, what do you think will happen? Speaking of that, we must apologize. Space Lion King suddenly said while casting a guilty look at Artorius. It's our fault for bringing danger to you. Fortunately, we have a way to remedy this. X continued. Yes, yes. Aside from that clumsy fool XX, and her Holy Land sisterhood dragging along, these two big shots have a protection plan for you, Artorius. Z said cheerfully. Neither Space Lion King nor X disagreed with her words. Protection. Artorius, upon hearing that word, instinctively felt that something was wrong. Don't worry, Artorius. We won't harm you. Space Lion King spoke first. Our purpose is to teach you to become an outstanding ruler. You will become a core member of our Order of Avalon, a central pillar of justice and order for the Sapphire Galaxy and even the entire universe. After she spoke like that, the group of knights around her earnestly watched Artorius, nodding in approval to their leader's words, filled with hope that he would agree to be part of their righteous cause. Isn't that kind of thing just too boring? However, before Artorius could respond to Space Lion King, X had already stepped forward and, in a calm and indifferent tone, described Space Lion King's purpose as boring. The next moment, the members of the Order of Avalon drew their swords, as if they were going to cut down X, who spoke disrespectfully to their leader. Hey, didn't we agree already? Z tried to calm the situation. Remember, regardless of whether we're annoyed or not, we still have to let the other side speak, right? Of course, they hadn't really agreed on anything, but more like an unspoken agreement as they were in the presence of Artorius. Listening to Z, Space Lion King didn't respond. She merely raised her hand, and her subordinates quickly sheathed their swords, returning to silence, showcasing their qualities of military discipline. Choose me, Artorius. I am the best option. X then said, and didn't continue confronting Space Lion King, nor did she engage in conversation with Z. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on Artorius and finally said what she had been wanting to say for a long time. I bet Artorius doesn't like that dull and boring life either. I know, Artorius truly enjoys a more passionate and free-spirited life. In that case, our Dark Rounds is your best choice. X said earnestly, looking at him. With me, you can do everything you want. There are no unnecessary formalities and rules. No one will stop you. And I promise you, our organization has grand ambitions. I'm sure you'd rather bring the entire galaxy under your control than just guard its peace, right? You want to build your empire, to conquer not only Sapphire Galaxy but all the world, right? The Dark Rounds can assist you. Let's work together, Artorius. Let's paint the whole galaxy with the colors of the villains. Artorius. After X said that declaration, Z just smiled without saying a word. While Space Lion King muttered Artorius's name as her gaze toward him became somewhat worried. Like mother, like son. How could a mother not have known the extent of her son's ambitions and aspirations? In that case, the Dark Rounds, where X belonged, was probably more attractive to Artorius. This is truly infuriating. As she thought like that, Space Lion King's gaze toward X turned fierce and menacing. This girl is going to destroy the Pendragon. Space Lion King continued to glare fiercely at X. She felt that X's words had already crossed the bottom line of Pendragon. Artorius was the future of the family. After all, there wasn't a single Artoria species who had expectations for the other child, Mordred. For the family to thrive, the child had to excel. To make the child excel, strict standards and demands were necessary. Children needed discipline and boundaries. How could you spoil them? Only through strict requirements could Artorius become the ideal child, her child. But, X's wish to pamper him, even tempt him into doing bad things, seemed obvious. At first glance, it might seem like the child was having fun, and so were you. But what about the future? It was like when other children had already paved their future careers and had successful jobs, yet your child still fooling around and wasting their youth. Did Artorius have to become a delinquent alongside you? Work part-time jobs, scan barcodes in convenience stores. Just thinking of Artorius in a convenience store uniform, smiling and serving the ladies in the neighborhood, made Space Lion King's heart hurt, and she found X detestable. However, the consequences of X's actions were not just that. The current situation was like a national election in a democratic country. One mother said, if you choose me as your mother, you have to complete your homework on time, study hard every day, play fewer games, watch less TV, strive to get into a top university, and then get a full scholarship. After your studies, become a stock trader or a lawyer. While another mother said, if you choose me, you don't have to worry about studying, homework, or anything like that. You can play games for as long as you want every day. Mother will take care of you for life. In this case, a child with weak willpower would surely choose the latter. Just like the foolish Democratic voters who liked to choose scoundrel politicians promising high benefits, although once these scoundrels took office, they only cared about their own agenda, making money for themselves, and disregarding the country's development. Drive out the bad to keep the good. Space Lion King's urge to kill grew stronger. She had silently resolved that if Artorius didn't behave and chose X, she would ignore all notions of righteousness. Whatever Z, whatever XX, whatever X, anyone who obstructed her, she would cut them down. She had to control Artorius and make him follow the right path. Artorius, observing Space Lion King's expression, was certain that she was prepared to resort to violence. In fact, when he looked at X again, he could see that this cute, bespectacled girl was thinking the same. The so-called mediation and civilized talk of Z was bullshit from the beginning. So, Artorius, what's your choice? As Space Lion King asked that question, she stared fiercely at Artorius, urging him to make a choice. Yes, Artorius, you'll definitely choose me, right? On the other side, X asked the same while intensely staring at him. With both leaders speaking, the two sides were on edge. If it weren't for the strict orders of their leaders not to interrupt and not to act recklessly, there might have been a showdown between the two organizations already. Before I make my choice. Facing the expectant gazes of the two mothers, Artorius didn't answer directly. He knew, of course, that whether he chose Space Lion King or X, it would be the wrong choice. The correct choice for him, the one that belonged to him, he had known for a long time. But before revealing that correct choice, there was something crucial he had to do. That was to question Z, what about you? Artorius looked at the heroine in white. You've set up such a big gathering, called so many people, and pushed the situation to this point. So, what's your wish? What do you want? What kind of person do you want me to become? Hee, you're truly my proud son. You immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Z chuckled joyfully. As she laughed happily, both Space Lion King and X also turned to look at her. After Artorius's reminder, they realized that it wasn't just a match between the two of them, it was a three-way standoff. If they both ended up fighting each other to the death, wouldn't Z reap all the benefits without doing anything? That couldn't be allowed under any circumstances. So they continued to suppress their displeasure and watch to see how Z would respond. My thoughts and wishes are pretty simple. Z said with a calm smile. I don't want to be a keeper of order, nor do I want to play any conquest games. From start to finish, all I want is just you, Artorius. She exclaimed calmly with a happy tone. So, you want to have a fight? When Z said her true wish, both Space Lion King and X were clearly displeased. The former said nothing and only squinted her eyes, while the latter questioned. Not at all, even though my wish is Artorius, I never thought of having him all to myself. Z responded cheerfully without caring about their displeases. I can cooperate with you two with whatever goals you want to achieve, even though I'm not interested, I can assist. But it seems like you two can't cooperate with each other and will keep on fighting no matter what. So, only one of you can work with me. As for who it will be, it depends on who offers the higher price. Price? Can you be more specific about what you want? Space Lion King asked in a low voice. Of course, it's Artorius. Didn't I just say it earlier? When it comes to sharing him, it's all about who could benefit the most by spending time with him the longest. Whether it's a date, being together, feeding each other, or even that kind of thing. According to percentages, whoever offers me better percentages, I'll team up with one of you to deal with the other. Exclamation point. Z's statement immediately left Space Lion King and X stunned. Both of them were intelligent. They quickly grasped the cunning nature of ultimate heroine Z. Z wanted to use a mercenary kind approach to have it all. First, she would force both Space Lion King and X into a bidding war to secure her cooperation and maximize her own benefits. Secondly, she and the one who won her over would team up against the unsuccessful bidder. The strategic approach would ensure an easy victory and secure the privilege of being with Artorius the longest, obtaining the most sub-elements from him and thereby maximizing her benefits. The Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds fought to the death but ended up making bridal clothes for Z. Chapter 204, Bidding. Z's strategy wasn't all that smart, to be honest. As intelligent as X and Space Lion King were, they could see through it right away. The problem was that seeing through it didn't have any meaning, in short, useless. Z's strategy wasn't some kind of conspiracy, it was a straightforward strategy. X and Space Lion King were like water and fire, never going to compromise. Even temporary compromises were tough. Since they couldn't unite, Z took this opportunity to grab benefits. What's worse, she was clearly not a weak one, she had the strength to take on 10 of them. Whether it was X or Space Lion King, whoever won over Z would undoubtedly win. Even if she didn't cooperate with either of them, she and her group of heroines could just defeat one organization first and then the other. In the end, she would still become the ultimate victor. But 60%. While Space Lion King was still contemplating the pros and cons, X was the first to speak up. She was calm and didn't hesitate. Your group can have 60% of Artorius' time. Whether you want to date Artorius, fall in love, or do something else, it's all yours. As X said that, before Z could respond, the other heroines around her had already shown excited expressions. The heroines belonged to the same subspecies, so their fates were intertwined. Aside from the oddballs among them, X, and a few from the Holy Land Sisterhood, most of the heroines followed the lead of Ultimate Heroine Z and regarded her as their big sister and leader. When the big sister feasted, they could have the soup. If the big sister dated Artorius, they could happily watch. Naughty time was even better, as group activities were more enjoyable than duos, right? Just thinking about it made them filled with joy. I offer 65%. However, before anyone could respond, Space Lion King also spoke up with the same proposal. 65%. Instantly, it caught the heroine's attention. Even a fool knew that 65% was more than 60%. That meant they would have more time with Artorius, more time to date, have fun, eat, shop, watch movies, and enjoy all sorts of naughty activities with him. Everything would become even more delightful. How could this not excite them? The heroines who had just thought X was doing great suddenly changed their minds and thought Space Lion King was better and had more potential. At the same time, X and her group looked at Space Lion King with anger. Even though you're a just and righteous knight, you're using such a sneaky, mean, and cunning way to steal our son. Despicable. Yeah. What a despicable knight. You tarnish the knight's name. X said nothing, but several members of the Dark Rounds couldn't help but shout and slander Space Lion King while preparing to take action. Swish. Of course, X stopped them with a wave of her hand. If they acted now, there was a high probability of being caught between the Order of Avalon and the heroines. They could only cry when Artorius fell into the arms of other mothers. Humph. As long as the outcome is fair. Space Lion King retorted in response to the Artorius from the Dark Rounds. She met X's gaze with unwavering confidence. The gazes of the two mothers clashed in the air. If things continued to escalate, their offers would surely become higher and higher, eventually reaching an unsustainable level. However, this was not good for the heroines. An agreement that couldn't be sustained was as good as none. Once X and Space Lion King understood this, they wouldn't cooperate with Z, and her plans would fall apart. The final outcome might be an extremely brutal war between the three organizations that would engulf everyone and lead to total destruction. Although the heroines didn't have as many numbers as the other organizations of the Artoria species, the strength of the heroines was, in fact, the strongest. Their foundation and their strength as heroine were far superior to the heroine from the Holy Land Sisterhood. So, there's no way to achieve a perfect victory, huh? Do we have to defeat everyone to obtain Artorius? Forget it, even if we lose some members, it doesn't matter. They'll be reborn in the Sapphire Galaxy after a while. As long as we wait, our organization will still be the best in the universe. With this in mind, the three leaders of the Artoria species, the three most powerful mothers of Artorius Pendragon, made a decision: they would fight. A decisive battle to determine the fate of Artorius. Win, you get everything; lose, you're dust. With this in mind, every Artoria present was seemingly aware of their respective leaders' intentions. Beyond their apprehension and reluctance, a surging battle intent rose even higher. All three sides had made their decision. It was time for battle. Do you think I don't exist? Artorius finally spoke. If this battle really broke out, the existence of Earth would be uncertain. As Gaia pleaded with a whimpering voice for Artorius to intervene, and Alea's request for him to borrow its power was rejected, he stepped forward and positioned himself at the center of the three mothers, confronting the overwhelming battle intent of hundreds of Artoria species. Under the shroud of such terrifying battle intent, an ordinary person would have likely fainted long ago. Even the mightiest heroes and champions, even gods, would likely be suppressed in the face of such terrifying power. At this moment, on the entire Earth, the only one capable of restraining the Artoria species, the only one who could make them obedient, was Artorius. It wasn't because his strength surpassed these hundreds of Artoria species, it was about the fact that as soon as he stepped forward, all the Artoria species instinctively withdrew their power. Among them, X, Space Lion King, and Z were included. They all knew that at this critical moment, they had to hold the line, show their strength, and muster up their courage. But if their beloved son intervened and stood between them, what else could they do? X, Space Lion King, and Z looked at their little sisters, and they either looked around, raising their heads to the sky or lowering them to the ground. In any case, no matter which Artoria species they were, they didn't want to upset Artorius. In this crucial situation, Artorius managed to secure one last chance to speak for himself. Chapter 205, Declaration. Taking a deep breath, Artorius composed himself. He had faced larger crowds before, addressed tens of thousands in battles that would decide the world's fate, and even given motivational speeches to his generals and soldiers. He had always believed in his oratory skills. Not to brag, but he could talk circles around anyone, even at the highest level of eloquence among rulers. Yet, this level of linguistic prowess felt wasted when it came to matters of courtship. As of today, there was only one woman he had not been able to win over, his teacher, Scathatch. However, considering Scathach's manners and actions 1,500 years later, it was evident that their relationship had its nuances. So, in the end, Artorius was the victor, utterly triumphant. The empire still exists 1,500 years from now, and it thrives. Therefore, logically speaking, it shouldn't collapse at this point. But these Artoria species possess the ability to manipulate time as they please, so the future timeline I visited might not be the same, so what should I do? Artorius contemplated, feeling anxious inside but maintaining an outward facade of calm confidence. You all have said your piece, but isn't it time for me to speak? Indeed. Space Lion King nodded. Deep down, every Artoria species harbored the desire to claim Artorius as their own, but on the surface, they feigned respect for his opinion. They all hoped he would choose them. Of course, if he didn't choose them, it would be seen as a grave mistake. They would find whatever reason and one-sidedly accuse the opposing side of influencing him. As mothers, their goal was to protect their beloved son and not let wicked women deceive him. In the end, it would still come to fight. The chosen would fight to protect, and the unchosen would fight to claim. The Artoria species who had already made up their minds paused not out of hesitation but merely to give their beloved son some face. What I want. Artorius spoke calmly and stopped halfway. Several seconds later, he continued. Is something that I've known since the very beginning when I came into this world. I knew the fate of this world. This world is fated for destruction. My kingdom, Camelot, is fated to fall. My beloved father, my dear sister, my cherished family, and my beloved friends, all of them will be destroyed due to the control and inertia brought about by the proper human history. That was the situation I faced back then. Back then, I was just an ordinary, average young man. I had no true magic, no noble phantasm, and certainly not the godlike power I possess today. Back then, as an ordinary person who had nothing, I had to confront such a cruel fate. Artorius. As Artorius spoke with emotion, everyone felt a deep empathy. They all felt great sorrow and wished they could have been by his side back then, facing those hardships together. As Artorius watched everyone's sad expression, he continued his speech. Do you know how I, as an ordinary person back then, persisted? How I gritted my teeth and fought relentlessly until I achieved success? What motivated me? What drove me to strive for greatness and accomplish such feats? It was my faith, no, my mother. It was my love for my family that pushed me to fight and strive to reach where I am today. Artorius's voice had become impassioned by this point, his tone and even his body trembling involuntarily. This wasn't merely a speech, it was a genuine outpouring of his emotions, an earnest attempt to connect with everyone on a deep level. Yes, it's all of you. My family, my mother, my sister, the people closest to my heart. I would never want to see harm come to my family. For the sake of my family, I'm willing to do anything. Even if it's dangerous, even if hope seems distant, as long as it's for my family, I'm willing to do it. Artorius. Son. As Artorius spoke like that, almost to the point of hoarseness, every Artoria species couldn't help but cry. If only I had come into this world earlier, I wouldn't have let all of that happen. Yes, indeed. That's right. Artoria of this world is so useless. As they lamented and shed tears for their beloved son, they couldn't hold back from trying to shift responsibility. Only the Mordred subspecies didn't lament and cry, instead, they felt proud. That's because Mordred of this world had done exceptionally well, faithfully supporting Artorius on his journey from the beginning. All the Mordred subspecies felt a sense of pride. Some even couldn't help but think, fathers are outdated, aren't they? It's time for us sisters to rise. Fortunately, they still had a sense of decency and didn't voice those thoughts, or else they would have surely received a stern scolding from the currently emotionally charged fathers. Artorius, what do you mean? In this emotional crowd, perhaps only the three strongest Artorius perceived the deeper meaning behind Artorius's words. Space Lion King was somewhat anxious and worried, so she asked that way. What I mean is, I can't do it. Artorius declared loudly and firmly. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for my family. Even if it means dying, I don't want my family to suffer. But now, you're forcing me to choose one part of my family over the other, and watch my family suffer in front of me. Do you really think I could choose? He wasn't as tall as a giant, but his presence was as towering as the sun. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried the righteousness of heaven and earth. It instantly suppressed the arrogance of the Artoria species, making them lower their heads and not dare to respond. I won't abandon any family member. Artorius continued to say slowly word by word with a strong determination. All the Artoria species remained silent and not daring to speak, but hearing those declarations from their beloved son made them quite pleased inside. Chapter 206, The Pendragon. I won't abandon any family member. Artorius continued to say slowly word by word with a strong determination. All the Artoria species remained silent and not daring to speak, but hearing those declarations from their beloved son made them quite pleased inside. You asked me how I made my choice, this is my choice. Artorius said firmly without hesitation. If any of you still want to fight, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Artorius. Artorius, don't act rashly. Let's talk this out. As Artorius spoke with conviction as if he was ready to act, the Artorius around became afraid. They had crossed space and time to get here for one reason, their beloved son, Artorius. If they pushed him to the brink like this, it would be a disaster. Artorius. Space Lion King spoke his name with a hint of resignation. X widened her eyes in surprise, while Z was left speechless. Z instinctively wanted to say something, like how Artorius' stance was absurd, or something along those lines. But that kind of stubbornness was something she could get away with in front of her other child, which was the Mordred subspecies. Even if she reprimanded and bullied them, all they would do was say, "Stupid father," and then cry and run away. The next day, it would be as if nothing had happened, and they would still be her good daughter. But it was different for Artorius. So, after putting himself on the line, Artorius gained the upper hand in this game, driven by love and determination to protect his family. However, this didn't mean that every Artorius would simply comply and let it go. You've stated your stance and position, Artorius. X said calmly after a brief moment of surprise. But what's the solution then? What's your proposal, Artorius? Space Lion King inquired. What do you want? Z added. If we leave, the next to come after us will be our enemies, the enemies of Artoria species. They will surely kill Artorius. X explained. So, no matter what, we must protect you. You may not understand my intentions now, but you will in the future. Space Lion King added. By, in the future, she likely meant the Artorius that got fixed by her and became an obedient child who followed her every command. Yes, yes. Z regained her composure. In most cases, parents would pamper their children, but in matters of life and death, only a fool would continue to pamper them. In other words, everything we're doing is not just for the sub-element to get stronger but also to protect Artorius. With that thought, every Artoria species reached an understanding. Although they were still afraid of hurting Artorius, that fear was manageable. They were more afraid of someone coming and killing him. The psychological barrier to fighting him had finally been removed, and they believed there was a way to confront him without causing harm. Now, it all depended on whether Artorius could come up with a reasonable solution. Otherwise, nothing would change. We can sit down and talk this out. Artorius spoke with a gentle expression. Listen, I love each and every one of you, and I want all of you to stay safe. I'm not planning on going anywhere either, I'll stay in this world. If you want to be with me, we can live together in this world without any need for fighting or struggling. As for my safety, with so many of you together, we don't have to fear any enemies, right? As Artorius said that, Gaia desperately sent him a message like don't, and what are you thinking? Earth can't accommodate so many powerful beings. With so many Artoria species living on Earth, her life would be in a constant state of crisis and anxiety. Those Artoria species could quarrel over trivial matters and use their noble phantasms like nothing. If they fought too often, the Earth's crust would eventually be shattered. Of course, Artorius ignored Gaia's plea and continued to look earnestly at every Artorius, waiting for their response. Are you suggesting that we share? All of us. Z frowned. Sharing Artorius between two people was already too much, let alone so many. They were numbered in the hundreds for fuck's sake. Yes. Artorius nodded. Do you want us to coexist peacefully without further conflict? X asked calmly. That's right. Artorius nodded again. Artorius, your wish is admirable, but isn't it a bit delusional? Space Lion King said gently. Also, this world. I'm afraid it can't sustain us for too long. Artorius, do you really not want to go to the Sapphire Galaxy with us? Z asked. As I said, I'll stay. Artorius said calmly. I've invested a lot in this world. I started from scratch and built an empire here. More importantly, this world has limitless potential. Listening to him, Gaia was touched and on the verge of tears. Even though he wasn't talking about her at all. The Sapphire Galaxy also offers plenty of opportunities. X calmly stated. Yes. Artorius nodded. But that world has almost lost its potential for further progress. You know, we can cooperate. As the three Artorius hesitated, Artorius continued. The technology and energy obtained by the Sapphire Galaxy have limited its further potential. But in my world, there is greater potential, albeit lacking in sufficient technology and energy. Our two worlds can complement each other. Why must we confine our vision to a single universe? We can control everything. We can mutually benefit from each other. With the technology and energy from the Sapphire Galaxy, we can develop my world and then reinvest in the Sapphire Galaxy. More importantly, no one else lays claim to this world. This world belongs solely to us, the Pendragon. One day, our world will develop to the point of surpassing the Sapphire Galaxy, the Servant Universe, even the entire multiverse, boundless in time and space, will be within our grasp. Isn't this better than engaging in endless fights against countless enemies in the Sapphire Galaxy? Akin to comparing the countryside with fields of golden crops and the glimmer of silver with a modern city with empty and no more resources left. Artorius shared everything with his mothers, laying out his plan. Starting today, we unite as one. There shall be no Holy Land Sisterhood, no Order of Avalon, no Dark Rounds, and no heroines. There shall only be one family, which is us, the Pendragon. Following my path, we shall unite, build, and prosper. From this planet, we launch ourselves into the galaxy. This is my final answer. Surrounding Artorius, various Artorius exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. His words seemed to make sense, but those Artorius who lacked ambition felt confused and thought something like, "Aren't we here just to snatch the sun? Why has it turned into a conspiracy for the multiverse? I just wanted to be the strongest saber, living happily every day with Artorius. Why has it become this complicated?" Of course, since the situation had already developed to this point, it seemed pointless to say anything more. And, this way, we can be together forever. Seeing the perplexed expressions on the faces of every Artorius had to clear his throat and add that sentence, making most Artorius who lacked ambition around him smile again. The situation was adjusted to the best state by Artorius. Whoever wanted to wage war, he would fight them, and if he couldn't win, he would kill himself. This made the Artorius hesitant. Should they all unite into a single group, forming one big family, and collectively work towards developing this planet, using it as a base for further expansion? Everything seemed too good to be true. It seemed that as long as they followed his path, everyone could find happiness. Very impressive, truly impressive, my son. Space Lion King nodded and praised him while smiling gently. Yes, indeed. Truly, as expected of Artorius. X and Z also praised him at the same time. The latter then snapped her fingers and her little sisters immediately understood her intention, and after a while, Artoria and X were brought out. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. It appeared that being favored by the Artoria species and showing his own fierceness and strength, Artorius could steer things in the best direction. If only it were true. It looks like we're all accepting your plan, aren't you happy, Artorius? Z asked, smiling cheerfully. Of course, I'm deeply gratified by this. As everyone seemed to agree, Artorius's tone softened and he began to consider whether he should offer them some incentives. However. All right, now there's only one question left. When it comes to a family, who should be the family head? X asked in a calm tone. Artorius remained silent. After all, there has to be someone whose word counts. The right leader who spreads the right ideas can achieve the right results. Space Lion King added. Artorius continued to stay silent. Hey, what's going on? X asked with a lowered voice as she and Artoria approached Mordred, Morgan, and XX. Both Morgan and XX seemed nervous and didn't respond to them. Only Mordred, who was easier to approach, explained what had just happened simply and short, leaving X and Artoria astonished. Had Artorius really gone from being an emperor of a small empire on Earth to a multiverse overlord in such a short time? Was this upgrade a bit too fast? It felt like the power dynamics were crumbling. X and Artoria thought like that speechlessly. It's not that simple. Morgan interjected. Listening to their discussion, she couldn't help but snort. This family thing can probably be built. Using our planet as a base for development likely won't be a problem. But who says the leader has to be Artorius? Look at those three Artorius over there. Why did they change their minds so quickly and support his plan? Isn't it because they saw the benefits in there? Chapter 207, The Great Battle. It's not that simple. Morgan interjected. Listening to their discussion, she couldn't help but snort. This family thing can probably be built. Using our planet as a base for development likely won't be a problem. But who says the leader has to be Artorius? Look at those three Artorius over there. Why did they change their minds so quickly and support his plan? Isn't it because they saw the benefits in there? Morgan summed it up in a way that even those with the intelligence of Artoria or the innocence of Mordred could understand. Indeed, the current situation wasn't so bad for the three leaders of Artoria species. Originally, they formed their own organizations relying on their ideals as a bond. There was an individual who wanted to unite all Artoria species without discrimination no matter what subspecies they were, and that was XX. However, her poor management skills and the internal conflicts among the Artoria species made her Holy Land Sisterhood one of the 4 major organizations of Artoria species, with the fastest collapse rate. But now, things were different. With the appearance and declaration of Artorius, the idea of uniting the Artoria species had become a reality and was possible. Hundreds of Artoria species could be integrated into one whole group, and thanks to the so-called sub-element from him, their power could increase tenfold or even more. With the technology and energy of the Sapphire Galaxy, they could develop Artorius's world. In this way, setting sail in this world and aiming for the great sea of stars was only natural. Lands, beauties, everything was within their grasp. This was a step closer to perfection, which was better than the original plan of the Artoria species. One could say it was the perfect solution. All of this was because of the great treasure from the legend of Artoria species, one son. The 4 who had come with Artorius finally understood, their spirits shaken and their gazes towards him changed. Of course, I would recommend myself. Faced with the question of the 3 mothers, Artorius responded without hesitation. Among those present, I'm probably the only one capable of reconciling the internal conflicts among Artoria species. In theory, that's correct, but Artorius, you're still a child. Z said cheerfully. For something so important, it's probably better if an adult handles it, right? What do you mean by? Of course, it should be me. Z interrupted Artorius's retort and said cheerfully, to the astonishment of the other Artoria species present. I'm like the counterforce of Artoria species after all. When it comes to management experience, commanding subordinates, and devising plans, I won't lose to anyone. Space Lion King didn't want to lose. Even to you, I won't yield. X joined in. In short, everyone recommended themselves, without even a hint of politeness towards Artorius. So, how should we handle this situation now? Democratic voting. Mordred asked in a hushed tone. Instead of that, I believe everyone here prefers a different way to resolve this issue, don't you agree? Artorius heard Mordred's quiet words and then spoke loudly. Mothers, don't you all think the same way? Of course, that's how they felt, such a good opportunity, such a promising son, who would willingly let go? No one would. Democratic voting. That kind of thing only worked among people who trusted each other. And in this situation, Z, who had the fewest people but the strongest power, wouldn't accept that. She could just defeat everyone here and be done with it. Since no one would yield, there was only one way. Fight. Whoever wins decides. Whoever wins, Artorius would obey. Whoever became the head and leader of the Pendragon would gain all the wealth, status, and honor. The simplest, most direct, most violent, and easiest to understand solution. Very well. Let's do it this way. Let's get started. We talked so much, but in the end, we're still fighting. Hold on a moment. As the 3 leaders prepared for battle, Artorius stopped them once again. Is there something else to say? Of course, there is. Artorius said. Look around, look at everyone. Besides us, everyone else also wants to compete for this final victory, right? Since you are Artoria species, and they are also Artoria species, then everyone should have a share. At the very least, we should all have a chance to compete. Yes, yes. Son is right. You are Artorius's mother, and I am also Artorius's mother. Why should you be the one to snatch the position, and I shouldn't? Artorius, is this your plan? But, I won't yield. X said with indifference as she gazed at her sisters from the dark rounds. Humph, I see, I see. But it doesn't matter anymore, nothing matters anymore. Z said cheerfully without care. It seems like all of you forgotten to fear the strong, forgotten how I became the leader of the Order of Avalon. If that's the case, then let me help you remember. Space Lion King said with a dignified tone to her subordinates. In just a moment, every Artoria species' emotions were stirred, and the 3 leaders understood Artorius's purpose. He didn't have a high chance of winning against the 3 leaders, so he attracted other ordinary Artoria species into the mix and improved his odds. He needed to muddy the waters. In this situation, the battle was sure to turn into a brawl rather than a proper tournament. This favored him greatly. But even so, do you really think you can win, son? You're still too naive. Space Lion King said calmly. Let me teach you what a truly powerful warrior is. Humph, no matter what, things are unfolding in the direction I want. Z said while sneering. Let's fight. Decide who the strongest saber is, who the strongest Artoria species is. In terms of combat power, I won't lose to anyone. X said with determination. I can't afford to lose this battle, even if Artorius is my enemy. The three leaders were prepared for battle, and the surrounding Artoria species were equally excited and eager, anticipating the upcoming battle. Father. At this moment, Mordred cautiously nudged Artoria's waist and whispered. Can we participate in this too? She asked softly, her voice lowered under Artoria's disapproving gaze. Well, maybe. As Artoria hesitated, not knowing how to respond, she subconsciously glanced at Morgan, who was beside her. The witch's lips curled into a pleased smile as she armed herself with various hidden mystic codes, even several noble phantasms were taken out. At this moment, there were even fewer Morgan subspecies than Mordred. In fact, only she was present. But so what? The other Artoria species were fools, and Mordred's subspecies was the fool among fools. In this unprecedented family battle, intelligence and wisdom were more important than combat power. She was the smartest among the Pendragon. Artorius might dispute that, but to Morgan, their intelligence just played out in different directions. Artorius was excellent at governance, military strategy, administration, law, and understanding human nature. But when it came to magecraft, his talent was just average. Despite mastering true magic, he couldn't even fully master rune. I've waited for this day. Morgan's lips curled uncontrollably. Finally, the day when I can shine has come. Foo. Unexpected, right? Maybe none of you thought about it, but the winner of this battle won't be any of you. It'll be me, Morgan. As Morgan happily daydreamed inside her mind, a bounded field enveloped the area, a miracle created by Artorium. After the civil war of Artoria species devastated many planets, the wisest among them realized that a bounded field for this kind of harmless family battle was necessary. Inside the bounded field, no matter how great the power, it wouldn't destroy anything other than the people inside. Moreover, this bounded field had several modes, a sparring mode where they stopped just short of causing harm, a merciless mode, and a mode that pushed fighters to their limits. This time, they chose the last one. Everyone had to fight until only one remained and the losers would be expelled from the bounded field. Thus, the last one standing inside the bounded field would become the head and leader of the Pendragon. It was very simple and easy to understand. Even the local Artoria species like Mordred and Morgan, upon seeing the reactions of the other Artoria species, instantly grasped the rules of this bounded field. The bounded field formed, and the battle finally began. Then I will. Morgan's words stopped halfway as she felt a sharp pain in her lower back. She struggled to turn her head to see who had stabbed her. But before that could happen, she was already expelled from the bounded field. At the same time. Kill them. Charge. X. Caliba. Ice. Caliba. Sun. Caliba. Double. Caliba. Bat. Caliba. Super. Caliba. 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 In an instant, hundreds of sword beams surged forward. With determination, desire, and excitement, all Artorius launched their attacks together. Coincidentally, those beams were heading toward Crimson Moon and her army who had just arrived in the area. What the? Before Crimson Moon could finish her words, she and her most elite army were instantly engulfed in endless lights. Watching this scene, all Artorius who unleashed the sword beams were stunned for a moment. Did we hit something just now? Who cares about that? Keep fighting. Artorius is going to be mine. Ha! The great battle of the Pendragon had officially begun. Chapter 208, A Chaotic Beginning. The great battle of the Pendragon had officially begun. All kinds of Artoria species charged bravely ahead. Whether it was someone naive and childish like Mordred or someone as mature and wise as Space Lion King. In any case, while everyone was pushing forward with all their might, Artorius quietly disappeared into the crowd. Did he not want to participate in this battle? Or did he want to escape? Of course, neither of these was true. He simply wanted to win this war in the most rational, realistic way possible. If you charge too quickly, you'll end up like those vampires who foolishly appeared in the middle of the battlefield just now, instantly turned to dust. With hundreds of Artorius attacking at once, not even my Avalon or the third magic would be enough to handle them. But on the other hand, not charging and not fighting, wouldn't that damage my reputation? More importantly, now is a good opportunity to reduce their strength, isn't it? Artorius's tactics were cunning and seemed to be effective. His strategy involved quietly staying behind and continuously unleashing sword beam attacks, reducing the number of competitors while preserving himself. When some Artorius up front exhausted themselves in the fierce battle, he would swoop in and defeat them in one go. Perhaps it wasn't the most honorable approach, but it was a strategic victory. So, he was not wrong. Wisdom is more important than brute force. Yeah, you're right. As Artorius muttered to himself, a sudden voice beside him responded to his mutters. He turned in surprise to see the same surprised expression mirrored on the person's face. X. Artorius. With a confirming glance, Artorius realized it was someone just like himself, someone looking to gain an advantage from the shadow. Excellent. Truly my son. After this silent exchange of glances, Artorius and X both showed appreciative expressions and instantly clashed with each other. Facing someone as petite, faster, and more agile, with a shameless level of skill, a rarity among Artoria species, Artorius decisively used the most appropriate move. He didn't use a holy sword, an imperial sword, or even a holy lance. Instead, he used a twin pure white sword, one in each hand, which was a B-rank noble phantasm. They were the most suitable weapons for him at the moment because they were forged with his magical energy, crafted to match his height, arm length, and combat style. Length, weight, balance, specifications, style, everything perfectly aligned with his requirements for a sword. It adhered to fluid dynamics, ergonomic design, and geometry. Whether slashing or thrusting, all his moves flowed seamlessly. Although he couldn't unleash the most powerful, most destructive sword beam, in close combat, Artorius with twin swords could steadily keep X suppressed. Damn it, using tactics like this. Watching herself being forced into his rhythm, X gritted her teeth. At such close quarters, with such a dense attack, she couldn't use her noble phantasm. She couldn't blast him away with her sword beam. She was forced to trade blows. I have the advantage in speed and agility, but Artorius' storm of sword blades had enveloped X, making it impossible for her to move freely. In this situation, she couldn't step back and use all her abilities. In terms of strength, I'm at a disadvantage. Although my speed is a bit faster than Artorius, I'm being suppressed by him, and when it comes to techniques, it's a draw. In the blink of an eye, Artorius and X exchanged hundreds of blows. The mother and son, who were already familiar with each other, became even more so in such an intense battle. The gusts of wind stirred up by their attacks, and the aftermath of their battles, instantly swept into the battlefield, becoming part of the chaotic battle of the other Artorius. Under normal circumstances, the battle between Artorius and X would be considered an epic, enough to inspire artists and writers to create thrilling works. Whether in poetry or drama, there would likely be a dedicated chapter in the future to document the battle between them, much like the tales of Hector facing Achilles or Kali battling Shiva. However, amid such a chaotic battlefield, it was entirely different. It wasn't that their battle lacked intensity, passion, or excitement. It was just that battles like these were all too common on the current battlefield of Pendragon. There were plenty of characters with skills and abilities comparable to Artorius and X, even battles more intense than theirs were plentiful. It was like how X taking on XX, or Space Lion King facing the challenge of both mysterious heroines S and B simultaneously, as well as Mordred subspecies. Whether it was this world Mordred or from the Servant Universe, a total of 5 Mordreds. Once the battle began, every Mordred of Servant Universe ignored their respective organizations and quickly came together, fighting side by side. They fought valiantly, with camaraderie and friendship at the forefront. Unlike the Artorius, who often plotted against each other, the smaller number of Mordred subspecies managed to unite. Keep it up, just like this. Yes, hold the line until the end. We will win. Defeat fathers, marry our big brother, this is our era. The Mordred subspecies were very excited. Whether it was the spear-wielding Mordred, the one with a laser cannon, the one with a sword, the one with a great sword, or the one carrying multiple daggers as throwing weapons, they were all filled with excitement. In just a short 10 minutes, they had repelled 3 waves of attacks from their fathers. Although the Artorius grumbled something like, "Mordred, how dare you be so arrogant? You damn rebel. How dare you vie for the throne with your father? Watch me take your head in no time." Despite their words, due to their lack of unity and the fact that the top-tier and god-level Artorius hadn't noticed the Mordred subspecies uniting, the ordinary Artorius were defeated easily and the victory still belonged to the Mordred subspecies. However, in the next moment, my body. What's happening? It's poison. Who did this? The Mordred subspecies, who had just fought valiantly, suddenly dropped their weapons, fell to the ground in weakness, and were quickly consumed by the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 209, The Great Battle of Pendragons, this is the fate of defying your mother, my rebellious children. All turn to dust, go in peace. Artorius, I'll take good care of you. As the 5 Mordreds vanished and were expelled from inside the bounded field, the cheerful voice of Morgan lingered for a moment before fading away. It appears that the Morgan subspecies that joined the battle wasn't just the local one initially slain by the Mordred subspecies. There was at least one more Morgan on this battlefield. A different Morgan, the same obsession. When mentioning Artorius, Servant Universe's Morgan's delight wasn't any less than that of this world's Morgan. It seemed that with the arrival of the mysterious Morgan, the course of this battle would become even more chaotic. Ugh. Or not. Utilizing her familiarity with the body of Mordred subspecies, Space Morgan effortlessly wiped out the 5 Mordreds. However, before she could savor her victory, a mysterious heroine rushed towards her, excited and gleeful, as if she had discovered a new toy. When Space Morgan realized something was amiss and tried to escape, it was already too late. A holy sword had pierced through her chest. "Go in peace, sister," mysterious heroine T said with a happy tone. "I'll take good care of Artorius myself, no need for you to bother." Upon hearing those words filled with a mocking tone and seeing the triumphant expression on the attacker's face, Space Morgan gritted her teeth, widened her eyes, and attempted to struggle once more. But before she could, she was already expelled from inside the bounded field. "Damn you! Damn you! Artoria!" As Space Morgan left the bounded field, she cursed in frustration as regret gnawed at her. In terms of facing a head-on fight, she was certainly no match for any Artoria species. Initially, she planned to discreetly hide among the group, letting her foolish sisters and children beat each other up, and then swoop in to take advantage. It was all because the 5 Mordreds had stood out so much and shamelessly declared, "Defeat fathers, marry our big brother, this is our era," that Space Morgan felt annoyed, leading to the events before. In hindsight, it was a miscalculation. She should have easily dealt with the 5 Mordreds and kept them for later to weaken the Artorius. More importantly, after defeating the 5 Mordreds, she shouldn't have gotten carried away and exposed herself openly to the sight of the Artorius. However, she did, and then she fell flat on her face. Therefore, she could only scream in frustration while being surrounded by the 5 Mordreds, whom she killed before. "Look who we have here. Isn't this our beloved mother? Thanks a lot, Mom." The 5 Mordreds surrounded and observed Space Morgan, who defeated them with dirty tricks earlier. They even cracked their knuckles one by one, making her feel apprehensive. "Ah. Mordred. Why are you all getting so close? Wait. No, no, no. I can explain, I can explain. NOOO." Under the anxious gaze of Space Morgan, she was tormented by a group of unfilial children. But no matter how much they bullied their mother, their loss of Big Brother, like their lost youth, couldn't be brought back. As the Mordreds thought that, they couldn't help but burst into tears, crying sorrowfully. Their tears triggered the other Artoria species who had already been eliminated. One by one, they too succumbed to the infectious atmosphere of sadness and wept like a child as if their hearts were breaking. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from the battlefield, Crimson Moon, covered in blood, saw a bunch of women with the same face crying from afar. Her already pale face grew even paler. "All of them are insane." Not knowing why they were crying, she thought for a moment, then clenched her teeth, got up, and limped on toward the east. When they had come, there were hundreds of them, true ancestors and dead apostles alike. But now, as they returned, only she remained. Crimson Moon's desolate and frightened figure resembled nothing less than a white-haired young girl on a bus, surrounded by 8 burly men, all insisting she take her seats. At the same time, the battle still raged on. Clang. Clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Crimson Moon was worried and scared, but in reality, there was no need to be. With Artorius and the 3 leaders of Artoria species, focus was entirely elsewhere. In fact, many were unaware of the appearance of the vampires. They were now fully immersed in the battle, just like Artorius at this moment. Clang. Though it had started with scheme and trickery, by now, he had forgotten all that and was fully engrossed in the fight. His opponents were no longer X, but rather other Artoria species. She was a saber and an alter subspecies dressed as a maid, holding a maid's broom with an imposing air. The reason for this was that Artorius and X's battle had become entangled with the massive fight of the other Artorius not long ago, and new opponents had started attacking them from all directions. They targeted either Artorius or X. At first, the two could manage both new foes and each other, but it didn't take long for them to be separated due to shifting positions and fighting techniques. Artorius had defeated several Artorius in a row, while X had sent out several of her kind. By then, the distance between the two had grown, and continuing to engage each other had lost any meaning. So, they continued to fight on with their respective opponents. "It's no wonder you're my son, managing to withstand my 10-fold power of the primordial broom technique." The battle between Artorius and Maid Saber Alter had gone on for quite some time. Although he had her suppressed, it would still take some effort to defeat her. So, he needed to think of another way. "Let's call it even, mother. But what surprises me is something else." Amid the battle, Artorius suddenly spoke and then chuckled. "You truly deserve the title of mother. That maid outfit looks really cute on you, I love it." Being praised by Artorius made Maid Saber Alter instantly happy but also embarrassed, causing her movements to slow down. Opening. The next moment, Artorius seized Maid Saber Alter's broomstick and pulled her into his embrace while pushing his sword through her heart. "You know, I like mother the most." After Artorius whispered those words in a teasing tone directly into the ear of Maid Saber Alter, he kissed her cherry lips without hesitation. Under her mixed gaze of anger, reluctance, and joy, she was finally ejected from inside the bounded field. Artorius versus Maid Saber Alter. Artorius emerged victorious. Chapter 210, The Great Battle of Pendragons, 2. The results are surprisingly good. Artorius exclaimed as he observed the battlefield. Even though she's a saber alter, she's surprisingly pure-hearted, huh? As he marveled, he soon engaged in another fierce fight with the newly arrived Artoria species. Mother looks so beautiful. Artorius casually remarked during the fight. Wah. Opening. As expected, he emerged victorious once again. Could it be? Artorius muttered as he realized something interesting. The next moment, he looked affectionately at an Artoria species with angelic wings who was advancing toward him. Mother, you're so gorgeous with those wings. Huh. Opening. Victory was his again. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. Artorius had found the key to having an easy win. At this moment, within the bounded field, the battle for supremacy had reached a fever pitch. Thanks to everyone's relentless efforts, the bounded field had eliminated more than half of the contenders. Those lacking in strength, experience, or just plain unlucky, like the Mordreds, were among the large group of contenders who had been expelled from the bounded field and were now sobbing. Only around 100 contenders remained on the battlefield. Among these 100, there were Artorius and the 3 leaders of the Artoria species, as well as XX and X. Surprisingly, even this world's Artoria had managed to hold her own, despite her relatively newbie status among the Artoria species. Apart from the elites at the pinnacle, there were a dozen or so heroine subspecies, making up the highest survival rate among the Artoria species. Truly, they were the experts in internal strife, the nemesis of every Artoria species. Following these, there were slightly over 100 Artorius who were relatively evenly matched. The Order of Avalon numbered over 50, while the Dark Rounds had a similar number. These 2 organizations of Artoria species had chosen to stick together, forming a formation. Artorius with long swords and defensive weapons took the outermost positions, followed by those with lances, staffs, or even broomsticks as their long-handled weapons. Artorius with laser guns, water guns, slingshots, and other ranged weapons formed the innermost circle. At first glance, they all really looked like Artoria. But aside from the same face, everything was different. The semi-military organization of the Order of Avalon appeared as highly qualified knights of justice and order, while the Dark Rounds were composed of delinquent girls dressed in black and red, which made them look like villains. What's amusing is that none of the members from these 2 organizations fought alongside their leaders, Space Lion King and X. As the battle raged on, these relatively average Artorius understood who their true enemies were. It wasn't the members of the Order of Avalon or the Dark Rounds, instead, it was the 3 god-level leaders of the 3 organizations, Space Lion King, X, and Z, along with XX and X, the 2 heroine subspecies who had spent the most time with Artorius. Naturally, this encompassed the rest of the heroine subspecies, given their greater strength and status as the nemesis of the Artoria species and saber. Ordinary Artorius banding together, with around 100 of them united, even the god-level Artorius can't hold them off easily. So, what should be the next move? Artorius pondered. As the battle progressed, the situation had strangely quieted down, with the formations and powerful individuals engaged in a delicate standoff. If both the Order of Avalon and the Dark Rounds could launch an attack together, they could easily eliminate several top-tier contenders. However, without a leader, the 2 couldn't decide to attack, so they could only defend. The situation had reached a standstill. Everyone was wary of each other, reluctant to make the first move, fearing a backlash in the chaotic fights that had previously led to other contenders being eliminated. The strategy of staying silent, yet secretly provoking a fight and eliminating through backstabbing had lost its effectiveness. The battle had entered a new phase. Next, what should I do? Wait a minute. At this point, Artorius started to ponder seriously as he had a sudden bold idea. Meanwhile, how about teaming up? Space Lion King looked at XX and offered cooperation. As expected of the mature big sister figure among Artoria species, it was Space Lion King who came up with a solution right away. Continuing this standoff isn't good for any of us, right? Can you play by the rules? XX furrowed her brows and asked. I promise in the name of a knight. While XX was still contemplating the offer, cooperation between X and X was being established. Give me a hand, Ekin. If it's X-san, then sure. The childhood friends and besties reluctantly reached an agreement. At the same time, Artorius also looked at his true mother, Artoria, who nodded slightly. Thus, except for Z, everyone had found allies. However, attacking a group of Artorius with more than 50 individuals was still quite a challenge. Should we form an alliance with X's group or with Artorius's group? Or maybe try to win over some heroines as well? Space Lion King contemplated that question. Her gaze around was imposing, making it impossible to discern what she was really thinking. But in the next moment, let's ally. Artorius took action, grabbing everyone's attention. And the target of Artorius's alliance was the Dark Rounds. Without a leader right now, things must be pretty tough, right? You can't use all your strength. So, how about you let me step in as the temporary commander? What do you say? Artorius spoke calmly as he gazed at the Artorius from the Dark Rounds. That. Every Artoria species from the Dark Rounds exchanged glances. If it's Artorius, then maybe. That is indeed a good plan, but it's not enough. As everyone from the Dark Rounds began to consider, Space Lion King watched the spectacle and began to ponder. Artorius joining will significantly strengthen the Dark Rounds' combat power. But in that case, they'll become the top targets since they would become the most threatening group, and everyone will attack them together as soon as I stir the pot a little. However, let's team up. Mothers from the Order of Avalon. While Space Lion King calculated the best way to maximize her interests, Artorius spoke to another 50 or so Artoria species from the Order of Avalon. Let's form an alliance first and defeat the strongest ones. That way, we can maximize our chances of winning. Space Lion King was surprised as she miscalculated and underestimated Artorius' intention. Chapter 211, The Great Battle of Pendragons, 3. Let's team up. Mothers from the Order of Avalon. While Space Lion King calculated the best way to maximize her interests, Artorius spoke to another 50 or so Artoria species from the Order of Avalon. Let's form an alliance first and defeat the strongest ones. That way, we can maximize our chances of winning. Space Lion King was surprised as she miscalculated and underestimated Artorius' intention. Yes, by driving out all the powerful ones, those of us who started a bit slower and haven't reached the standard strength yet, have a chance. Artorius is right. In fact, it wasn't just Artorius who thought of this when he brought up the topic. They all understood this. But there was no commander. Nobody from the Dark Rounds wanted to follow anyone else. Even the Order of Avalon was the same. In normal times, Space Lion King established a strict military system. Below the Grand Master, there were division commanders, followed by flag captains and branch captains. But now, with the battle at this stage, who cared about all that? Even the Grand Master had become their enemy, so why should they obey the orders of other superiors? You're an Artoria, I'm an Artoria, and everyone has a chance to become the new leader of Artoria species, to become the head of the Pendragon. Even if your strength is lacking, it doesn't matter. Once in power, there was plenty of time with Artorius, and with the sub-element from him, Artorium could be produced at an extremely fast rate. In normal times, Artorium was 10 times more abundant, and in moments of excitement, dozens of times more. The happier Artoria species are, the more they secrete. After making up their mind, they were determined to improve their strength as Artoria species as fast as possible after winning the battle, spending time with Artorius, and constantly increasing their Artorium. The Artorius from the Dark Rounds thought like that. But how about the Artorius from the Order of Avalon? Don't be fooled by their usual upright appearance, deep down, they hid their darker sides. In this situation, anyone who was similar to oneself could be a temporary ally, while those stronger than oneself had to be eliminated first. The only exception was Artorius. He wasn't an Artoria species. Although he was also a contender for the family head and leader position, among everyone present, he had the lowest hostility and the highest goodwill. Any Artoria species wanted to improve their relationship with him after winning. Since they thought that way, it was fine to fight with him together in battles, but it had to be done stylishly, with finesse. They must not lose face in front of him. In this leaderless situation, supporting Artorius as the temporary alliance commander was not a problem. After all, Artorius is my son. X100 plus. Let Artorius take advantage first and increase my favorability in his heart. X100 plus. After Artorius spoke a few words, more than 100 Artorius from both the Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon thought like that simultaneously. Finally, the two organizations of Artoria species were mobilized by him. If Artorius were to ally himself with only a group of 50 Artorius from the Dark Rounds, there would indeed be a risk of others targeting and eliminating them as soon as possible. Even though that number was still manageable for the strongest Artorius present, it was still too threatening to be ignored. However, if he were to ally with two groups of 50 Artorius each from both the Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon, totaling more than 100 Artorius was a different matter. Let's ally. Space Lion King exclaimed while looking at X and X, now only another alliance could counter the other side's alliance. Both mysterious heroines fell silent, and after just a little thought, the two of them nodded. Let's temporarily join forces. It's best to recruit some more people. Space Lion King added. More people. My subordinates and yours have already defected. X said calmly. There are also some outside. Oh, I see. X immediately understood Space Lion King's meaning. There were a dozen heroines who remained independent. If they could bring these dozen heroines into their alliance, they would gain more advantage. However, heroines, join our alliance too. Let's first defeat the strongest enemies. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage. Before they could put their plans into action, Artorius once again took the lead. Don't be fooled. Seeing that the heroines seemed to be swayed by Artorius, Space Lion King started to panic and shouted anxiously toward the heroines. Their strength is already very strong, and continuing to strengthen now will. At this point, she hesitated, because she didn't know what should she say and what would happen next. Of course, she could choose the worst-case scenario and exaggerate the reason to not join Artorius' alliance, but they were all Artoria species. Most of them had high intelligence and wisdom, and how could one Artoria species deceive another? Only Artorius could do that. Let's wait until we defeat these tough enemies before deciding anything. Artorius declared without hesitation, raising his voice. Think about it, how much chance do we have if we don't drive these powerhouses away first? As Artorius spoke his reason, the heroines became more intrigued, seemingly completely convinced by his words. A massive alliance was gradually forming against XX, and Space Lion King. At this moment, it was unclear where Z had disappeared, but Artorius didn't seem to mind. As long as the alliance was established, everything would develop in the direction he expected. Eliminate half of them first, then another half. Repeat this 3 or 5 times and only 2 or 3 Artorius would remain. That way, Artorius could easily gain control of the Pendragon's power. I am a genius, this way, it will be easier to handle. Artorius thought happily. At the same time, the Dark Rounds, the Order of Avalon, and the heroines had successfully merged with Artorius and formed an alliance army with more than 100 Artorius. During this process, XXX, and Space Lion King seemed to want to intervene, but in the end, they didn't dare to act. The probability of failure was too high, and they were not united internally either. Can I join this alliance? X suddenly declared, as if she had completely lost her sense of shame. Her behavior drew the attention of her 3 temporary teammates, who stared at her with anger. X-san, you are shameless as always. X used her usual flat and sarcastic tone. What's the big deal? As long as the result is just. X retorted strongly. Unfortunately, Artorius had no intention of letting her join the fun. Sorry, X, not this time. You'll be eliminated along with everyone on your side. Why? Why I can't join, Artorius? When X was wailing, XX, and Space Lion King exchanged glances and confirmed. When it comes to the fight start, let X be the cannon fodder. As if sensing her teammates' intentions, X involuntarily shuddered and then put on a cheerful expression. Well, negotiation failed it seems. Everyone. Let's work together to fight against the evil alliance led by Artorius. X-san is shameless. X continued to criticize. Suddenly, a hand reached out and tapped on X and X's shoulders. Z. When did you get here? Are you here to join our alliance too? X's question was quite normal because Ultimate Heroine Z was the most threatening among all Artoria species. So, it was only natural for her to join the minority alliance. Don't scare me, you jerk. I almost swung my sword at you. X, who instantly drew her sword in surprise, complained after Z appeared out of nowhere. With a confident look, Z ignored X and X as she gazed at Artorius. Artorius, what you're saying makes sense, but there's a significant flaw here, you know. Attack. Seeing that Z was about to expose something, Artorius didn't want to give her any chance to speak further. He didn't wait for her next line, nor did he directly respond. Instead, he gave the command. As Artorius gave the order, the Alliance army raised their weapons and fired a coordinated light beam toward the opposing side. However, dodge. Spread out. Realizing that they couldn't withstand this attack, Space Lion King and Z made a decision and evaded the coordinated light beam attack by over 100 Artorius. Such a coordinated light beam attack could easily kill gods, let alone the fragile Earth. Fortunately, this was a bounded field set up specifically for the Artoria species, or else this coordinated light beam attack would have brought disaster to the poor Gaia. Priority target, Ultimate Heroine Z. Seeing the 5 strongest Artorius on the opposing side rapidly dispersing and hesitating, Artorius continued to give orders without hesitation. But, in this short period, some Artorius on Artorius' side had already started to hesitate. When he commanded them to attack while Z was speaking, it seemed like he was trying to silence her. Did Z figure out his weakness? What was it? The smartest Artorius had already figured out the crucial points, so they held back. The average Artorius also hesitated, and their attacks were not as strong, so the second coordinated light beam attack was far less powerful than the first. Its accuracy was also much lower. In this situation, Z could naturally complete her sentence and thwart Artorius' scheme. Artorius, you're also a god-level being and one of the strongest ones. After defeating us, you'll be the most powerful one here. As his scheme get exposed, Artorius' expression changed and his eyes filled with determination. Artorius. I'm sorry. Artorius said with an apologetic tone as he effortlessly eliminated two Artorius closest to him and then teleported out of the Alliance army. Hey, does your alliance still need people? I want to join, let's team up to eliminate the regular Artorius first. Artorius said with a straight face toward the 5 strongest Artorius who had been his enemy before. Watching Artorius's shamelessness, who looked righteous and confident, X silently looked at X-San. What? X asked with a clueless face. Stay away from Artorius from now on. Don't corrupt him. Huh. Wait. What do you mean by that? Who's corrupting him? Amid X's loud protest, the third coordinated light beam attack from the Alliance army struck again. Chapter 212, Artorius vs. Space Lion King, I. Keep dodging. In reality, there was no need for anyone to give the order. Seeing the incoming light beam from the Alliance army, anyone with half a brain knew they had to dodge. The accuracy of this light beam was even lower than the second one mainly because Artorius, as the commander, was absent. They couldn't unite perfectly without him. The Alliance army understood this. Continuing like this would only waste their magical energy without achieving any results. Damn it, let me take command from here, everyone. The Artorius who understood this point naturally wanted to find a solution. So, some Artorius stepped up, ready to become the commander, replacing Artorius. However, as mentioned before, you're an Artoria, and I'm also an Artoria, so why should I listen to you? As a result, all the Artorius who wanted to become commanders were ignored by the rest. In this situation, continuing with the light beam bombardment would truly be a waste of magical energy. Then it's our turn. Artorius thought with his eyes glittering. At the same time, the 5 god-level Artorius including him also launched their light beams at the Alliance army, only to be nullified by the defensive bounded field. Avalon. And Lord Camelot. While not every Artorius possessed the scabbard of Avalon, some of them had it, and even more had the massive shield of Lord Camelot, just like MASH. With these defenses stacked together, not even gods could break through. Under the barrage of light beams, the formation remained unbroken. After both sides confirmed that the beam attack was ineffective, the battle moved on to the next stage. Since the Alliance army couldn't choose a commander, they decided to fight the way they used to. Hold the line. Charge. In the next second, about half of the Artorius chose to stand their ground and defend, while the other half charged towards Artorius and his group. These Artorius really lacked coordination. The delinquent altar Artorius from the Dark Rounds and the righteous knight Artorius from the Order of Avalon were like two completely different people. One was rebellious, while the other upheld the spirit of a knight. One was passionate, the other was rational. One embodied evil, the other represented justice. One didn't have a hogue, the other had. In fact, apart from their Artoria faces, their love for Artorius, and their big appetites, they had almost nothing in common. These two vastly different choices threw the Alliance army into chaos. Why don't you charge with us? Some Artorius complained. Why don't you defend with us? Other Artorius grumbled. The once orderly and disciplined alliance crumbled instantly. Due to accumulated tensions and Artorius's absence, they descended into chaos and began infighting. Watching her subordinates perform so poorly was deeply embarrassing for Space Lion King. In contrast, the heroines reacted quickly. X, and Z, the 4 strongest heroines, all cheered and rushed toward the Alliance army. At the same time, the dozen or so heroines who had joined the Alliance army switched sides gleefully without hesitation. Sorry, a heroine chuckled, not hesitating to stab her own teammates in the back. The Alliance army plunged into chaos. We can charge now. Space Lion King said with some resignation, preparing to launch an attack. But before she could do so, clang! She blocked a swing coming from the side. When she turned her head to the assailant, it was Artorius wielding his Reincarnated. Sorry, mother, but it seems like you're becoming a bigger threat now. Artorius said while grinning. The heroines can handle the Alliance army. Which means Holy Lance met with Holy Lance. Naturally, the cosmic Reincarnated of Space Lion King surpassed his. However, due to the distance between Earth and the Sapphire Galaxy, his Reincarnated could still go toe-to-toe with hers. The lances weaved together passionately. Looks like you underestimated me. Space Lion King exclaimed. Whoosh. The next moment, a terrifying machine, exuding cold malice, appeared beside Space Lion King. It was a purely mechanical entity, silver in color, with a metallic texture, and it resembled a mechanical warhorse. Under Artorius's astonished gaze, Space Lion King mounted the horse, and the mechanical steed spread its wings like a Pegasus, charging toward him at speeds exceeding Mach 20. What the heck? It was Space Lion King on her mount, Pegasus Stallion V. A fusion of human and horse, truly unparalleled. Combining her cavalry charge, lance technique, and cosmic Reincarnated, this attack was enough to kill gods. This was the true strength of Space Lion King, Grand Master of the Order of Avalon, who roamed the galaxy like a lion. Is it even possible to fight her? Artorius's heart skipped a beat. Whether it was commanding the army in battle, appearing before everyone with the dignity of a king, inspiring awe in her subordinates, or charging on the battlefield to personally slay the enemy. Space Lion King was perfect, absolute, invincible. Am I going to lose? Artorius thought with frustration while doing his utmost to dodge and narrowly avoid her attack. You truly are my child, to be able to dodge such an absolute attack. Space Lion King praised him, but for Artorius, it was thunderous applause. Then let's try this move. With those words, she launched a second charge. Is it over? Am I not her match? As Space Lion King charged towards him again, Artorius thought about many things in just an instant. When it comes to spear or lance techniques, I'm slightly inferior to her. But my swordsmanship is superior to her. And when it comes to magecraft, I might even be a bit stronger than her. Though my experience is lacking, my techniques and strengths aren't far behind her. But in this situation, it's completely useless. What should I do? What the fuck should I do? Space Lion King's second attack was faster and deadlier than the first, striking with even greater speed and force. This time, it wasn't just Mach 20, it was nearly faster than the speed of light, something that should only be achievable by spaceships. In contrast to the previous attack, Artorius could neither see nor react to this one in time. He couldn't even dodge, let alone block. In martial arts, speed conquers all. He now understood this truth. Pegasus charge, just like Medusa. But the difference is enormous. Artorius didn't just stand there without reacting or without counterattacking. Facing the oncoming Space Lion King at breakneck speed, he made a quick decision and fired a light beam attack with all his might. But it was utterly useless. Her charge surpassed the power of his light beam. Her Reincarnated pierced through the light like nothing. It was as if sharp scissors cut through fabric, he even heard the sound of tearing. Suddenly, he felt intense pain in his left arm. The pain was so sharp and unbearable that he couldn't divert his attention to other things. This pain, how long has it been since I felt this much pain? Artorius's thoughts wandered uncontrollably. Since obtaining Avalon and the third magic, he rarely suffered such severe injuries. The last time he felt pain like this was when he dueled Clovis of the Franks. At that time, Clovis, with the blessing of fate, had injured him with all his might in a berserk state. But even that pain couldn't compare to what Space Lion King inflicted on him. During his one-on-one battle with her, every Artoria species around them were busy massacring each other. It seems like I miscalculated. Maybe I shouldn't have started the fight with her so early. But it's too late to regret now. Surrender, Artorius. As Artorius thought like that, Space Lion King halted her warhorse. Due to the unstoppable inertia, she had to continue advancing through the sky for quite a while after hitting him before turning back. That last attack could have eliminated you directly. Space Lion King said with a serious tone. Then why you didn't? Maternal love, compassion, or something else? Artorius said calmly as his injuries were healing more slowly than usual, probably due to her cosmic Reincarnated. The effects were suppressing his recovery speed. If it were any other Artoria species, perhaps. But you're different, I don't believe that you would let personal feelings interfere when you're in a serious battle. Artorius continued to speak calmly. You are the most composed and mature Artoria species. The embodiment of a true king. It's hard to imagine you letting personal emotions cloud your judgment during an important battle like this. Indeed. I showed mercy because I'm considering what comes after the battle. Space Lion King spoke with a calm tone, stating the obvious. I will definitely win this battle. Although it may seem like a farce, once this battle is over, I will become the head of the Pendragon. From this point on, you've done well, Artorius. Because it was a case of might makes right, Artorius didn't feel particularly unwilling when she assumed leadership. But, I still need your help. Space Lion King continued. I need you to help me unite the Pendragon. I need your assistance in pacifying those headstrong sisters of mine. Even though they lost the battle, it doesn't mean they'll necessarily accept defeat and my leadership. To solidify the Pendragon as a whole, it will require more effort. That's why. Space Lion King extended her hand to Artorius. Be my right-hand man, Artorius. I will grant you the position of vice head. I promise you a position where you are second to none and above all others. Let's work together to make the Pendragon thrive. What do you say? Different from the unreliable big sister XX, different from the silly and childish X, and even different from Z who was more like a schemer than a leader, as well as X who had little leadership and just went with the flow. Compared to those Artorius, Space Lion King was indeed the most reliable and best choice. Of course, excluding Artorius himself. I see. You've already thought this far ahead. Even considering the issues of post-battle. As expected of you. Artorius said through gritted teeth. You've done well, even surpassing me, my son. Watching Artorius's wounds gradually heal, Space Lion King seemed ready to make one final effort. From a family harmony perspective, you've succeeded. The next steps are up to me. No. Artorius forcefully interrupted her. The issue of family harmony might be resolved, but my personal issues aren't. My ambitions, my aspirations, my desires. Under my command, you can still achieve greatness, my son. That's not the same. Artorius yelled. You know it, I am an emperor. I will never give up. So, that's your answer. After a moment of silence, Space Lion King responded and raised her holy lance. Your ambitious spirit is quite admirable. However, if your strength doesn't match it, it becomes the meaningless lament of a defeated loser, Artorius. She urged her steed backward, creating some distance. So be it. Once I win this battle and you've calmed down, we can discuss again, Artorius. One final charge. To defeat you. With those words, Space Lion King turned into light. Chapter 213, Artorius vs. Space Lion King, 2. In the next moment, if Artorius couldn't find the solution, his heart would be pierced by the charging Space Lion King. He could only helplessly withdraw from the battle, just like the other Artorius who had long been eliminated, watching the battle within the bounded field with envy and resentment, and hoping that the new head of the Pendragon would treat him a little better. No, this won't do. I can't accept that outcome. Think, Artorius, think. What possible way is there to take her down? Artorius entered a state of deep contemplation. From ancient times to today, the mode of warfare has always revolved around the interaction between cavalry and anti-cavalry tactics. It wasn't until the appearance of modern professional armies, with their disciplined rifle volleys, bayonet charges, and artillery barrages, that cavalry suffered a heavy blow, transforming them from the main force to a supporting role in larger armies. Later on, they were relegated to the annals of history by barbed wire and machine gun fire. Before that, the methods to counter cavalry were limited. Terrain advantage meant utilizing forests, mountains, ditches, marshes, rivers, and other geographical features to restrict the mobility of cavalry. However, this clearly wasn't suitable for the current situation. Space Lion King had unmatched speed and strength, and her steed could theoretically navigate any terrain. So, relying on terrain to counter her was impossible. Next came infantry formations. Crossbows, combined with long spears, large axes, war pikes, and polearms, were anti-cavalry weapons used by well-equipped and trained infantry formations. In a head-to-head confrontation, infantry could gain the upper hand, provided they were well prepared and had all their equipment ready. However, in most cases, cavalry formations could simply choose to withdraw and pick another battlefield. With their superior mobility, they could dictate the strategic initiative. The impact of having greater tactical mobility on the battlefield has been proven in countless wars throughout history, both ancient and modern, across different cultures. Now that he thought about it, nomadic cavalry actually had even greater strategic mobility in agricultural areas than on the open plains. There were plenty of fields providing nutritious grain for horses, which was more sustainable and nourishing than dry grass, making their steeds more formidable. No, wait, what am I thinking at a time like this? Artorius gritted his teeth. Despite the lengthy contemplation earlier, in real time, only a split second had passed. He was just thinking extraordinarily fast. Yet, even with the swiftest of thinking, there was only a fraction of a moment left before he would be impaled by Space Lion King's lance, as fast as light. He had nowhere to retreat and no way to escape. There's only one option now. In that instant, Artorius made a decision. Charging cavalry were invincible. But this invincibility only referred to their offensive capabilities. Charging cavalry, due to their speed, resolute posture, and inertia of their charges, could barely evade any attacks. However, Space Lion King's cosmic Rhongomyniad and Avalon armor meant that she didn't need to worry about defense, but her steed did. Attack the mount. But earlier, when I used a light beam, her lance blocked it effortlessly. So, what else is there that's stronger than a light beam? What else, what else, what else? Let's go for it. He thought of a tactic. Whether this tactic would work or not, even Artorius himself didn't know. But regardless, it was his final chance. Farewell, Artorius. Space Lion King moved faster than sound, so Artorius couldn't hear her words. But by looking into her eyes, he understood what she wanted to convey. Speaking like that now is still too early. Artorius responded with a certain look in his eyes. Faced with a holy lance charging directly at him, his response was to attack, to counterattack. He didn't stand still, nor did he show any intention of dodging or blocking. With his will pouring into the scabbard of Avalon, he completely released its restraint, forming a frosty silver-bounded field around him. At the same time, he raised his own Rhongomyniad, aiming at the chest of Space Lion King. He certainly didn't have her cosmic Pegasus capable of flying at the speed of light. But that didn't matter. Gaia, you have to give me your full support. Artorius quickly contacted Gaia. Release Rhongomyniad with all your might. Lend me all your power. But. No buts. Do as I say. Otherwise, face the consequences. Why yes. Artorius's firm attitude immediately subdued Gaia. Ended. I'll definitely get played ruthlessly in 1,000 ways by this terrible human. If I don't help him, he'll definitely do it. Thinking like that, Gaia couldn't help but shiver. Earth was once again entering a period of frequent earthquakes. At the same time, Artorius felt the surge of his power, rising at an unimaginable speed. No, this wasn't his power, it belonged to Rhongomyniad. The power of Rhongomyniad, combined with the power of Avalon, greatly enhanced his capabilities in both offense and defense. Rhongomyniad, originally a lance-style weapon, was now fully awakened. Radiance enveloped the holy lance, turning it into an exaggerated and terrifying drill-like monster. Thought size equated to strength. You're too naive, Artorius. In the next moment, Artorius clashed head-on with Space Lion King, Rhongomyniad versus Cosmic Rhongomyniad. Boom. In the piercing sound of clashing weapons, both lands encountered the defense of their respective Avalon. In terms of defense, Artorius, who held the tactical advantage, had a slight upper hand. Of course, this advantage wasn't significant, nor was it particularly obvious. After all, Avalon was Avalon, known for its perfect defense. In the original story, Avalon could even withstand the attack from the EA of Gilgamesh. And now, with Gaia's blessing, Artorius's defense was not merely doubled. Is this one of your trump cards? It's quite impressive, but not enough. Avalon is indeed an absolute defense, but son, have you ever seen the invincible lance from the galaxy? What? Under Artorius's astonished gaze, and amidst Gaia's tearful exclamation of, the perfect and invincible frosty silver-bounded field of Avalon, Earth's mightiest defense, was pierced by the invader from outer space, representing the concepts of order and power for the entire Sapphire Galaxy. When Cosmic Rhongomyniad was fully unleashed, its power surpassed the limits that Avalon could withstand. On a personal level, this moment meant that Space Lion King pierced Artorius's bounded field. But on a planetary level, it meant that her Star Destroyer lance had shattered Earth's orbital defense. This symbolized the complete collapse of Earth's defense, giving an opening to the invader from outer space. It's over. Gaia, witnessing this scene, fell into despair. At the same time, as Space Lion King's lance pierced Artorius's Avalon, she revealed a confident smile. Goodbye, Artorius. No, it's not over yet. In the next instant, Artorius's lance also pierced Space Lion King's Avalon armor. Regardless, this was Earth, his home turf, where Rhongomyniad's power was pushed to the limit. Although it still lagged far behind Cosmic Rhongomyniad, his Rhongomyniad was enough to break through her defense. Stronger offense, weaker defense. At this moment, both Space Lion King and Artorius found themselves in this situation. So, what would be the next result? Mutual destruction. The tip of their lances aimed at their respective hearts, and the next instant should have been a mutually destructive outcome. Eliminated. Both of them are about to be eliminated, hooray! At the same time, every Artoria species who watched the battle of Artorius and Space Lion King also noticed this, and they all wore joyful smiles. Both Artorius and Space Lion King were formidable opponents. Eliminating them both at once would significantly increase their chances of becoming the winner. Moreover, it was not them who eliminated Artorius, but Space Lion King. Meaning that they wouldn't be hated or resented by their son, and they didn't need to worry about his favorable impression of them reduced. It was truly a double stroke of luck. Lost in their happiness and distraction, several heroines fell victim to the other Artorius in the chaos. At the same time, Artorius felt waves of heat emanating from his chest, indicating that he was about to be pierced. However, he was not hopeless. Avalon's recovery and third magic. Those two were other abilities Artorius was betting on. Exchanging injuries and relying on his formidable regenerative ability to secure victory. Of course, this move was still dangerous. The pain from the pierced arm from earlier was not a joke, and his own true magic might not be able to counteract Space Lion King's lance. So, the probability of mutual destruction was the highest. In a moment of hesitation, Artorius slightly lowered the tip of his lance, choosing to pierce Space Lion King's abdomen rather than her chest.